Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this 172nd edition of the Zak World of Façades conference series, third one here in Auckland. My name is Ahmed. I'm part of the organizing team here at Zak. I'll quickly introduce the Zak World of Façades conference series for those who are attending it for the first time around. So we've been organizing this event since 2012, 171 completed editions in 43 countries. So this is our event lineup in 2025. If you look at the calendar of events, it's spread across the globe, right from New Zealand here up until Canada. We've got different cities in certain larger countries, and no two events are same. Every region has its own challenges, and we customize the program to suit the challenges of that region. I think that's what we've tried to do today here also. We've tried to present projects designed by people who are living outside New Zealand, but for projects here in New Zealand, and a lot of things that are applied which are exclusive for this market. Our journey takes us to some exotic locations. I never thought in my wildest dreams that we would ever be going to Georgia or let's say in Uzbekistan. But these are places where lots of construction is happening. They're still very backwards in the way they design, engineer their facades. But there are a lot of opportunities there, and I think given the network we have with the reach, I think we've been able to seamlessly plan these events and of course execute them later this year. So yeah, it's a long journey, 36 events in one calendar year, and New Zealand's right at the end of all of this. So a little toiling on the body, but I think rewarding in the end. So this is our 2025 lineup. Of course, I always acknowledge Thomas Ash. I think one of the best things to have happened to us when we met them back in 2017 and planned this first edition in Auckland in 2018. Never again imagined that we would ever come to New Zealand to organize a facade conference series. They so happened to be at our event in Australia and convinced us to come here, and I think it's been a great partnership with them. They are the presenting partners of this event. I don't need to give much of introduction about Thomas Ash here, but they're one of the leading facade contractors based in this region. Of course, supporting them, we've got a lot of associate partners. I'll just take a moment to acknowledge all of them. They all have all our associate partners have a table in the networking area, so please do visit their booths across the day. We've got a post-event session also sponsored at the end of the day, a reception. Is an American company, so they've got thermal solutions to make your aluminum profiles achieve better U values. So an envelope and DC Tech, they have rain screen cladding systems, and they've got a lot of other weatherproofing products such as membranes, vapor barriers, which is something very important in this part of the region. You know, there was a joke when I first came to this part of the region that Australia is scared of fire and New Zealand is scared of water. You know, so they've got solutions which can help you prevent the water ingress and other weatherproofing issues. Equitone, again, a European company, part of the ETEX group. They've got fiber cement cladding solutions. So I think moving beyond the traditional composite panels, I think cement fiber boards in a decorative form and other natural materials are picking up a lot of momentum in large-scale projects. Finotech is a Swiss company. They've got sealing and bonding solutions for structural applications, for pacifier protection. Florum's Italian manufacturer of a sintered stone, which is again a non-combustible ceramic-based cladding product, which is very popular in Europe and now picking up steam in Asian projects. Glasscorp, again, one of the leading companies here distributing AGC glass and Dow performance sealants. Insol, I don't know what to classify them. I knew them as a shading screen manufacturer, but they've evolved as a company, and now they also have a wind testing laboratory in the South Island. Janssen is from Switzerland. They are the innovators in steel profile systems, so steel profiles for doors, windows, and facades. Kinlong from China, again, one of the leaders in glass hardware, fitting, tools, accessories, any value-added components for the facade. Kinlong has a wide range of products. North Glass are a big coated glass processor out of China. Their specialty is extra large jumbo glass. I think they can go up to 21 or 22 meters now. I think they know it better. They can do curved glass, double curved glass, and all that stuff, concave glass. I believe there are a lot of projects here now in New Zealand which are specifying special glass, and I think North Glass are one of the leaders in this portfolio of products. Panelton, again, a New Zealand company. They've got a lot of different cladding products which they rep. You can visit their booth to know the wide range of cladding materials they promote. Rotoblas is an Italian company. Again, they've got weatherproofing solutions. They've got membranes. They've got pacifier protection solutions, fall protection, and a lot of other accessories which are very interesting. Very popular in the mass timber segment. Rotoblas now are focusing more on the building envelope facade segment. Technoform is a German manufacturer. They've got two main products which they basically push, which is basically their polyamide strips, which is for improving the thermal efficiency in your aluminum door window facade systems, and they've got warm edge spacer bars. Again, both these products help in achieving better U values. The building agency is also a rep of several building facade products. Just to name a few, they are repping Siderise, which is again a pacifier protection product, Frontec from Spain, which is ceramic cladding. They are also, I believe, partners with Equitone, and then I think a few more products. Ventura, again, debuting with us for the first time. They've got ventilation, acoustic, and smoke louvers. Again, louvers are a very underrated product, but you've got a lot of innovations in louvers which can be done, and I think they'll be presenting later what you can do with their louver solutions. Woods Glass is again a subsidiary company of the Thermosash group. They are into door, window, and facade solutions and other glazing solutions. Of course, our delegate kit partner, so all of you, those who have a red lanyard, will have a USB stick. That's courtesy PSP. Again, PSP is a New Zealand company. They have a distribution of a lot of cladding products for the facade, and they are our delegate kit sponsors. A little bit in the wider region, of course, we were in Singapore back in 2016 for the first time. The city's evolved. I think it's taken up the title of the financial capital of Asia from Hong Kong post-COVID. Lots happening in Singapore. Small place, very expensive, but a lot of greenery on the facade over there. And I think they are innovators in their region for their kind of projects and buildings. In the not so wider region, but I think one of our high-profile events is Dubai. I think there's lots happening in the Middle East now. The scale of projects in Saudi Arabia are unbelievable, and they are getting built. So it's completely different from what we organize our events in other parts of the world, because what they talk over there is, I'm not even sure practically it can be built, but apparently it is. So the scale is completely on another level in the Middle East. There's a lot of migration happening there. The geopolitics has helped the Middle East a lot. So completely different over there. It's just huge projects which are presented at the events over there. And I think something which we do in a select locations around the globe is basically awarding and rewarding people who design good facades. We plan to bring this to this region. Obviously, New Zealand's a little small to start with, so we start with Sydney, the Australasian edition of the Zak Awards for Excellence in Facade Design and Engineering. It's a small glimpse of what we did in Dubai last year. Of course, again, as I said, the scale is massive over there. We had to rent a whole arena over there to execute it and do it on a level which was never seen before, because everything is on a large scale there. So we'll aim to emulate something similar to this here in this region. It's not only for Australia, it's more for the Australasian region. It's going to take place on the 18th of September in Sydney, but we'll call for entries across the Australia and New Zealand region. And of course, the idea here was to further focus on achievements in the facade design and engineering space, and talk about projects which have achieved innovations which have made a difference in terms of their facade design. So this has been very well received. We organized this in 2 locations, one in Dubai and then in the London one, which is the first one, which we co-organized this with the Society of Facade Engineering after the end of the Zak World of Façades conference. But here we are doing it as a standalone event. And yes, it was a magical night. It's a black tie event, so obviously the whole feel, the whole approach is completely different. Just a glimpse of few categories which we will have. Of course, this is going to evolve. These are our 10 categories. We'll have a total of 14 categories. Excellence in facade design, which is basically for an architectural firm who design the facades. And we've got facade execution. Facade execution is split based on small, medium, and large, depending on what turnover and what capacity the facade execution company is. Facade innovation, it's open for all. It could be a product manufacturer, it could be a consultant and engineer. Sustainability obviously is an important topic. Facade engineering firm of the year, I think we have all the facade engineering firms with the facade consultants showcasing that one project in the 2-year time span to submit their nominations, and then we've got a jury who then evaluates that. And then, of course, Facade Project of the Year, which is for a developer or a main contractor. Outstanding application of glass, I think it was one of a unique entry. We had a lot of glass installations which are used in interiors, beautifully presented at the edition. We've got Rising Facade Engineer of the Year. In the UK, we call it Young Facade Engineer of the Year, but young is a debatable word. And the age limit is also very different from the UK. You have a lot of fresh facade engineering graduates who come out of Europe or UK, so the limit is 25 years in the UK, but in the Middle East, we had it at 35 years. We'll call it Rising Facade Engineer of the Year. Of course, outstanding contribution to that one gentleman or lady who's made a significant impact in their respective regions. And of course, the last category, which is basically a facade which has brought a paradigm shift. We will add adaptive reuse and few other categories which are a little bit more topical to this region, but this is something which is going to be interesting. Of course, we'll call for entries for projects in New Zealand also, and the plan is to do this in Sydney, Melbourne, and then come to Auckland. So rotate this across the 3 cities in the next few years. So yeah, so this is it from me. We've tried our best, based on some feedback from the last edition, to curate a fresh program. Of course, I can't always have new faces coming, so we've got some faces which have been repeated, but I think the content's fresh. We've tried a bit of structural glass in the 3rd session as a topic which was not there earlier, and of course, a lot of projects being presented. We're recording today's event, which means that you can get an access via a YouTube link, the presentations which are allowed to be shared with all of you, so you can have a look at the presentations in case you miss. And that's it from me. I'd like to thank our event partners. I think they are very important in ensuring that we come here again and again. And yeah, over to our exciting event host, Stijn. He's going to be curating and hosting today's event, and I'll let him take this from me here. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Hart. Tēnā koutou. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Zak World of Façades. It's an honor for me to open this important event. My name is Stijn van den Eeden. I'm a facade appassionato. I got a master in building physics from a 600-year-old university in Belgium that's not leaking. And I'm leading a very cool team, facade team at Babbage. My very thick Dutch accent can be the reason why all of a sudden subtitles may appear here. It's great to see so many familiar faces on this third edition of the Zak Façades. I remember vividly Carl Jones in the first edition talking about it was either too many or not enough cooks in the kitchen. Jonathan Hewlett in the second one about his upbringing in Africa and using that in his design as such for the Pullman Airport Hotel. And of course, the omnipresent David Hayes, one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Although in this event and in this speech, I kind of want to join your little pony club there, David. The event, I think, is held at a crucial time for the facade industry in New Zealand. This conference is not just about showcasing innovations and facade design. It's a world, we are now in a world with more increasingly driven, immediate gains, quick returns. When you look at the very nature of our buildings and the facade, it demands a far longer vision. Consequences of short-sighted approaches in this sector are far-reaching, they're costly, they're also wasteful. Whatever we design or build today is supposed to be here for the next 50 years, so at that stage, the world will look very different. Short-term cost-cutting measures often compromise standards and resulting in premature building deterioration, increased maintenance cost. Also, our buildings, they consume a massive amount of energy, and facades will play a pivotal role in energy efficiency. And decisions today, again, will reflect on facade, in facade design and materials, will impact energy consumption for decades to come. The new political landscape, moreover, is often characterized by short-term agendas and business-like pressures. They may less prioritize long-term strategy, and this is especially, I think, challenging for facade construction, where indeed the only correct strategy is long-term. Also critical is the establishment of a national organization that acts as a referee for the industry. A new society for facade engineers has recently seen the light. This body could provide a neutral platform for dispute resolution, promoting best practices and training, developing industry standards. These initiatives, and many others, mirrors the collaborative ethos seen in other successful industries, where open communication and shared best practices are key to advancement. In conclusion, facade engineering sector demands a significant shift towards long-term vision and planning. Let's use this conference to openly discuss these challenges and work together to develop solutions that will benefit the entire facade industry in New Zealand. I look forward to a productive and insightful day. Before we continue, I have to remind everybody to keep your phones on silent while here in the hall. And there will not be any questions and answers during or after the presentation. So we request everybody to keep your questions and talk directly to the speakers during the network breaks. Right, our first two presenters for today are Alex Blakeley, design engineer at Thermosesh, and John Hawkins, the facade practice lead for Mott MacDonald. And they will talk about falling in love with your energy model. Good luck.
Good morning. Wonderful to see you all. A few familiar faces out there. That's great to see. I guess what we're going to start with is a little bit of a philosophy, and then Alex is going to put some hard physics around it and some actual hard analysis. Falling in love with your energy model. There's sort of three aspects. Why do I need an energy model? When do I need an energy model? And how do we verify the energy model? So, first topic. Obviously very topical in the news at the moment. There's a whole lot of overheating, fundamentally from poor design that is fundamentally still compliant. But the overheating issue is obviously a very real thing, particularly in Auckland, which is generally a cooling-dominated climate. But it's not new. So this is September last year. This is 2007. So same story, different year. Survey of 400 houses in 2007 showed overheating on the rise, but only affecting houses from 1978 onwards when they had better insulation. The possible drivers noted then were increased exposed glazing, increased insulation, and increased air tightness, all of which are as common today as they were then. As an interesting aside, only 4% of the surveyed houses in 2007 had air conditioning, whereas obviously heat pumps and that ability to control your environment actively is a lot more common these days. Overseas, 2016, says Passive House Plus Ireland, noting that it's a problem. And interesting, this article references the English Health Protection Agency describing overheating as a public health issue way back in 2011. So we're not alone in trying to sort out this energy balance. I think this is perhaps a culprit. The schedule and the calculation method are only concerned with minimums, which seems to skew the energy model somewhat. So high levels of insulation plus uncontrolled heating sources. In hindsight, the outcome we're going to get is somewhat obvious. But this isn't actually meeting H1, just hitting some targets as a checkbox exercise. This is H1. So building regulations 1992. As an aside, note H1 has not been updated since 2009. Just the verification methods and approved documents for it have. And I guess reading this part in isolation, it's clear that energy efficiency does not have a single driver, but rather it is a complex interplay of a whole bunch of physical conditions. And so this is starting to drive where we need to introduce a model to describe those conditions. So this is a very simplified model, cribbed from Passive House UK. Obviously, some of the heat losses is blue, some of the heat gains is orange. As long as you have a balance, you're probably okay. So in 1974, you had very high fabric losses, very low solar gains. Today, we're perhaps having some additional solar gains. This example, through failed heating, we've got perhaps less window ventilation. So our balance is somewhat out. Even our fabric losses are perhaps somewhat down with the new increased minimums. So either both sides can be reduced simultaneously, or both sides can be increased simultaneously, but that increases the total energy usage. So the desire is to drive both sides down. And in our cooling-dominated climate, we're going to want some headroom to make sure that we don't get that overheating. For those from the mainland, we might have some heating-dominated scenarios. So we'd want to have our headroom the other way around to make sure that our buildings were warmer rather than cooler. But I think it's particularly critical because our temperatures appear to be on the rise. So we want to manage our environmental overheating. And I guess the Brands 2007 report still holds true in that the sort of key drivers of the imbalance increased exposed glazing, increased insulation, and increased air tightness. So we're kind of setting ourselves up for a problem. Another way of modelling it, is just to the sum of all energy usage in and out over the year. But the goal is the same. We just need to squash that energy usage. So energy efficiency is not about either the orange side or the blue side. It's about fundamentally reducing the total. So this is obviously a very sophisticated model, but rules of thumb still work well. This is Australian government guidance. If you have a building, put eaves on it. get some passive shading, get some passive cooling effect. So simple models, rules of thumb are all fine. This is our own internal tool for rapidly optioneering. So you can see we can pick window to wall ratios and heat gain coefficients, and we punch out hundreds of variants quite quickly as to what is a compliant approach. In this instance, the dotted line, the middle dotted line, the thicker one is compliance. Everything else to the left-hand side of the green, the bright green bar is a non-compliant solution. Parametric, so this is also fine. So this is Grasshopper to Ladybug to Energy Plus. So this is preliminary phase, options for window and glass performance. So we locked in the wall and roof performance and then adjusted the glass and frame performance accordingly to get to our outcome. I guess this is sort of preliminary design tool where the previous one was concept. And then ultimately we end up with the cited method. So we're back into our H1 approved documents. But I guess the key thing here is that, in my mind at least, we should have done that previous modeling. So there's the intuitive modeling, there's another check at concept design, there's a check at preliminary design, there's a check at developed design, and by the time we get to the end of the process, we should have a relatively high confidence that we have energy efficiency. We cannot bolt energy efficiency on late in the process. So when do I need this energy model? As I alluded to, early is probably good. A favorite phrase of mine is good advice at the wrong time is bad advice. So finding out your energy model doesn't work and you don't meet H1 minimums at the end of your design process or late in your design process is going to have need for rework and redesign that is unnecessary. So H1 compliance is by definition the minimum that we can get away with. And I guess as per the first slides with new headlines, it's evident that compliant is not good practice or best practice. But if you want good, I think we have to establish what good looks like early on rather than adequate. So again, feed into your energy model what your client's aspirations are, what your project aspirations are. So this is actually a clipping from the genesis of this talk's title, and perhaps the genesis of this talk, because I sent this document to Alex and went, read this, it looks good. So this is a little pamphlet called High Performance Wall Design Guide from Building Envelope Testing in New York. They have a subtly different approach to energy in New York, with their local law 97 actually providing financial penalties if your operational carbon is too high. So you'll get a fine if your building is inefficient. You won't just pay upfront capital expenditure to have your building built. You'll pay operational expenditure to run your chillers or your heating at a higher level, and then the government will fine you. So their position is work with your energy modeling profession from day 2. So I'm assuming day 1 you appoint your architect and structural engineer, the classic big 3, architect, structure, services, and then your energy modeling professional follows immediately afterwards. I note the last bullet point here is perhaps not relevant to us. New York obviously has a heating dominant environment, whereas we're a cooling dominant in Auckland. But it's just being aware that hitting a minimum is not necessarily going to be an optimum. So tying that back to facades in New Zealand, this is University of Auckland, Sector 300. And this is, I guess, the primary link between Alex and myself, delegated design. So performance specification is the key contractual link between contractors and designers. This is the American Institute Architects definition, which is quite nice. It talks about delegated design rather than performance specification. And I think the key part here is that even before we hand it over, we as consultants, as designers, need to be responsible for the adequacy of the performance criteria. We can't just say, we've done the modeling at the last minute, and in order to be compliant, the subcontractor and the contractor have to hit this unreasonable target. So before we go to tender, before we engage with the market commercially, we do a bunch of modeling to make sure that we have a level of confidence in the adequacy of our own design before it goes to tender. We have to check the targets can be achieved, otherwise we are not fulfilling our obligations under performance specification. Sorry, Alex, not a thermostat profile. And ultimately, some of that comes down to some pretty boring maths. The numerical bit following the two-dimensional finite element analysis is not so glamorous, but it needs doing so that the consultant team have that high level of confidence. These calculations from preliminary design phase, so we're establishing our likely curtain wall performance very early in the piece, and that helps inform the overall design. So it is reasonable to assume that the when you need an energy model is as early as possible. As designers, we can't just pick a number and assume that specialist subcontractors can hit it. We need to verify our design with model before it goes out, although there are some levers for Alex to pull where he can do some optimization. And with that, I will hand over to Alex.
I'm Alex from Thermosesh. I'm going to carry on with what John was talking about, but talk a little bit about why engaging with your facade subcontractor earlier in that design phase can result in a better, more optimized solution. I also want to point out that tomorrow is the last day for submissions on the proposed H1 compliance pathway changes. It's encouraging that MB considering removing the schedule method from both acceptable solutions, but I would like to see the calculation method phased out progressively, especially for larger buildings as well, because modelling is the future. With the way it's designed now, we're not going to address these overheating issues, and you're not going to optimise where you're spending your money on your facade unless you model where to put the money on your facade. So this is a question that we'll get quite a lot. We'll get this email, we'll say, we need to hit R3.0 in the spandrel because that is a wall zone. And we find this is coming probably from the schedule method, because when your modelling is done, a lot of people are using the base minimums from the schedule method, maybe adding a little bit of a safety factor to them, running their model, proving they beat the reference design, and then using those figures when they go out to tender. But this is one curtain wall panel, and asking for that section to meet R3, but the section above it to not, when it's the same bit of extrusion, is silly. What we're finding is that simple models are treating opaque areas as walls, and based on the reference building minimums, rather than recognizing a more flexible and realistic approach, we could achieve better results. So curtain walling is actually excluded from the schedule method product minimums, but for the first time, a standard for calculating the U-value performance of the curtain wall has been included in the pathway. It's ISO 12631, unless you have an Australian facade consultant, in which case NFRC is still dominant. But curtain wall analysis differs from familiar residential methods, and rather than U-frame values that are common on websites and using edge and standardized approximations, the whole complete project-specific build-up needs to be analysed. Otherwise, you have irrelevant figures on complex kernel wall builds. But early on, suppliers understandably need to provide indicative numbers that their proposal is going to be acceptable. These can only be indicative until developed design and should not therefore be used as new minimum targets in a revised specification. As panels are analysed in 2D, different sectional analysis can show large variation in surface temperature, U value, etc. This is the same mullion in the same curtain wall panel in 3 different zones up its height. We have the spandrel curtain wall panel here, and you can see the surface temperature in this 2D analysis when we're using the NFRC standard boundary conditions is sitting around 2 or 3 degrees, just at the frame. However, in the vision portion, we're way up at 15 because it's exposed to the internal temperature. And then, as soon as we whack some solar shading in to try and reduce our overheating, we're back down to the temperature. But this section of mullion is within 200 mils of this section of mullion, and aluminium superconductive. So the temperature of that bit of mullion is not going to be sat there at 15 degrees and then suddenly jump to 1 degree over 200 mils, is it? It's going to conduct longitudinally. So when we average over the whole curtain wall, we get a good approximation for the area weighted average. But we need to understand that when these models are provided, they're not gospel. They're not necessarily real. And we need to consider the whole project holistically. Here's a real project example. So the spec called for an R spandrel of 3.25, which is the green areas, and 0.35 for the vision on the same panel. It's not feasible. It took a significant amount of effort and way too many meetings with people who couldn't contribute to the discussion before we could agree that a weighted average was required. And when you take the areas at 3.25 and the areas at 0.35, you get a highly achievable 2.1 target U value. There's still resistance in that case, and the whole facade was insisted on being analysed to demonstrate that 2.1 was being hit. So we started with a strip down the middle, and we showed that the total U value was 1.4 for that whole strip. If we'd done one panel, it would have been pretty similar, and we should have all been able to move on with our lives. We then pointed out that actually the jam is the worst case because you have more framing, right? We need to have seismic jams. We're in New Zealand, there's earthquakes. So the U value is worse. It's more like 2, but it's still below that weighted average. We know the middle is going to be better. We can move on. This focus on U value performance because of H1 is often causing friction and dragging the chain, and we need to keep perspective throughout the project. And engaging and having these discussions directly, facade engineer to facade subcontractor, when there's time to make these changes is super important, and it's not happening often enough. When it does happen, we get traction and the project moves forward. So, identifying and agreeing which panels will be enough to demonstrate the proposed solution meets the requirements must be done to save time and money and avoid delays. Despite industry trends since the last H1 updates, U value isn't everything. Yes, shading coefficient is included in a spec, and opaque panels have been done, and some general analysis has been done, but too often it's then considered that we've met compliance and the design and the modelling phase is now over or doesn't have to include the facade contractor. Different products can be used strategically to further optimise performance and potentially save money. So firstly, you must consider where your building is and keep considering it. Here are the temps for Auckland and Christchurch, And it's quite clear that New Zealand is extremely temperate. Auckland's average hovers in that 10 to 20 degrees, and Christchurch isn't too far below. But Christchurch will lend itself to better U-value performance for improved energy efficiency more than Auckland might. So in this case, I'm going to present 9 options had already been modelled, but with minimal variance in U-values. But why stop at 9, and why stop before contractor involvement? Going through the process, access to the energy model wasn't allowed by the subcontractor, and even the report was only provided reluctantly. We resorted to modelling the project ourselves. We built a reference building using the optimised spec as a starting point. We couldn't replicate the results perfectly, but we matched the heating to cooling percentage ratios and moved forward from there. Straight away, splitting the building into the residential and the commercial spaces and applying different figures based on the suites that might be offered in those cases, we were able to get a really minor improvement in the total load. Tiny, but still worthwhile considering. We then went further and we split the building into its different facade zones. We added a third system with less U-value performance, but better shading, and we got a much better operational efficiency for heating and cooling. You can see here, though, that cooling is still a massively dominant percentage of the heating and cooling loads on a building. And while we got quite a big saving, in real world, that's not a huge amount of money in terms of your annual energy costs. So if we put the right products in the right places, we can spend the client's money more feasibly. But if you're only saving $16,000 to $26,000 a year, is that worthwhile? In some cases, yes, but in other cases, no. So why focus on U-value only? If we look at the thermal comfort for that same optimized design, you can see in the red zones, this building was going to have a lot of spaces that were going to be uncomfortable for a lot of time in the year. And then even when we applied our 3 different systems to different facade zones, there were still some apartment areas that were going to have a couple of overheating issues. And that's because of the sun, right? It's on that north side, the sun's up high. So what's the answer? Add some solar shading. If you run some 50 centimetre by 15 centimetre, 500 by 150, solar shades in those areas, you get rid of all that overheating in the model. But this is too far down the track when the facade subcontractor's involved. And it's not within the architectural intent. If you're involved early, then these options, these options, these options, these options can be discussed, can be priced, and embodied carbon versus U-value can all be traded off. I'm running out of time, but you can then take the model further with your subcontractor and reduce your peak demands, reduce your costs on your plant, and work through your model progressively all the way through developed design with the right people at the table. You can verify your air tightness assumptions you're using in your model through blower door on site, through lab results up front. But as long as you build your model early, consider your project orientation, and engage subcontractors so products with buildability, resilience, air tightness still have a chance to meet the compliance pathway, then we're going to end up with better buildings and avoid these overheating issues. Thank you.
Okay, Alexander and John, I think everybody could feel the love. Our next speaker is James from Populous. He was talking a little bit about his international experience, and I'm really excited to hear.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to be back home and to be able to share some of the work that Populous has been doing around the globe. I'm not going to focus on one particular project. I'm going to sort of give you a bit of a spattering of things we've been doing. I'm conscious I'm fighting against TikTok and Instagram and a few other things you're probably all browsing on your phone, so I'll try and keep it interesting and moving along, but hopefully we can have a chat about things at the end if there's anything that interests you. So first off, some of you might be not sure who Populous is, what we do, who we are. So we're a global design practice that specialise in those facilities that draw people together, that allows people to celebrate, to enjoy, to create memories, to have fun. And it's those sort of stadiums, the arenas, the convention centres, these places where we can all come together as a group and have those celebration moments. And that's been our focus for the last 40 plus years in terms of the types of facilities we do. And it's allowed us to spread around the globe. We're actually closer now to about 1,500 people this year, creeping up in our numbers. And it's given us a wide range of experience from architecture and master planning to interior design, but also into event planning, event overlay, environmental design, all sorts of other aspects that allow these facilities to come together and work. And we collaborate with a lot of the people in this room as well, obviously working across the globe on these types of projects. There's a lot of opportunities to work with, in fact, Mott, who just presented, they're sharing some of the projects even here in New Zealand on those. So it's wonderful to be able to sort of collaborate with so many of you around the room. We have done a wide range of different types of projects within that sector. I know that can sound a little bit narrow or small to some, and you just do those big gathering spaces, sort of social infrastructure. But when you look at the types of opportunities we've had, it's really allowed us to collaborate across those different opportunities and bring those different knowledges and experiences. So when we look at, say, airports and how they can learn from what's happening in stadia, or how exhibition and convention centres can learn from what's happening in arena design and entertainment, it's wonderful to see those interactions between the venues. And some of you might say, yeah, that's all great, James, but what does that mean for us here in New Zealand, and how does that work here? Well, look, we've had the opportunity to work on most of the major stadia across New Zealand, and that's been really wonderful to continue that legacy and bring all those experiences here to New Zealand as well. As a Kiwi boy, it's proud to be able to bring all that fun that I've had around the world home and work on these projects, whether that be Eden Park, the Cake Tin, obviously Forsyth Bar, which still to this day is an absolute benchmark in terms of being the first fixed roof, fixed pitch stadium. We have people all around the world constantly asking about this venue, and we've been able to apply that knowledge to what's happening down in Christchurch at the moment. The One New Zealand Stadium, which is flying along, and it's fantastic to see, is now coming up, and I know there's some other presentations later which will touch on that, but it's wonderful to see those experiences and those evolutions of these building types. And admittedly, we continue to have some fun and explore what's happening here in New Zealand around the place and see if there's other opportunities that might come up in the future. But today what I thought I'd do is just share a little bit about how we, when we're approaching our designs, really look at the way we can build in an identity into the buildings and what the facade role is in that identity. And I've got sort of three areas that I'll dig into a little bit around some of the projects and the lessons we've learned in terms of how we sort of really amplify that identity for the venues. The first is really understanding what is it that we can do within the design that allows us to capture that local understanding, whether that be the landscape, whether it's sort of historical elements within the site. What are those reference points that we can then pull into our designs? So in the case of the Aramco Stadium, this is a building that sits right on the edge of the Arabian Gulf. We've been able to capture some of that movement of the waves and of the sails and that sort of nautical theme that goes with that is unique to that part of the coast, if you like, and an identity for the city, and allows us to sort of factor in some of those elements around the movement, the overlapping, the opening and the peeling back in some of these areas to capture the breezes and to do some of these aspects that sort of celebrate what's happening in the environment within that city. And the translucent facade with the sparkle, it gets a bit of the ocean theme, and it has a sort of a nice appearance to it. But it's also about the way that we've designed the building and the facade to both wrap and to spiral around. Because what that's allowed us to do is to have the ramps and the stairs also match that spiral and pick up that ventilation. So as people are moving through the buildings in what can be quite a warm environment, we're trying to maximize those breezes with that facade design opening up and using that translucent shading that comes in through the surroundings of the stadium. And that's one way to approach a local context, but one of the other ways, which has really sort of been an interesting example for us in Seattle, was actually trying to use what's already there on site as much as we can. So Seattle had this beautiful exhibition building. It was a bit iconic for the city. The local residents loved it, but it didn't really work for an arena. It was a big flat floor exhibition space, didn't have a lot of room in there. So what we had to do was come in and actually dig out an 18,000 person arena and bury it underneath the roof of that building. So any of you who have been to arena know that you usually come in pretty low and then you climb up to the top. So this completely flipped the dynamic of this building. That meant that everyone, the best guests to the cheapest seat in the house, were all arriving at the top of the building and dropping down into this arena. So that means the best seat in the house, courtside, you're in the basement, you're right down the bottom there. But it also meant that the arrival, the celebration, was that existing roof, was that existing sort of grand element that sat across the building. And we're able to then tie that through into the building seating bowl as well. Usually these buildings are quite black box, they're shut off, but we really try to link in that identity so that when you're in the bowl, when you're watching a game, when you're seeing a concert, you still have that connection to where you are. You can understand that you're part of that facility and there's that heritage and that element that creates the identity for this building. Now, in the case of creating an identity, it becomes very important at that national scale. So the project we're working on in Morocco at the moment, the Casablanca Stadium, it's going to be 115,000 seats. This is going to be the biggest football stadium in the world. And so this is important to create an identity that really relates to what is it about that Casablanca and Morocco can celebrate and have that unique identity themselves. And so this was about looking at the stories of the gathering of people, the Muslims, the gathering events where the tribes would come together of history, and still today the gatherings within, whether it be the desert or some of the other areas around Morocco, that the tent structures were really important to that. So the teams developed this aluminium lattice structure that has this tent-like appearance that sits across this huge stadium, but also covers a wider area, because 115,000 people coming together is a massive gathering. So it was really important that we give these spaces where these crowds can enjoy and be protected and engage with the surrounding environment. There's 32 massive stair cores all around the stadium, so this whole thing sits across that. But it was important that we bring that experience both to the arrival, so you come in and you feel that tent-like structure, that light floating aspect of it, but also that continues into the seating bowl. So again, when you're in a game, you still feel like you're under that tent structure. You still understand the story. You connect to the identity of the place. And so that's a really interesting sort of aspect, that how do you continue that journey from your arrival and your first glimpses all the way through, so that the entire event you know where you are and how you're connected. In the case of what we're working on in Saudi at the moment, this is a project just north of Riyadh, the King Salman Stadium. And their story was out of germination. It's about this idea of growth, this idea that a seed or a single element can split and crack the surface and create this opening, this way to broaden and engage and create life and bring a journey along. And that was really critical, not just for the story of the facade, the green, the growth, the natural elements, the landscape, celebrating the beautiful and quite sort of mesmerizing landscapes around the area, but also understand that this was a bigger picture around changing the dynamic of Saudi's approach to sport. This is the germination, the creation of an icon for what will be the changing in terms of how they approach their national sporting culture. So this is not just a stadium of 92,000 seats, it's an athletics venue as well as another stadium in there, indoor sports halls, swimming centres. So a huge, massive precinct-wide development that had this story and this identity and this icon that would allow the community, the nation really, to engage with what was going to be there and what was developing. So these stories become quite important in terms of setting a message and setting a precedent for the country at this scale to really understand what's coming. And I think it was mentioned earlier, some of these projects look a bit wild, but these are absolutely under construction. They are happening, they're going ahead, and they are quite demanding on all the teams who are working on them, because they're going ahead very, very rapidly as well. So the next aspect was like, when we get down to the actual materiality, so when we're building the facade, what are we making it out of that can capture that identity? How do we use something that really gives that sense of place through what it is we want to sort of construct the building out of? And those Disney Plus fans, those who have become new fans of Wrexham, will know since Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney have bought the team, there's been a huge growth in the team in the city of Wrexham. And so we've been appointed to develop their new COP stand, this new development of a expansion of the racecourse grounds. Now, the racecourse grounds is hugely iconic. It's been the longest ongoing or continuously operating football stadium in the world. So quite a heritage there that has to be respected and maintained. And Wrexham is a proud community and very much behind their team and understanding of that. And that's fundamental to the design. So whilst the design itself has lots of references around the city, the modulation of the building is broken into the same scale as the townhouses around. The shapes are created off the idea of the coal, that is obviously a coal mining town history. But for us, it was also about understanding the use of the brick. Now, this is a really important sort of local brick. So Wrexham is known as the terracottopolis. It's this idea that this red brick is everywhere and it's spread around and it's locally produced. So I was understanding how can we take that brick and use it in a new way. We sort of developed a contemporary interpretation of this Flemish Bond style of bricklaying to get that openings, to create those spaces within that, and to start to develop a design that allowed us to capture some of the essence of the team and the city together in that new development. So we've been able to emboss the logo within the brick patterning and develop that across the facade to capture that uniquely Wrexham outcome that comes with it. So exciting to see this one coming on, and I think with the global awareness of a team that was pretty far down the ranks and is now coming up. It's amazing to see how that invigoration and enlivenment of the city has really come, and that these buildings will play important roles within that and the identity of the future of the stadium. In Strasbourg, we're doing a similar approach in terms of a new stand, but instead of going for brick or using a sort of a locally sourced material traditional to construction, we're actually using aeroplane fuselages. So we've got 20 Airbus A340 fuselages that we're cutting up to use as this solar shading, this brise soleil on the outside of the stadium. And so what that's allowing us to do is capture this sort of reminiscent element of the fact that Strasbourg has this fantastic production element as part of the Airbus company, but also the fact that the fuselages are upcycled from the days of COVID, where a lot of the airlines had to downsize their fleets. So these basically airplanes were being decommissioned. So it was a unique opportunity in time that we could take this chance and grab these, unused airplanes and slice them up and have that continuity across the 20 different airplanes we used to create this screening. And the screening works beautifully because the curve of the fuselage allows us to provide the protection, provide the shade that we need, but also to get the views out to the park because the stadium sits in this beautiful parkland setting. So it's worked really well to sort of have a unique and a sort of recycled facade, but also something that the people of Strasbourg can be very engaged with because they understand where it's come from and what its history is. One that's very close to my heart, partly because I spent about 4 years in a construction office sitting right about there, is Kaitak Sports Park. Now this opens in 3 days' time, so this has been a long, long journey. I think one of our managing director told the story that at groundbreaking he had been on the project for 19 years, and that was back in 2019. So you can imagine how long these journeys are to get some of these facilities built and developed and happening. But Kaitak Sports Park was this amazing opportunity to develop this stadium and arena and sports ground right on Victoria Harbour in Hong Kong. So it's a very rare opportunity. Again, this amazing opportunity to build on this, what was the old Kaitak airport. So anyone who used to fly into Hong Kong before the new airport, you'd come in, you'd see a mountain, you'd rapidly turn, you'd be landing as people are hanging there washing out on the balconies, that kind of thing. That's this old site. The runway runs down off the image to the left there. And so that's this opportunity to take that airport and turn it into this new community facility. And so by having that understanding that this was important to Hong Kong, it was sitting on the waterfront, Victoria Harbour, obviously iconic in terms of Hong Kong's identity, we had to develop a language, an approach to the facade that allowed us to really capture that. And Hong Kong's been known as the Pearl of the Orient for many, many years. It's sort of anecdotally, affectionately called that. And so leveraging that Pearl approach was something that we took across the entire sports park, but particularly on the main stadium. So the building form, it was very organic. No hard edges, no sharp cutouts for any of the glazing, that kind of stuff. It was a very smooth approach. But it was also about how we developed the skin, the material itself, the aluminium rain screen panel with this color-changing paint to allow us to capture some of those pearlescent qualities, so that we can get this approach of this building, this form that has this pearl, this cherished, this valued object that the community can get behind, people of Hong Kong can embrace and celebrate, and that the building can capture that intensity, if you like, or that value that comes with that. So this was the design renders. You can see we custom developed the color. It was about getting these color shifts between these sort of pinks and purples and just sort of greens and blues and silvers. And the beauty of it is that it changes from morning to night. It changes whether you got a sunny day or a cloudy day. So you get these constant shifts in terms of the way the building appears. So this was the render. This is how the facade looks today. So we're very happy that it's come off very close. We had to do a lot of work around the panelization to make this appearance work quite well. So amazingly, when you're working curves in 3 directions, panel gaps become a real pain. So we had to develop two base modules with 5 submodules for each of these panels. So there's 27,500 modules across the entire facade, and they rotate and flip and adjust to get the constantly changing, if you like, appearance. We wanted to avoid diagonal lines so you don't get this building that looks like it was sloping in a certain direction or sort of cutting in any way. So the whole thing transitions in terms of trying to retain that constant smooth form and organic overall appearance as opposed to a certain directionality. But the panels themselves, when you do that, anyone who's used these color-changing paints will know that it's not just apply the paint, it's a directionality thing. So every panel had to be painted in the certain direction to make sure that the final panel going in the right place, with 27,500 of them, had to be perfectly aligned so that we didn't get one panel that was completely flipped and suddenly color shifted in the other direction, because it would be very, very obvious in that case. So fantastic to see us opening. Again, in 3 days' time, it's opening up, so you're going to start to see a bit more of this coming about. And so really just the rain screen system allowed us to apply these panels, have that access, have that sort of skin wrapping around that continuous form that could carry all the way up. And the changing of those modules allowed us to make sure that we didn't end up with giant panel gaps at the bottom and smaller ones as we got to the higher points where it tucked in. The other thing we're able to do is embed LED pucks within the joints of the panels themselves. So it means that as part of Hong Kong and being on the harbour, as part of the Symphony of Lights, this building will be a continuation of that legacy of Hong Kong. You know, the Symphony of Lights, Hong Kong's famous for it. Every night the whole city lights up. So this will become an important part of that and really sort of serve a beacon, if you like, for what is East Kowloon. It's been traditionally been quite a dark spot in Hong Kong recently, because you can see the rest of the city and the island over there in the distance. And so that use of technology, use of lighting, use of transformation is important to the way we develop our designs. In the case of the National Speed Skating Oval in Beijing, this was the only new permanent build venue for the Beijing Winter Olympics. So it really became the icon of the Games. So this was about how do we create something that is capturing the essence of the Beijing Winter Olympics, the energy, the excitement, what's happening for the Games themselves. And so the design of this building was all about trying to capture the energy of the speed skaters moving around the oval inside the building. So you can see that the building's form, the speed, the lines, the way the ice is cut up as the blades cut through it, was all about how we can capture in a facade design and give that experience for all of those approaching and arriving and understanding what the building is like. So that really gave us an opportunity to start to play with, obviously, embedding those lines, embedding those rings, creating that form that had that movement, that speed, and so we could capture that, but also change the building quite regularly. So it can go from a bright, warm environment to a very cool, icy environment, and we'll obviously operate day and night. So we also had to have a facade that would allow us to still have a unique form and a unique outcome and appearance, but then at night could really turn on and have that vibrancy that came from the lighting that came within that. What was interesting is that the transformation from outside to inside was quite different. So once you're on the concourses, the form you get in terms of that continuous structure, the sort of the radiating elements that move around that, was really exciting to create this very different atmosphere, and the visibility out was a nice final outcome, I suppose, in terms of the way we were able to use the transparency of the building, because the main focus of that external was those LEDs, was that strip of lighting that wrapped around it. So the concept really was to try and create a building that had that movement, had that form that really celebrated what was happening inside it. And that's a really interesting approach, because one of the things about how we define what the inspiration is, it can be about the location, it can be about where we are, but it can also be about what's happening in the building. And one of the most prominent examples of that, I suppose, recently has been the Sphere in Las Vegas. So this has been a very exciting project, because this really completely changed the way people experience entertainment. There's not a venue like this. The client literally came to us and said, no, we want to sort of throw out what you think of traditionally as an arena, what we think of as some of these other building types. We want to rethink how this works. We want to understand what that means. And so the role of the facade was about, well, how do you capture a building that then rethinks how we approach buildings for a whole new experience? So in this case, we had the world's largest spherical structure, obviously a massive undertaking in its own right to build that, 500 feet wide, over 300 feet high, and a huge challenge to develop that, but also to use that to capture what was happening inside, but then to activate it. I mean, you know, we're in Vegas. Nowhere else in the world will you see this as the first example, right? Vegas, the lights, the activity, the energy. This was the place where you could develop a building that would really transform and appreciate where it was, and really action its own environment. So we've got 1.2 million LED pucks around the entire surface. That's spread across 400 mega panels that were installed onto the facade. And so that's allowed us to obviously have this massive controls, massive transformation, and really to engage with what's happening on the site. So really to understand, you know, an F1 car goes past and the eyes follow the car around, you know, that sort of interaction from a building at that sort of scale is amazing and something we've never seen before. And it's allowed the ownership, the client, to really rethink how they might approach what they're doing within the building as well as around the building. So it allows this venue to really engage with the city around it, because Vegas hosts constant events. There's lots of exciting things happening. And also this is hosting 2-3 events a day. You know, the whole model of this is a whole new way in terms of how you can entertain people. And so this has allowed the client to really think, well, how can we transform how we interact externally with the building? But that internal transformation is important because this was designed as essentially a plug-and-play venue. You're not coming in and bumping in all your rigging and your sets and your stage. You're essentially coming in, I say with a USB stick, but it's more like a massive hard drive, the amount of data that these things create. But basically you can come in, you can turn up and you just plug in and away you go, create a performance. And they do, they run 2-3 shows a day, back to back, different shows because they just change the content over. But it's also that it's not about being in the best seat in the house right at the front by the stage. U2's performing and U2's right down the bottom. The show is actually what's in front of you. It's the screen around you. It's a 16K resolution screen that wraps right up around the audience. And so we had to redesign the bowl and the seating and the experience to match that whole new engagement with the crowd. There's also about 220 mechanized panels that open, so you can actually completely access all behind that to get into the building to make that work. And so the facade had to capture that unique outcome, that new idea of how we approach a building and what it is to really experience a new entertainment model. Now that's obviously been built now and we're seeing a lot of interest around that. So the next question is, well, how do you take that to the next level? What's the next outcome? What's the next development of that? How do we push beyond what's been an exciting development? Great, lots of LED on there and a transformative building. How do we go a little bit further? And in the case of the Kadea project, we're now seeing the opportunity to apply some of that transformational element to that stadium scale and start to understand how we can really maximize that digital interaction with the stadium. So again, a hugely ambitious project, sitting 200 meters up on the edge of a cliff. And again, this is happening right now. They're doing early works and starting to get the ground prep to build the stadium on the edge of this cliff. But essentially looking at all of those opportunities for the stadium to digitally interact with the crowd and change the way you experience a stadium design. So the stadium itself is already ambitious and remarkable. It's got a movable pitch which divides into multiple sections. It's got an openable roof. It's also got a massive LED operable wall that opens. So you can't find many more surfaces in a stadium to move if you tried. So there's lots of operation and flexibility there. But the digital overlay of it was about how do we create new experiences for all existing sports and also for new sports. The uptick in esports, the understanding of how people interact with these venues, but the idea that when you're approaching a venue, when you're interacting with it, and as part of a broader city, so the Kadea development is massive. It's taking on new Formula One tracks and theme parks and esports cities and huge developments all around the precinct. And the stadium really sits as part of that iconic element on the cliff celebrating that. And then when you're inside the stadium, the ability to interact with what's happening. So how could you change the way we experience football? How could you be in a game and have this digital interaction, have this overlay, whether that be with the technology embedded within the facades and the surfaces, but also the idea of additional overlays of augmented reality and things that transform that, and then adding other layers to that. So other sports, other events, drone racing and esports tournaments, so those sorts of things that can transform the way we think about the venues we're in and really start to challenge and look at what the next stage is, that what happens when you open up an entire wall of a stadium at a click of a button, and how does that change your experience when you're inside a venue, and what does that create as a memory for you as one of these events? So look, that's really a bit of a rapid fire of a whole bunch of different interesting projects that we've been working on around the world, some opportunities to sort of challenge some ideas and see what might be traditionally done and change that a little bit, see if there's some unique ways for us to open new avenues, and again, to constantly see what might come next. So now we've done these and now we're developing these, how do we take that to the next level and look for the next rounds of projects? So hopefully you've gained something from that and look forward to catching up with you all in the break.
Thank you, James. There was a lot of beautiful eye candy on the screen there. I think we're all quite jealous of these projects. Huh? Next up is Simon Hoyle, the managing director of Venture, and he will talk about what he calls the biggest hole in the facade.
Well, good morning all. It's great to be here and great to see so many familiar faces. So as Stijn said, I'm Simon Hoyle. I'm here today with Venture, and the subject of my chat is performance louvers and what can be engineering the largest hole in your building envelope. If you haven't worked with Venture in the past, we provide a full range of performance louvers, weather-resistant acoustic and smoke relief vents. We've got 3 branches. We have our factory down in Invercargill, our head office and technical support team here in Auckland, and recently opened a branch in Melbourne. We get involved in a lot of different projects, but they can be mostly categorised into one of 3 categories. We do a lot of commercial work, we do a lot of industrial, factories, warehouses and agricultural, and we're starting to do an increasing amount of infrastructure, which includes data centres, railway stations, water treatment plants, and the like. The previous speaker has already touched on this project. Venture is very proud to be part of the Te Kaha One New Zealand Stadium in Christchurch. We're providing over 3,000 square metres of acoustic, operable and fixed blade weather louvers for this project. This video clip was shot about a month ago, shows the facade install. These louvers in the centre here, some of our operable louvers, just to give you an idea of the scale, these are over 5 metre tall panels, 1.5 metre wide with coloured blades that match in with the cultural narrative of the adjacent facade. At Venture, we're very, we take our social and environmental responsibilities very seriously, and we've made a commitment that for every, we'll plant a tree for every square metre of our product that gets installed on a building. To this end, we've partnered with an organisation called Tree Nation, who facilitates tree planting and reforestation projects globally. That's enough of a preamble. There's 3 things I want to talk about today. One is performance louvers and how they can be the largest, leakiest and noisiest opening in your facade. I want to talk about product certification and the fact that independently tested systems provide reliable results. And lastly, I want to talk a little bit about louver installation. I want to start by going back 100 years and looking at window detailing. So 100 years ago, we were building buildings like this, and we were doing windows like this. The building designer of the day acknowledged significant risks when it came to his windows. They were single glazed, thermal performance, acoustic performance was non-existent, and there was always that ever-present risk of water ingress around that timber joinery. If we fast forward 100 years, those risks, as they relate to windows, have been significantly mitigated. Sure, we've just heard from Thermosash and Mott's around thermal performance. The problem hasn't gone away, but the products have increased in performance substantially. The challenges for us, have louvers kept up? Well, time hasn't stood still. We're no longer making louvers out of timber slats. We do have some great products out there, but when you consider that a fixed blade aluminium louver is still essentially a chunk of aluminium full of holes, you start to appreciate the risk that's associated. There's no such thing as a thermally broken louver. There's no such thing as an acoustic louver that has the attenuation performance of a curtain wall or a solid block wall. And there's no such thing, despite some claims that are out there, of a fixed blade louver that's 100% watertight 100% of the time. Now, sometimes it doesn't matter. If we're building a public toilet, thermal performance, acoustic performance, even rain defence performance for the louvers is not really a big deal. But we're not all building public toilets. Some of these projects we can get involved in, the risk is substantially higher. The Christchurch Stadium, as I said, 3,200 square metres of louver on that facade. The home ground, the Auckland City Mission, with very large acoustic louvers feeding the mechanical plant rooms. Hilton Foods, a food processing plant out in Wiri in South Auckland, huge amount of louvers on that facade. If we get these wrong, if the water ingress through these louvers is higher than expected, if the thermal performance, the acoustic performance isn't designed correctly, that's opening up the building designer, the contractor, the supplier, and ultimately the builder owner to substantial risk. So how do we mitigate this risk? The first thing to do is to work with a tested product. And if you're responsible for selecting louvers or procuring louvers, I just ask you to do 3 things. The first is make sure the louver you're working with has been tested and certified. The second is make sure you've got access to that test report. And thirdly, understand what that test report's telling you. This photo here is the Bisria test facility up in the United Kingdom, where all of our louvers have been tested. And we test to the BSE 13030 standard. And that test gives us 2 key bits of data. One is rain defence, the second is aerodynamic or airflow performance. This audience is going to be mostly interested in rain defence. There's 4 classifications, Class A, B, C, D. Class A louver under the test conditions allows less than 1% of the water in. The opposite end of the scale, a Class D louver, allows greater than 20% of the rain to enter between the blades and inside the building. I'm going to diverge slightly and talk about purchasing a car in 1976 in communist Germany. Now, if you're on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall and you're in the market for a car, the likely thing you were looking at was this Trabant 601. Now, for you, those of you out there that don't know what the Trabant was, its body was made out of a cardboard-like material. It had an unreliable and underpowered two-stroke engine, and it had a maximum speed of 100 k's an hour. And yet the East Germans fell over themselves to buy this thing. They'd go on a 10 to 15 year waiting list just to get their hands on one, and they'd put down 3 or 4 years' annual salary to buy one. When you consider that on the other side of the Berlin Wall, the population had access to something like this BMW, you wonder why the East Germans were happy with such an inferior product. Well, John's already used the term, but they didn't know what good looked like. Most of them had never seen a BMW in the flesh, let alone driven one. They didn't understand what quality, what handling, what power looked like in a good car. And the same context can be applied to louvers today. Do you know what good looks like when it comes to a louver system? There's 3 suppliers of double bank drainable weather louvers here in New Zealand, 3 main suppliers, and there's ourselves and 2 others. We've taken the technical literature, publicly available technical literature for all 3 systems and overlaid them to compare performance results. This slide shows the rain defence performance. Along the bottom is airflow in through the louver, down the side is percentage of effectiveness for wind-driven rain. The blue line at the top is the Ventura product, it's the VL2SD system. Green line is alternative number 1, and orange is alternative number 2. Now, it's worth bearing in mind that these 3 products looked very similar. If they're up on a building 2 stories up, you're pretty hard pressed to tell the difference between them. They're all tested, they're all certified, there's test reports available. Does it mean they perform the same way? No. When you look at this clicker would work, when there's no air entering the louver, they're all providing about 100% rain defence. Go back to the Trabant example. When the Trabant and the BMW are standing still, they're doing pretty much the same job. When we start bringing air in through the louver, you start to see that performance change. At the end of the test, at 3.5 metres a second intake velocity, the Ventura product's still holding 95% effectiveness. The green product's dropped down to 80% effectiveness, and the orange product is down below 20%. That means over 80% of the water is getting in between the blades of that system. Same 3 products just plotted for airflow. Again, we can see a similar performance correlation. So, do you understand what good looks like, or are you just using the same product as you used last time because you haven't gone out and looked? We understand that working with all this data can be a bit mind-boggling, particularly if you're not using it, working with it all the time. We've created this tool on our website, which is a louver selector tool. You just simply answer some multi-choice questions. Depending on the answers you give, it'll ask different questions till eventually it will prescribe the right product for your application. Conscious there's going to be other presentations about carbon later in the day. However, operational carbon emissions as they relate to louver performance is something that I'm very precious about. And we've modelled a building that would use 75 cubic metres per second of airflow, operational 10 hours a day over a 25-year lifespan. If we look at 3 different louver scenarios, a high efficiency louver, medium efficiency and low efficiency louver across that design lifespan, we can see the operational carbon emissions for each choice. For a high efficiency louver, a louver that's averaging 10 pascals of pressure loss, we're seeing about 13 tonnes of carbon being emitted. The other end of the scale, that low efficiency louver, we're over 35 tonnes. And just to put some context around it, these little aeroplanes here mimic the carbon emissions created by an economy seat from Auckland to Heathrow. We can see that by simply choosing the right louver or sizing it correctly, over 25 years, we could save the equivalent of 9 flights halfway around the world. And then there's, of course, embodied carbon. So if we take a product like a 3-stage louver, which is quite aluminium heavy, and it's made out of black aluminium, it could contain up to nearly half a tonne of embodied carbon. If we're using green aluminium from TY Point, it could be as low as 60 kgs per square metre. It's worth asking where your aluminium's coming from. The last thing I want to touch on was installation. Now, we've all seen horror stories, everybody's got horror stories, I want to share a couple. Here's a situation where a contractor has ordered louvers off a mechanical schedule without site measuring the openings in the facade. Gets to site, the louvers are too small for the hole, so the solution has been to glue a piece of 3mm sheet to the wall, cut a hole in it and then install his louver. On the inside it got even better. These louvers have got intumescent fire dampers behind them. The intumescent fire dampers have been ordered at the wrong size, and a solution here was to take leftover fire dampers, cut them up on site, stick them together and make these little infill panels. This is another example where a contractor has made electrogalv sheet metal plenums to go into window joinery prior to the louvers being installed. So this is electrogalv, not aluminium. It's been sealed up with duct mastic, so not facade sealant. This is the goop they use on ventilation ducts, and he's screwed it into place with galvanised Tek screws. I don't think I need to tell this audience what's going wrong there. So why do these problems occur? Well, there's two recurring themes. One is people reinventing the wheel when it comes to louver installation details. We get it, people don't, there's trades out there that don't work with louvers every day of the week like we do. And if they're reinventing installation details, they're not always reinventing them well. The second is the wrong sub-trade being asked to install the louvers. All too often we see the main contractors awarding ventilation louvers to mechanical subcontractors because they associate them with the HVAC system. Now these guys don't belong on the facade. They do a fantastic job inside, seismic, ductwork, refrigerant, the works. They don't understand facade engineering or weather tightness details. It's worth noting all of these examples I've just showed you were mechanical engineers. So what's the answer? Well, I lifted this cartoon, great cartoon by Malcolm Walker. It's going to be a while before artificial intelligence helps us out of this one. Today at Zak, we're launching a new louver system which we believe answers a bunch of these questions. So we've taken the perimeter framing for all of our louvers and developed alternative systems that allows any of our louver systems to be glazed into a window joinery suite as if they were a pane of glass. This photo here is a photo of a sample that's out on the table out in the foyer. If you haven't seen it already, drop by on the break and let's take a look at it. But it does two things. So here's some more sectional details. This is a two-stage louver going into curtain wall. Our single bank drainable louver, again glazed in. A slimline louver going into a residential suite. And then a ventilation cowl, so not a louver but a cowl, again with that proprietary glazed in frame around, enabling it to be inserted into the window suitably. Now this does two things. One is it deals with the whole detailing question. There are thousands of people in the industry in New Zealand that understand glazing. There are those same thousands of people understand window detailing. They know what a good window detail looks like on paper, and they know what a good window installation detail looks on site. We're not reinventing the wheel. The second is it encourages the builders to put the louvers in the right contract package. When the louvers are installed, are shown as being into the window joinery, there's not the temptation for them to award them to an HVAC contractor. They're going to put them in the window joiner's contract package where they belong. So just to recap, performance louvers, the risks around leaks, drafts and noise can be engineered out. Make sure you're using proper test data. Facts and data will set you free. And lastly, installation, the right detail and the right contractor will end in the right result. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Simon. We have one more presentation before the networking break, and this one will be given by Shane Hart from Insol, who's going to talk a little bit about the art and science of facade testing.
Thank you, Stijn. And I'm very conscious that I'm standing between 400 people and coffee, so we'll get right on with it. Insol is a New Zealand-based company who specialise in the design, testing, supply and install of bespoke facades and facade screening. So we're going to talk about some of the risks with bespoke facade screening. We're going to talk about some of the testing that's available and what can be done to mitigate it. And following on from that, we're going to talk about the introduction of a new test standard, which is now available to help mitigate some of these risks. And as we go through, we'll touch on a few experiences and case studies. But first of all, we focus on external facade screening, which is the porous external shading elements on the outside of a building. So purely architectural, for privacy, for solar shading, potentially for rain screening and aesthetics, of course, most importantly. But more importantly, we're not talking about windows, we're not talking about cladding, we're not talking about joinery. And the difference is important because of the way that each part of the facade is tested. Physical testing of the joinery has been touched on already this morning, but physical testing of the joinery will focus on air tightness, weather tightness, thermal performance. Testing of the facade screening, which is an inherently porous element in itself, needs to focus on how the wind will actually interact with an object. So just some examples of bespoke facade screening. To give you an idea of what we're speaking about, you'll see it used in large areas on structures, for example, car parking buildings or parking structures, data centres, stadiums, where it's used to allow ventilation but provide beautification of the building and bring an architect's aspiration to life. Then it's used on, we see it used on office buildings, apartments, hotels, in the educational sector and the like, where it's used for shading and privacy, and also to express architectural features of the building and bring an architectural expression to life. And for that reason, we work with a wide variety of materials. Our passion is in the design and engineering, so we work with the materials to bring an architectural vision to life. As designers continue to push the boundaries, those of us who are actually doing or bringing the architectural vision to life need to be prepared with the tools and the knowledge to carry these designs out. And some of the issues and challenges currently include a lack of understanding of wind interaction. And what I mean by that is we see a good level of understanding around facade testing of the facade itself. So predominantly focused on around, like, for example, 4284 testing and testing for leaks, safety and fire, which is good and it needs to be done. But there might be some other risks which are not being considered or maybe being overlooked. Facades aren't always engineered as a complete system. Some of the, on the shading elements, some of the geometries can create some complicated load paths, for example, and simulated loads don't always replicate serviceability conditions, how they're going to act in real life. And the biggest challenge is the lack of a current test standard which applies to bespoke architectural feature facades. Now, like most things in construction, the risks tend to cascade down to the bottom or get left with a last man standing. Having completed hundreds of projects since 2002, with that knowledge, you're able to look at a project and very quickly understand what the risks are and what needs to be done. And some of the unique risks that we're looking at is, can we guesstimate the wind loads right? How will the wind actually interact with the item or the object? Will it be subject to cyclical loading, fatigue? More importantly, will it whistle or hum in the wind? So issues with buildings that make noise in the wind are annoying, embarrassing, expensive, and wind noise issues tend to be very expensive to mitigate and to litigate. This is one such example. This is a building in the United Kingdom, the Beetham Tower in Manchester, 47-storey structure. I believe it was one of the first proper skyscrapers outside of London, completed in 2006, and it's got this 9-metre high feature fin on top of it, and it's purely aesthetic, purely for architectural feature. It's made up of a number of slats or fins, and what the building's most well known for is the noise it creates on a windy day. Which is caused by vibration of the wind as it moves through those slats. And I've showed this video before, but I'll see if we can get it to play again to give you an idea of what we're talking about. So hopefully that's coming through, but some of the noises the words that spring to mind are annoying, expensive, difficult, tricky. So fixing something like that, obviously once it's built, as I said, expensive to litigate and to mitigate. Happens in other areas as well. This is the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. Again, very high profile example. Around 2020, the Transportation Department decided they started replacing some of the railings on the western side of the bridge. So they were replacing the balusters in an effort to try and reduce wind loading on one side of the bridge. The replacement railing was slat, so it's a relatively common problem to have aeroacoustic noise produced from thin slats placed next to each other, and effectively turned the bridge into a giant tuning fork. I've got a video of this one too. The video was taken when the replacement was only around about a quarter of the way across the bridge. The contractors stopped at that point because no one wanted them to go any further. And I understand they're still working on a fix. They may have found one, I think from some research I did, that they're yet to roll it out. So again, you can see it's quite a distance. The video is taken quite a distance from the bridge, and it's projecting this noise right across the Bay Area. So, like the previous example, there is a whole multitude of videos on the internet of these examples and others as well. I'd like to suggest that there's possibly around about 10 issues of wind noise which actually occur to every one which actually makes its way into the public domain. It does happen more often than you think, and it's kept very quiet, pardon the pun, because of the obvious mitigation and the legal challenges and risks that it presents. The next slide I have is not a wind noise risk or issue. It's a structural failure. We showed it before, but this is one of our own failures. This is occurred a number of years ago. A number of bifolding screens on a facade here in Auckland, where one of the screens failed very badly, which the cause of it was the hardware, the bifolding hardware itself. Now, the hardware was specified from a third-party supplier. Unfortunately, the manufacturer didn't want to know anything about the issue. They pointed out, tried to say that the hardware is being used outside its intended use. We weren't really too sure what its intended use was, given it was bifolding hardware. But what it highlighted to us was the importance of testing and engineering a complete system, not in parts. We know the issue goes further than this. We've watched other projects where bifolding screens have been installed, and it's only a short time before they've been lashed with tie-downs. So what can be done? Some of these issues and lessons taught us the value of physically testing something. So we can calculate wind loads, we can simulate structural static loads. Calculating the many other effects of wind is not always so simple, but the ultimate way to mitigate is a full-scale test. There isn't a lot of wind tunnels set up for this. In 2019, we commissioned our own wind tunnel, our wind lab as we call it, specifically for one-to-one scale testing of facade screening and facade elements. It's alongside our workshop factory, so we have around about a total area of about 3,000 square metres with a factory on the side. The wind tunnel itself is incredibly powerful. It's 1.5 megawatts, so driving 4 huge fans. We can push 500 up to 500 cubic metres of air through that every second, and up to speeds of around about 50 metres per second. Not quite 50, but very close to it. So the current configuration is a 4 metre by 4 metre nozzle, but we've got a reducer. We can reduce that down to 3 metres per 3 metres to increase that wind speed. Some of the projects we've worked with it on, the Auckland International Airport car park, multi-storey car park. So Peddlethorpe is the architect and Icon is the main contractor. We believe it's one of the largest car parking structures in New Zealand. And there's a number of cool features we'll integrate in the facade itself, but it is an incredibly exposed location, and potential for wind noise and rattling of the screening was raised very early in the process. And we were able to test to mitigate that risk. The initial panels were particularly noisy, so they did create quite a bit of wind noise. We ended up going through an iterative process to design that out, but still meet the overall architectural intent. Our second project is one we're working on at the moment with Ignite Architects and South-based construction. So this is the University of Canterbury post-production building, and the western facade's got over 700 perforated triangular panels, all fixed at varying angles. The building itself contains mixing studios and recording stages, so the tolerance for wind noise is 0. We've been busy testing the fins in the wind tunnel to ensure there's no future issues. So the third project, current project working on is a US consulate building, Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. A fantastic looking design by Richard Kennedy Architects, but it has these amazing feature fins, which clad the outside of the 2 towers. And the fins are designed to bring filtered light into the building, but provide a good degree of privacy and solar shading. So they've got a series of deep angular folds on them, some pretty complex geometries. Some of the fins are perforated, and given the high profile of the building, given the high risk profile, so we've got a number of gaps, we've got a complex geometry, we've got some perforations. We're testing those fins to ensure there's going to be no ongoing issues for wind noise. That's a render of the test rig in the wind tunnel itself. It's one of the largest specimens we've tested in the wind tunnel. It's over 6 meters wide, and we've had to build a special test structure for it to actually sit on. Now, gust flex testing, this isn't actually covered by any current standards, but the next stage with the wind tunnel, we're going to be rolling out life cycle serviceability testing, so where we can test and we can give a facade or a fin a 1,000 gust test, so using the wind tunnel to manufacture a consistent and constant gusts. And like anything, a building will obviously experience many thousands of gusts over the course of a year, so we're below design pressure, so we need to check and reveal issues, designed to check and reveal issues which might not become apparent in one-off testing. Now, we touched on this earlier, there hasn't previously been any single test standard for bespoke facades. However, last year, the Australasian Wind Engineering Society published a new quality assurance manual, which was written specifically for the testing of bespoke facades and these elements which are particularly tricky to test and to study. Now, this here is the test to specify for complex facades. I won't read you the whole standard now. I won't go into it in depth, but we've got some copies available on our stand. If anyone's wanting to grab one of those, I'm more than happy to share it. One thing the test standard doesn't tell us is when to test. So typically it's part of the design and shop drawing process, ideally early in the design phase. And just like to point out that obviously design issues don't need to cost millions of dollars to fix, and catching issues early is critical. And I think most designers understand this. So we need to help project managers, contractors and the clients understand that testing it early will actually make the project run better. As we said, issues with wind noise are expensive to mitigate and litigate. It's best to test as early as we can. So just to sum up briefly, we've talked about some of the risks, gaining an understanding of what you're actually doing. The challenges aren't always the same challenges as traditional facades. The new AWES QAM test standard can be specified as a test standard on high-risk projects, and get the testing done early, along with VMUs, if possible, iron out those kinks early. Thank you very much.
Well, that's it. We made it to the end of our morning session. There is some coffee outside. I would invite everybody to go and visit the booths of the sponsors. There's some very interesting stuff there. Okay, everybody, we are ready for our second session, and we're going to kick that off with a very interesting speaker from Canada, Brian Hubbs here. He's the managing principal of RDH. And what he's going to talk about is something I think we all should listen very carefully to. All yours.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to see me today.
I have a question. How do you keep such positive energy when showing so many moldy pictures, you know? Not easy. Right, next up is David. Everybody knows David. I don't have to do much of an introduction here. David Hayes, chairman of Thermosesh, and David will talk a little bit about risk and proactive risk management.
Morning, everybody. Good to have your company. I decided about 10 years ago New Zealand needed to have a sort of international facade conference in New Zealand to obviously manage some of the leaky building issues and problems we were experiencing. I've been on a brands advisory committee in the early 90s, and obviously we had a big problem that wasn't going away. This is the third time we've sponsored this conference here in New Zealand with Zak. And it's really a way of giving back to the industry and helping the New Zealand vertical construction industry specifiers and procurement decision makers manage facade design, build and performance risk. We've also brought Mark Zobek over to New Zealand to present this afternoon. Mark used to have my role at Pearce for 30 years, worked in the head office in Italy, running their engineering and R&D side of the business. So he'll obviously give you a very good overview of some of the issues he sees internationally. I think we all realise that the vertical construction industry is still building leaky buildings today. The Auckland Council this year has a budget of $263 million for the remediation of leaky buildings predominantly. The highest risk building class in the unitary plan under 25-metre multi-storey residential buildings, and the Auckland region alone builds 2.6 billion of that asset class a year. 263 million obviously represents roughly 10% of that value, which represents the value of the spend on the facade. What a lot of people in the vertical construction industry do not recognise is that over a 10-year facade guarantee period, the liability doubles over this 10-year period due to the compounding cost of inflation on labour and materials, which is why very few facade design build contractors survive long term. The guarantee liability kills them unless they are disciplined, have high quality, durable design solutions with redundancy, and the discipline to manufacture and install them consistently well under contracting pressure as a critical path trade closing in the structure. The history of remediation cost of leaky buildings in New Zealand over 10 years after their build highlights that they cost more than the whole project's cost of construction to complete the remedial work due to the consequential costs involved. Learning from history. 10 years ago, Peter Larlis and Carl Jones, two of our New Zealand's most recognised facade consultants, put together a risk matrix model for specifiers and councils which identifies key parameters that need proactive management to achieve durable, successful outcomes. They highlighted the key risk matrix items as follows. Medium, high risk SLS wind loads over 1.5 kPa. E2 Acceptable Solutions nominates a mandatory 100 mil upstand. Any SLS wind load above 1 kPa will support a static waterhead of over 100 millimetres. Commercial window systems on multi-storey buildings, particularly around balcony areas, have designed rear air seals. Does the secondary structural stud framing walls that form the window opening, have a secondary rear air seal? Envelope geometrical complexity parameters. This needs management. Best type of facade systems. Engineered, prefabricated, designed to accommodate building movements. No reliance on exposed sealants. Limited use of site-applied sealants. Overall responsibility for design, fabrication, installation by people experienced with the system solution. More than 10 years successful history of use on similar buildings. Use the least number of facade systems and types on your project. Building movements, accommodation, minimise allowable NZS 1170 vertical horizontal structure movements. Low risk horizontal interstory seismic SLS movements, a maximum of plus or minus 6 millimetres, and a ULS horizontal movement of plus or minus 20 maximum. Low-risk vertical beam deflections maximise deflections at plus or minus 10 mil. Scoring system of the above risk matrix identifies your project's risk to having weathering durability issues. So when you look at that and the impacts of it, this is like we analyse this stuff to death. So I've made it pretty simple. Obviously a 6 metre beam span between columns. Your mid-span allowable is span upon 200. So you'll add 20 mil deflection at mid-span. So if you've got 3 1 metre wide panels to make your centre span deflection at 20 mil, obviously you've got roughly 7 mil deflection across each width, which causes an aspect ratio over the height of the building, over the floor to floor height. So I've made that easy. If you make it 3 metres, then you've got a rotation on that panel. How do you think a stud wall accommodates these movements? And clearly they don't. This is one of the major reasons why buildings fail in New Zealand. It's the technology and the way we build them. It's interesting, in 1170, cladding systems are defined as non-load bearing walls. And on that basis, the structural engineer must isolate the cladding systems from primary structure framing loads. We live in a country with a lot of earthquake risk. The NZS 1170 Structures Code actually defines no maximum inter-storey building movement allowable or parameter. That's up to the engineer to define how he's interpreted 1170 and how he's designed his structure accordingly. It would be really handy for the engineers, structural engineers, to tell the rest of the industry actually what those movements are, because those movements need to be taken right through the facade element, the skin. And guess what? It affects weathering as well. So your cheaper primary structural frames are more flexible. These movements must be designed into the cladding if you want your facade to be durable from a weather tightness perspective. So the structural engineer, in my mind, has primary design responsibility to coordinate his design by formally advising the construction teams through his design features report of his structure, vertical and horizontal differential movements. So the various trades are made aware of the appropriate product solutions they are looking to incorporate in the project and actually whether they can accommodate those movements. So as I said, we analyse these things to death because they've got a direct relationship with weathering and durability, and we're guaranteeing the installed end product is going to be durable and weather tight for a 10-year period. The building code requires a B2 15-year minimum durability. So you see in our systems, we've got a lot of movement capability in our systems, and we design them to suit the various projects. Where do you see these types of movement and movement accommodations in a rain screen application? In a lot of the construction of our multi-storey apartment buildings up to 25 metres. They just don't have them, in my mind. So we've got a service and maintenance division that goes around looking at a lot of buildings. We see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of this sort of end product solution, and some of them are on pretty reasonably new buildings. But you can see the claddings are just breaking up because they're not being designed to accommodate the movements. They're not fit for purpose. They should not be used. I don't know why we're using them. It's 35 years that this has been happening, and we don't seem to have moved forward, and it's a little bit sobering. Cracked rain screen and RAB walls attached to secondary structural stud walls, infill walls, dead loaded on the structural beam, highlights the inability of these stud walls to accommodate the allowable 1170 vertical, horizontal designed building movements. We're now using gypsum board as a RAB on these secondary structural walls, clearly on flexible structure. These large allowable 1170 vertical, horizontal movements will cause RAB fixings to pull through the gypsum, RAB due to these structural movements, inducing elongation of the fixing holes and pull-out under subsequent suction loads. Secondary structural walls, dead loaded on 1170 beams, cannot accommodate these large allowable vertical horizontal structure movements, and on that basis will fail. It's only a matter of time affecting their B2 durability. Clearly, the failure of RAB will require the removal of the rain screen cladding system to access and repair, and your RAB is your critical air seal and critical weathering line. What delay impacting durability will there be to the remediation work being undertaken, which will potentially escalate the repair? So quite often we see it takes years for people, they recognise they've got a problem, but it'll take them 5, 6, 7 years to actually get round to actually doing something about it, and in that time frame obviously you're getting a lot more degradation. So we live in a country with a lot of earthquake risk. Professor Tim Sullivan at the University of Canterbury Engineering School has led research using the new earthquake shake table down in Canterbury that highlights that secondary NZS 3604 framed walls with insert windows and doors lose weather tightness after very small earthquake. So in their testing, 4 different types of typical New Zealand cladding types with integrated punch windows and doors and 10 different combinations were tested on the shake table and then subsequently tested to 4284 weathering. Full-scale systems were tested and they were supplied and installed by 2 different industry suppliers. Results highlighted that 100% weathering failure of all of the 10 samples seismically tested. They were only tested to plus or minus 12 mil, 0.35% of the story-to-story height, typically half the typical inter-story seismic movements that we design our systems to. So, pretty low-scale risk and low-scale movements. Notably, the weather tightness was lost on all samples without visual sign of damage to the test samples. So what needs to be recognised is that above industry average tradespeople were used to build the test samples. They knew their work was going to be tested and they had a 100% failure rate at very low inter-story SLS building movements. The question needs to be asked, how much damage will occur to the secondary structural framing elements before weathering leaks are remediated and impacting B2 durability code compliance, as well as obviously impacting the remediation cost? It doesn't bode well for our cladding solutions that we're adopting and using in this country, does it? NZS 4211 is an acceptable solution code and should be limited to residential structures up to a maximum of 11 metres in height. It is not suitable for use in high weathering exposure on EM7 structures up to 25 metres positioned on ridges and coastal sites due to the 1170 applied wind loads. Because 4211 only tests the window frame and is not required to test the complete building-in condition. So what sense does it make that the window doesn't leak, but the window opening does? Could someone tell me something good about that? Sentinel building sensors have over 100 building sensors positioned on structures in this CBD in the capital. There was a recent 5.8 magnitude Wellington earthquake that occurred at 5 a.m. on the 6th of October 2024 at a depth of 32 kilometres ex-GeoNet. Tens of buildings, over 30 multi-storey buildings, experienced inter-story structure movements above their defined SLS limits. Above SLS design specified seismic inter-story structure movements have human safety compliance requirements and it is allowed for the facade to require maintenance and repair work at the building owner's cost. This is a report post the Christchurch earthquake. It's worth a read. It goes through and shows a whole lot of different types of cladding systems. We're still using these cladding systems today. They failed in Christchurch, but we're still using them on buildings that we're building today. You'd like to think we'd learn from this. Houston, we've got a problem. Nobody is coordinating NZS 1170 allowable building movements and where they occur in a country with high probability of regular earthquakes. Structural engineers are not defining their 1170 structure differential movements, and they're not designing, coordinating secondary structural walls to accommodate these allowable designed structure movements, which is a large contributing factor behind our New Zealand leaky building problems. Joint and several legal liability law, we're the only country in the world with this law. The public, through rates, are paying for the commercial risk in the vertical construction industry. How sustainable is this for New Zealand, the only country with this law in the world? Risk associated with importing foreign fabricated facades where QA/QC inspections, laboratory testing of offshore and certification of New Zealand code compliance is questionable, difficult and expensive to undertake, is highlighted by all the problems being experienced by the Australian vertical construction industry with self-procured product from Asia. Google search Uganda asbestos, just as an example. The ability to maintain and service the imported facade, it may not impact the initial performance of the facade, but what may impact the B2 durability, which is linked obviously to our joint and several liability law and where the risk is actually landing and being paid. How do you chase guarantees and guarantee liability with overseas supply chains? And is B2 durability of 15 years realistic on multi-storey buildings with height and access issues? Again, refer to the Australian experience after 15 years of importing facade systems. If New Zealand does not learn from history, we will be forced to relive it time and time and time again, which has a link to the definition of insanity. Who makes the procurement decisions on the facade solution adopted, and who signs off the responsibility for the performance of the completed as-built project? The architect, the facade consultant, the structural engineer, the project manager, the PQS, or the council representing the public purse through rate takes. Does $2 million PI insurance cover manage the potential remediation cost risk? How do you think imported facades from Europe and Asia countries without seismic codes and seismic testing requirements perform in New Zealand? H1, thermal performance. I thought we had a great presentation from Alex and John earlier. Again, it's an area that New Zealand's, I don't know where our brains are. We clearly need to start thinking a bit more clearly in this space, particularly when you're building high-rise, multi-storey apartment buildings. Is H1 more important than B1, B2 and E2? Mechanical consultants are applying H1 acceptable solution tables on multi-storey residential buildings because they're quick and easy. Solutions to do acceptable solution tables generate the best outcomes, and are they appropriate, applicable on multi-storey residential apartment building specifications? The answer is no, by the way. NZS 3604 designed secondary structural stud walls do not accommodate 1170 allowable building movements when used in multi-storey construction, and therefore are not fit for purpose as a design solution. Is H1 more important than B1, B2, E2 or the New Zealand Building Code? As a facade design build contractor and high-risk producer statement author, I'm signing off B1, B2 and E2, which I can do for a punch window into a secondary structural wall. We're not signing off H1 We are able to submit thermal analysis of the window, door, curtain wall solution to assist the H1 producer statement author signing the PS1 design producer statement. E3 condensation risk is often used as an argument against the use of engineered prefabricated solutions. H1 acceptable solutions tables are based on our traditional NZS 3604 acceptable structure solutions for an insulated secondary structural wall with an R value of 2.5 or better. Yet prefabricated modular solutions are used internationally in colder climates like Canada, North America and the UK. We know that we position the insulation in our secondary structural walls in the wrong place. I don't know why we keep doing it. We know cooling costs more than heating costs, typical in New Zealand. We're cooling buildings for roughly 10 months of the year or more. We've got a tremendous thermal engineering H1 ability at Thermosash. We have 35 engineers at Thermosash, 5 have got PhDs. We understand the impact of this technology on the envelope and where things and how things need to be designed, if people ask. H1 modelling must be used on multi-storey buildings. Clearly, heat is not lost through multi-storey floors and ceiling slabs. Only vertical external walls need to be considered. It is recognised, however, that H1 does not sufficiently cover solar heat gain or air tightness impacts on the mechanical performance. We know it's more expensive to mechanically cool than heat. By building accurate models, you will save capital expenditure by specifying high performance only where it is needed and end up with a durable building facade solution as a result. H1 requires early engagement to determine the facade modulation, which impacts the architectural aesthetics and the identification of compliant products that impacts the material selections that you need. I think we all recognise that Canada had a massive leaky building problem. How do you think they build today? The lessons are available overseas. I don't know why we don't follow them here in New Zealand, but engineered facade solutions really are the only appropriate product in a country with high seismic risk and flexible built structures, which are more economic, and that seems to be what is built. If we're not students of history, we will be forced to relive it again. We have experienced leaky buildings since the early 90s. When are we going to learn, and when are we going to change? I'm still waiting. New Zealand needs to change our joint and several law to proportional liability. What we've got is madness for our taxpayers. Leaky buildings and the cost of remediation is without doubt impacting this country's economic growth, our productivity, and will impact overseas investment due to the cost and time taken for projects to get through the design and consenting compliance stage and the significant cost risk of this process. We need to make better facade procurement decisions that are fit for purpose for our country. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Kaare Krokene, and he is going to do a presentation on facade storytelling beyond the building. Stage is yours, Kaare.
Kia ora, everyone. Good eftermiddag and good afternoon. You did really well in pronouncing my name. It normally takes me the first 30 minutes of my 30 minutes to explain my name, but Kaare is very, very close. I want to start by acknowledging, on behalf of Snøhetta, the traditional owners of the country where we meet today, the Maori people, as well as the Kaurna people of Kaurna country and Wurundjeri people of Naarm, where Snøhetta studios are based in Australasia. We pay our respect to the continued connection to all First Nation peoples and the land, sky and waters of elders, past, present and emerging. I would also like to thank Zak World of Façades to invite me back. I was actually speaking back in 2019, where I also spoke about some of our projects, but I focused then on the more international project of ours, because we were early in the process here in Australasia with our project work. Today, and I'm hoping not to disappoint you too much, I'm going to be talking about a handful of our local projects. I also would like to group my presentation into what I very often did, and also did now six years ago, into the categories of people, process, and project, because our projects, including the facade component, is only a result of the process that we apply and the people that we deal with, being our own co-workers, clients, or consultants at large. So a little bit about our people first. This is most of us, actually. We're not that many. I'll talk about that later. But most of us last year, when we went back to Norway from all the different studios, we had business planning happening in Oslo, where our main office is. And then we went up to the mountain of Snøhetta, which we are named after, and we have a very close connection to. And we do this quite regularly, and it's getting harder and harder, trust you me, to climb this mountain. But we climb it together. It's a way for us to get close to how it all started for us, get close to place and get close to landscape and get closer to our colleagues. So it's a real lovely opportunity for us all to know each other better. We have 8 studios in total across the world. 2 of those studios are based in Australasia, and where I am the managing director, and we look after all the project opportunities in this region. And I'm very happy to been given this region, so don't tell anybody I think I got the best of the pick. But we are only around 350 people globally. So clearly, with all the project that we've got happening, it's based on collaboration. So we are very, very interested in working with local design partners to really unpack the local context, and much more than creating, hopefully we can do both, but much more than creating incredible project, which is actually quite easy to do. We want to create credible projects, and we need to do so through really getting the local know-how, the local context to make them of its place, we believe. Okay, I'll talk a little bit about the process, because we're going to come back into that when I do talk to some of our projects. The first one is sort of another image from the same climb, but getting physical is also about sort of staying active and being active together. There's something quite energizing about doing that, and it connects us again to the place a lot more. But it's also about getting physical in our processes. So this is from our Adelaide studio, where we are lucky being in a cheaper place of Australia, at least, where we can have a large workshop. So we've got 200 square meters of testing and production facility there, headed up by John. See if I can get this pointer to work even, that would be cool. John up there, who is a 4th generation furniture designer and maker. So he's heading up that process and making sure that we are using that tool. And that's all about sort of using all the tools from the analog, so all the tools in our toolbox, from the analog to the digital tools, whether the digital tool is a robot that we've got in our Oslo studio, whether it's now is the all-important everywhere artificial intelligence. But we still very much believe in getting splinters and the accidental outcomes and the slightly different process you get through the analog processes. If you can use them all, we think that's a benefit. The other one is zooming. We often remind ourselves, and we have a process that triggers ourselves to step away from the details that we are dealing with or at a certain point in time on the project, but just step back and look at what are we trying to achieve, what is the more big picture. And that, which is sort of what an artist do, and he literally steps away from the canvas, also illustrates the strong connection that we have to art in our projects for sure, but also in our process. And in Australasia, we are lucky enough to have a curator, Lara, on board as well, that helps us to introduce that thinking and those processes into how we work. So the idea of a multidisciplinary practice is not uncommon, but we are trying to be really transdisciplinary to expand the disciplines that we do work with and basically mix them up in a transdisciplinary way, which we found really interesting. The ultimate zoom out for us is when we do our concept workshops, which is very, very early on, where we explore the narrative behind a project, and we we would invite the client and the extended group to be a part of that process to really look at what the narrative of the project is and what we want it to be about. And it brings me a little bit to the topic of today, so I'm going a little bit sort of around it here, but I'm approaching it, guys, I promise. But it's much more, that process is exploring the emotional brief. We often get, and I'm sure you guys get the same, we get briefed to projects that are awfully, first of all, they're not brief, they should be called longs, because they are very detailed and they are very functional driven often. They are getting better, I must say, though. But what we try to do is to sort of look at what the emotional ambitions is for our clients as well, and end users. What do you want this building to do to you? And what do you want to feel when you use that project? So I am, and I hope not to disappoint you, with my project, I'm going to talk about more the emotional part of facades, where facades very much, we think, is a part of the storytelling. So I hope you've had your functional, technical fix, both from Brian and David and the speakers before them as well, because I'm going to be staying on the left-hand side here, mostly. I'm going to be talking about local projects. Again, if I had more time, I would talk about some of the international projects, maybe like the IC Reisen project in Austria, which is a timber building with an all-green facade, or maybe the Under project, the underwater restaurant with its 600 millimeter thick glazing. But I am going to focus on some of our local projects. So here we go. How am I going with time? Oh, not too bad. Okay, the first project I want to talk about, that started around the time, I'd say, when I last spoke at Zak in 2019. Lord, time flies. It's been a super interesting project. It's on Naarm country in Melbourne, and it's an old tea house, a project, a Victorian gorgeous building, which was built in 1886, I believe. Yeah, 1886. And it's a project where time has caught up with it, where it's sitting on the south bank of Melbourne, and it has been abandoned and been sitting there as an empty, unused site for a long, long time. We were approached by the client who contacted us and didn't want to give us, and so this is pre-brief, they didn't want to give us any target yield. They did say very little, about the history of the site, but they wanted us to come up with what we thought was the appropriate response to a site like this, with an important historic heritage building like the tea house. So we set out to do that during a couple of weeks. We can see that, I'll try to point again, but the tea house is a 6-story building sitting on site here, so this is an older image. It used to have a number of, which are no longer there, but a number of, how do I do that? Go away. Going back again. A number of ancillary supporting buildings sitting adjacent it is what we sort of came up when we sort of were looking back at the history of the site. A beautiful old building. When it was built on the south bank on very silty soil, silty ground, it was considered an engineering marvel to build 6 stories on conditions that typically would only have one story, maybe two story, but predominantly one story warehouses. So it had a huge prominence back in the days, which was super important. And again, in the bottom, in the middle, you can see the supporting ancillary buildings that the tea house always had. Also some beautiful story which has informed the placemaking of this project as it has developed. Stories around Rober Tea, the company that used to use this building. Their marketing was always changing. They never used the same sort of marketing strategy. Fantastic company to also explore. So we then set out, and we also found out that the previous owner had, I need to get the right stories. They had been rejected by the government architect and Heritage Victoria, a 23-story tower sitting next to the tea house. But we knew about that quite late in the process. So we set out to actually do a collection of forms. So we wanted the tea house to get to be the informer of everything when it comes to the new build form. So we explored through John, a furniture maker, who was very puzzled when we asked him to take part of working on a project with over 20,000 square meters. He said, "This is not my scale," and we challenged him a little bit on that. But he helped us to explore how these companion buildings would work together with the tea house. And we came up with a design, and I'm laughing because I remember when we came back and we presented our initial idea, and the render was very similar to this. This has developed somewhat through the process since then, but we talked about these collection of forms. We talked about the facade of the new forms that are very much inspired and driven by the facade of the old tea house, but it's all about the tea house. It's not another building being docked up next to it, but it's forms that radiates from it. And the client, Mono, was saying to us, "Tell me, so the previous owner had a scheme of 23 stories rejected, one tower, and you're going to build 7 towers, and the tallest tower is going to be 2 stories taller." And we said, yes, we believe this is an appropriate response to it. And again, we didn't know that the previous design was the way that it was when we were sort of way into our process. So this is a project that we have now received all the approvals for, and it's a long process with a complicated project, and it should be when it is about a heritage building like the tea house. It will be a 200 key plus hotel in Melbourne. The tea house will be a part of the entry experience. The tea house will be the backdrop to the lobby space. The tea house will be all important to the experience of staying here. It has informed, again, the facade. It has informed the tactility, materiality also of the interior spaces, and we are quite excited to get started in design development very shortly on this. So I might be able to give you an update later on that project. The other project that I wanted to talk also briefly about is our Queensland Performing Arts Centre. That's on Meanjin country in Brisbane. So this was a project that came about through somebody that we had met on a conference like this from Blight Rayner, a local architect. So we teamed up with them on this opportunity when it came out, and we managed to get luckily shortlisted for this project for the design competition, and we're lucky enough to win it. It was a project, again, that we had the very same process of a concept workshop. We literally came up with the concept, the idea, the fundamental sort of massing strategy in a 2-day session that we did together up there, and then it was all about sort of committing to that idea, staying focused, and keep developing that idea. And it's a project that is almost complete, so it will be completed later in this year, hopefully next month, April. So we are very, very close to be able to invite people to come and have a look at it. This is Gibson's design. So this is the design that is 100 years, almost spot on after the tea house. I think the design started in the 70s, but it was finished sort of in the mid-1980s. A quite beautiful brutalist building with sort of the stepping terraces, and it has this sort of missing tooth, which is the site that we were given. And it was, the task was to fit a 1,500-seat theatre space there. So it's fair to say that the site is extremely tight, so it has been a super interesting challenge to fit everything that we need to do with that. We, as a sort of a heritage strategy, again, I guess, similar to the tea house, shied away from the idea of doing something that is contrasting the existing. We wanted to have a very similar approach to the base massing, which is sort of completing Gibson's solidity of the design, simple carving into that solidity to expose the timber interior of the space. Probably Gibson's Queensland Performing Arts Centre is a very hard-working and well-working theatre, but maybe the public interface is one of older ways of doing it. So for us, the glass facade, which goes over 3 stories, the glass facade there was an important feature for us, both to connect to the landscape, the First Nation history and connecting to the river that is there, but also to create a proper interface between the public realm and the cultural institutions and the performers. So it's sort of a layered approach to it. Just want to read quickly some beautiful words by Auntie Lilla Watson from 2006. Beneath the Southern Cross and the canopy of the rainforest along the riverbank, the Karilpa, which still survives here, dug out its nests and left its tracks. They looked out over the river, the ripples on its surface stirred by the wind and tidal surge, and the fish swimming in the water. So we tried to capture some of that beauty in the glass facade. And to be fair, when we did that sort of first model of the using paper of this idea of the wavy glass surface, we were, what can I say? We had very little idea of how to do that. We were lucky enough to work very closely with North Glass. I'm sure that they would be happy to provide you more information on this project and the complexity around building this glass facade. I know that when we looked at early last year would have been, the VMU, the prototyping of the glass, we were blown away by the quality. We were excited to see whether it could be repeated, and they have proven that. They actually had to build another, what's it called in English? Furnace? To build a custom-made furnace to produce this glass. And these are not sort of completely up-to-date photos, and we're looking forward to the hoardings behind the glass to be pulled away very shortly so we can really sort of see the transparency of the glass there. But it's a project that we are super proud and excited over. If you do speak to North Glass, also have a chat to them about our Beijing library. I saw that they had and if I had more time, I would talk about that as well. It's a very large library in Beijing, and it is in China the largest load-bearing glass project. And if it's the largest in China, it might be the largest in the world, right? Don't quote me on that. I know that it's the largest in China, but go and have a chat to them about the complexity of that. That's this on steroids. Okay, the last project that I want to talk about, and I've got 10 minutes. I think that's pretty good. It's our Harbourside project. It's on Gadigal country in New South Wales. And again, it's a project that came about through some discussions with some friends in the industry. So we ended up partnering up with Hassel for this competition. and the project. So we are now in construction of this project, and we are doing the project together as two practices, working very, very closely together on all components of the project. So it has been a very, very interesting and respectful process between design partners, which has been fantastic. So Harborside, or Tumbalong, which is called Tumbalong, means in local language where freshwater and saltwater meets. So this idea of a meeting point sort of started with that. I'm actually getting goosebumps when I'm talking about it now. We worked with Jinjama. They are a First Nation cultural and design advisor. So we worked with them at the design competition. So before we had a typical concept workshop, they gave us an introduction to country, and it was absolutely mind-blowing. They were talking about the meeting of the waters there. They were talking about this as a place for harvesting. This was a place that was not claimed by one mob. It was shared by mobs. They used this as a shared country for harvesting. And we straight away said, all right, we definitely need to connect back to those historic sandstone, green-clad cliffs, and this idea of a very public project. Although the brief is saying 265, 263 high-end apartments, some high-end offices, but also public spaces. How can we turn that into a public space? What more can I say about that? Probably not much. So when we started the process, this is a sketch that was done out of the 9 weeks, competition weeks. It was done super early. So we had these workshops. We came up with this idea of interpreting, not replicating, but interpreting through the facade this sandstone escarpment and introducing all these green spaces, because of those of you that have been there on the western side of harbour side, it's excruciating hot and weather exposed. So we definitely saw a responsibility in terms of mitigating that, and therefore wanted to use also landscape as a part of the facade. So we, on that, whatever it was, day 3, we decided we are not allowed to talk about this as a podium anymore. It's a landscape base, and it's a connecting landscape that connects the lower 5 floors of the project. And then it just happens to have an apartment building sitting on top of it. The apartment building was very much motivated, the facade itself, by some of the local traditions of hand weaving that the women used to do on site here. And I guess the conceptual approach to both of those facades was that we had to make sure that it had flexibility. We had to do these in a few weeks, this design in a few weeks, so we knew that the design would develop, so we had to have a flexible approach to it, which both the tower facade and the base facade luckily has. Okay, so this just shows a little bit more of the context. So it's a little bit hard to see, but we are on the left-hand side. Across the bay is where Henning Larsen, they are in the process of their Cockle Bay project. I'm going to try to point, which is over on this side, and we are over here. There's this one tower that you see there. Yes, so we have this idea of the weaving to the facade itself, and then we have this green-clad base, as I mentioned. We have taken it from 0 square meters of green landscaped areas to 7,500 square meters. We have introduced 216 new trees. We have retained the 20-odd cabbage palm trees that are in the area, and we have created 6 different public accessible public spaces as a part of it. And we really wanted the design to acknowledge all the layers of culture, so going all the way back to the historic landscape, acknowledging the colonial overlay, but also talking about the future. And something that Jinjama again talked a lot about was the celestial connection. So how does these layers acknowledge each other, and how does the design connect connect to the sky. And we thought that the only approach for us to approach the heritage Piermont Bridge was through a landscape area, much more sort of nature-like. So there was obviously challenges with this. So you can easily do these sketches that looks like, it looks like a sandstone escarpment or the stratification. But how are you actually going to make that a functional office space, an office space that capitalizes on the fantastic CBD views that you have there? So we obviously understood that it has to work at different scale. It has to work from a city scale where you can get that sort of more denser expression of it down to an urban scale, and then obviously into the human scale of it. So that was certainly a key challenge for us. And looking from far away, yes, it has much more of so from across the bay, I think we're a little bit into the water actually, but from across the bay, it has much more of a solid appearance to it. But as you get closer, it starts to open up as a facade, and then it is not a beautiful render, but it's a beautiful tool that we can use when we test this all the time. When we look at the spacing of the louvers and the fins that we've used there as well, that we could sort of test the performance and test the views, including the views that you are getting from the different spaces. So this just talks a little bit more about what I've already have rambled through, but it talks about the being underpinned by the landscape and how it sort of connects to the celestial connection. A very simple idea. It was about staying focused on it and finding a way of achieving that. So we, through the facade, through the competition weeks, we had very limited time to come up with an articulated scale. So we sort of felt that we had to sort of squint when we looked at our very initial ideas of the spandrels and the ideas of the fins, and where we have the fritted glass. It was very, very simple. And then we went through a process to develop that design to be true to the concept that we had, but still develop the thinking and having certainly buildability, having buildability in mind. And this is, again, when the workshop came very much in hand, and John could really put his builder's hat on and really test how this can be built and how it can be articulated and developed as a design. And it has taken on a lot more of a finer scale articulation to it. There's lots more play with the shadows that you get on the facade, being east facing as it is. And then, as you know, it's all about sort of testing this. We went through a process where we tested both in terms of the articulation and the precision of different materials. We looked at GSE, we looked at aluminium, and obviously the all-important sustainability testing of the materiality was equally and maybe more so important. But we are ending up with the facade that we see on the left-hand side, which is an aluminium facade. We have now obviously tested that and gotten comfortable with the details, looking at the VMU where it is built at the factories, and then we have also had the VMU been transported to site, so we have an opportunity to look at the exact light conditions that we get on site, which is a luxury, but it gives us a lot more, and the client, a lot more confidence around achieving what we have set out to achieve. I think this is good. I've got 50 seconds left. I've never been as good as this. I'm typically going at least 15 over, so you're lucky. So this is just basically some construction photos from last week, I think it was, checking some of the facade and checking the progress on site. And I can't wait to update you and everyone else on the project, and hopefully one day you can come and visit the place. Thank you all.
Very creative. I wonder if these designs are built by a furniture designer. I really am intrigued to know the kind of furniture he designs. Was it beautiful? So we got one more item to tick off, which is a panel. Moderator for the panel will be Rebecca Irwin from JazzMax. Rebecca, if you can come on stage. And so you can introduce the speakers.
Good afternoon, welcome. Thank you for coming to this presentation on Auckland University B201 development. This adaptive reuse project is building now houses the School of Education, Social Science and Dance. My name's Rebecca, as you've already been told. I'm a project director at the design and architecture firm JazzMax. I've been involved in this project since concept design, which started in December 2019 through to completion in 2023. I'd say it's been an outstanding project and I've been a privilege to be the project architect for it. I believe I speak for the whole team to say we're pretty proud of what this building has achieved in such a short time frame. For starters, it is the highest rated 6-star Green Star building in New Zealand to date. As one of New Zealand's most sustainable developments, it's an exemplar in low carbon design and shows what is possible through innovation that's arisen from collaboration and a shared vision. I'm joined by these fine gentlemen on my left who will share their insights into the building. Their expertise ranged from property, project management, architecture, facade design and fabrication. So I'd like to introduce Simon Neal, Chief Property Officer from University of Auckland, Chris Scott, JazzMax Architect Principal Lead Design, Jeff Horn, Precon, Project Management, Kent Nixon, I'm sure you all know, from Thermosash, and Carl Jones from MacDonald's Facade Engineers. So, without further ado, I'll start with Simon. Most of you won't know, but this building actually started as a refit, and then morphed very quickly into something far more ambitious. Simon, can you tell us how the project strategy evolved?
Anyway, I'll start with strategy, and you'll probably quite quickly realise how this all becomes relevant to the facade. But so the project started with two key needs, two key strategic needs. The first was that we needed to move the Faculty of Education and Social Work into the city campus from the Epsom campus. That was part of a long-standing strategy of the university. And the second one was that we had an end-of-life building, which we actually had a plan to demolish, and that was the Social Sciences building B201. You'll get to understand that university buildings are very imaginatively named. So they range from sort of B100 through to about B900. So the university had this long-term strategic aim of consolidation onto 3 campuses. And this was a significant part of it. There was about 50,000 square metres of space at the Epsom campus that they occupied, and we consolidated them into this 26,500 square metre building. So although we're focused on B201, it's actually part of a much larger strategy. And there were 2 key strategic driving documents, Tamata Tete, which is the university's overarching strategy, and Te Rataki Tuapapa, which is the university's estate strategy. And both of those strategies align with this project, or this project aligns with those strategies. A couple of key elements in the estate strategy, and I won't dwell too much on the estate strategy, but one is the creation of a distinctive sense of identity, recognising the university's place in the Pacific as the sort of being the leading Pacific university in the largest Pacific city, and also recognising the Maori heritage of the land on which the university sits. So really important. I mean, if you're interested in this, it's actually available on the internet on the university website, and it's quite a comprehensive document. And then the other one is really the delivery of an ambitious net zero carbon strategy and targets for the university. And this was the first time that any of this had been set out in this way. So this is the original building, originally constructed in 2 phases in the 1970s by Hawkins, who actually then constructed reconstructed it for us. And you can see that it's a pretty large scale, 26,500 square metre building, and it was a back of house Wynyard Street on which it sits. It straddles between Wynyard Street and Simon Street, but Wynyard Street, where it sits, was really a service yard with vans being parked and so on. So it was, it wasn't really a front of house area at all. Note the lack of windows of any kind on the 3rd level of the podium, and the heavy seismically challenged concrete facade, which was part of the challenge for the building. So the initial brief had been to provide a 10-year extension of life to the 1970s social sciences building with minor refurbishment of the interiors, really. This project was growing, and it soon became apparent in sort of late 2019 that it actually wasn't really either a very good use of resources. It was getting to a fairly significant level of expenditure, but also it wouldn't have addressed most of the problems that the building inherently had. So there may have been a little bit of improvement in the seismic rating, but not much. Most of that was due to the heavy concrete facade. And then similarly, it wouldn't have addressed all the other internal infrastructure problems, the navigation problems, and so on. And very importantly, it wouldn't have addressed much of the failing plant in the building. So it would have required us to carry on investing over the next 10 years. And then the strategy had been to replace that building in due course with a brand new building. So we were going to move Faculty of Education and Social Work, and then we were going to move them again in 10 years' time and visit a whole heap of disruption on their work. So we very quickly came to the conclusion that, one, this wasn't a good investment of money, and it wasn't a good investment of resources. And we asked the design team, some of who are present here, to do a new feasibility study in late 2019, and to actually rethink this as a highly sustainable building, retaining the structure, which was mostly good once you removed the facade, the heavy concrete facade. And then, as the university had already been on a fairly significant sustainable buildings journey, and we got to the point of probably any design we built being Green Star 5 rated, we targeted an ambitious Green Star 6, and we set out to get as many Green Star points as possible as part of that. Interestingly, we assessed the cost premium for that, and everybody will tell you that going for Green Star 6 is expensive. We reckon that the cost premium was about $40,000 going for Green Star 6. So it wasn't high. And when you look at the cost in use and the whole life cycle, actually, it stacked up pretty well. Some of our other challenges included we wanted to achieve a design life for the project, which was as good as a new building. So we stated 50 years, but actually we were really targeting 50 years plus, 50 to 70 years. We also had a hard stop in terms of the time scale for delivery of the project because we had to move the faculty. So we did consider a more ambitious full site redevelopment as well in the new feasibility study. Came to the conclusion that we could not deliver that within the time scale, but actually we could deliver the adaptive reuse, which is what we've got here today. This is just another external view from Simon Street showing the beauty of the original building. And then these are some of the internal views, and you can see, it was dated, but the one on the left in particular, these sort of corridors bisected the building and actually totally stopped you going from Simon Street to Wynyard Street in any sort of easy fashion. So you had rows of riser cupboards on the right-hand side and enclosed academic offices, cellular offices on the left-hand side. And to get from Wynyard Street to Simon Street was a challenge and required navigating lots of back-of-the-house spaces. And then my final one for the moment is, this is just showing you where the site is. The building is significant on the university campus. It's one of the larger buildings at 26,500 square meters. And you can see it's pretty central. So we targeted making Wynyard Street, a cultural centre of the campus, and the two buildings blocked out in red there. One is our marae, the Waipapa marae, and the other one is our Vale Pacifica. So a really important centre of the campus. Thank you.
Jeff, collaboration between the client and the project team was key to unlocking the tight timeframe. Could you talk us through the integrated design approach, how it unlocked the program and the challenges faced?
Sure, thank you. So look, one of the challenges when fronted with a project like this one, and I think the reimagining in late 2019 was actually quite key, but the end date wasn't changing. So part of the challenge was to look through how do we get from, if you think of the program, the top left to the bottom right, in a way that enabled us to meet the program objectives as well as all the qualitative objectives. So look, the project was procured through a PNG and margin and tendered subtrade process, typical of most of the university projects through the last decade or so. What's key to that is a quality team, a clear vision. Simon and his team provided that from the outset, set the goals around 6-star, Green Star requirements and also the program requirements. We were able to assemble, or the team was actually already working on it when it was going to be more of a fit out of a couple of floors. You'll recall the events of early 2020, so like many of you would have been forced into working remotely. But we had the core of a very good team there that we're all pretty geared to make this one a reality. To meet program, it was quite necessary right from the outset to engage with ECI, and not just ECI, but early subcontractor engagement. We had a facade engineer around on the project, which was useful to help guide, but at the end of preliminary design, we were able to bring on board a facade subcontractor, which the beauty of that is that we're able to overlap like the activities as we move through design, procurement, consenting, shop drawing, ultimately construction. So we kind of look at projects from the point of view of that we've got X amount of units of time to spend, and in this one we had about 4 years or thereabouts. So we did have an overlapping and integrated approach to the delivery. True teamwork, can I mention that for a moment? Our job as design managers and project managers, and I'll say this carefully, is to herd cats. And look, it is a bit like that because there's lots of objectives and requirements both from designers and contractors, clients alike, but there was a true collaboration and an understanding of the overall delivery program. It requires some good leadership and also being able to make timely decisions in order to allow people to get on with what they need to get on with. Part of that is having a client in the room and willing and able to make good decisions when presented with ideas and options. The early facade subcontractor engagement, absolutely key to meet both program and consenting requirements. I think there was a second part of your question there was around challenges.
Challenges, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Look, the program was one. Outside of that, COVID was and the lockdowns were difficult. But maybe one of the bigger challenges and not always recognised, and look, the idea of adaptive reuse is fantastic. I think we all get the reasons for it, but just keep an open mind as to the things that come with that, because not everything looks like the original drawings. And when you get there on site, and Rebecca, I think you know this probably better than most, is that what you come across on site is always just a little bit different. So understanding that right back at the design phase and incorporating details and components that have a degree of flexibility to help us work through that bit when we discover them on site.
Carl, Kent, joint question for you. Have you got any comments on the benefits of being brought into those early conversations?
I'll go first. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Look, it's been mentioned a couple of times, but refits accelerate programs very, very quickly. So facades very, very quickly become critical path. Simon also mentioned that semesters. Okay, you mentioned as well, Jeff, they bookend a project very, very succinctly, and there will be tiers if you pass those dates. The ESCI process obviously is super, super critical, but the key part is the word early. We're finding, too often that there's a lot of people that are using this word very, very ad libish, and unfortunately, they're thinking they're getting an ESCI, but they're still going through a conventional tender. And you're sort of losing all the value and the benefits that will be achieved through the integration with all the other services contractors, the architects, the engineers, and of particular interest on this job through the performance brief was around the air tightness. And of course, be able to mitigate through the consenting process, which Jeff and his team drove very, very tightly, which we really appreciate that leadership in the team. Obviously that also allows for consideration of early procurement, which obviously mitigates program, but it also allows for, as you're going through a design, you've got a potential for what may have been provisional sums that have been allowed in a project, or potentially even some minor scope change that might be going through. So what you're getting through that ESCI process with a specialist subcontractor is you're getting that certainty of price much, much earlier in the project. So there's advantages running right the way through. One of the interesting things was that with this project, Jeff mentioned that timing is very, very tight. We got engaged on the project. We had a reasonably short period of time in order to be able to get enough detailed information through to the design team and the rest of the stakeholders. It was just on 11 weeks. We did, and in the end, we did over 580 drawings in that period of time. They were coordinated multiple times, and that was obviously of huge benefit, obviously, to the entire team to make sure you got the back and forth accurate.
Sorry, just to double down on the program component, and remember, please, in the idea of adaptive reuse, we basically stripped this back to the bones, literally just a concrete frame, which is great. It does save a bit of time in terms of program as well. It means you don't have to fully demolish it. It means you don't have to build the foundations. You don't have to build the structure. But on the flip side, you get to the envelope a bit sooner. So that is something we need to consider in these programs. It's how we go about that, because effectively we're putting that much more on the critical path than you might be if we were starting from scratch.
100%. We see that quite regularly, and it does accelerate that whole process much faster. And of course, there's a number of processes that need to be going through with the same thing, which is glass sampling and approvals and all those other things. I just wanted to finish on a particular element, which was very, very, I was going to say unusual. We received as a package an airtight package, which we'd never seen before for this type of project. We get them with healthcare and we get them with medical projects, but to actually receive a pack which was highlighting level by level where the air tightness was, where there was going to be naturally ventilated packages, was very, very key for us. I remember Carl actually saying in one of our very, very early meetings was that, and Carl, you can correct me here because this is going back a few years now.
I might.
You may remember. You said something along the lines of the air tightness of this building was almost more critical than it being thermally broken, and that was going to be the driver for this project going forward. So I'll pass over to you.
Absolutely. So I think Jeff's taking you through the program challenges. I think to answer your initial question, Rebecca, the real key here for me was a trusted team around a table that had a clear vision. This building didn't start with an image of a desirable outcome. It started actually with a pretty clear vision of a high-performance building. And I think Alex alluded this morning that the way to achieve that is to have some competent people around a table and who are all able to talk to and consider the trade-offs that are inherent in designing a building. So no one was designing the facade in a bubble or the structure in a bubble. All of the competent partners around that table were designing this building, and that was a really interesting and challenging process. But it was interesting in the sense that from a performance point of view, what we found really early on, and again back to the first presentation this morning around the energy models, was that some of the initial assumptions around how to achieve this high performance building, weren't necessarily what had been intuited. So we tested some of the potential levers, right? The building already had decided or made some pretty good decisions about not using too much glass and having some pretty decent window to wall ratios and that sort of thing, pretty simple geometry. They were going to have some meaningful sun shading, not much of it on the south side of the building, which is always good. And we tested some of those levers, but in a really quite lo-fi and quite simple way. And the university generally builds, pretty high-performing, high-quality buildings. What we found was that with a good curtain wall system, the benefit of more and more, or a lot more insulation in the building, had a relatively low return on investment. And conversely, we found that increasing the airtightness of the building would have a relatively high return on investment. Luckily, the Green Building Council had also changed their rules or their scoring system, and that was also driving airtightness testing for these major buildings. So we leapt into that and had a look at what we could do in terms of airtightness, working closely with the building services engineer who was running Becca, running some really quick, responsive, iterative modelling to test some of these assumptions, and quickly found that improving airtightness, was a really good and sound strategy for the building. Not exclusively, I must say. We were doing all of the other things I've just mentioned, but this building, quite. Is that my you to stop talking, Rebecca? But quite innovative for a building of this size, and we'll get onto it later, I'm sure, around whole building airtightness testing and that sort of process. Yeah.
Chris, as Jeff has alluded to, we stripped this building right back to a bare shell and reclad that and added a new atrium on Simon Street. Can you tell us about how the key design drivers actually led the decisions for the facade?
So not only this building faced Simon Street, but it was actually separated from Simon Street by a large windswept plaza. And when you actually got to the front door, as Simon has said, you couldn't actually get through the building to Wynyard Street. But it had good bones, and without that weight, it could be made structurally sound for the next 50 years, and the structural grid and the floor-to-floors could be made to work with a modern education building. So the first move was to cover that windswept plaza with a new atrium roof and create a shelter from rain and wind, but also to create a new front door that addressed Simon Street and to create a window into the university, into a really active, highly used space within the university. Then the next move was to punch through that barrier of the existing building and open up the Wynyard Street facade, make that transparent as well, so you got views through to Wynyard Street and to the domain beyond. And then it was about creating vertical links, particularly the new stair that we punched through on the Wynyard Street side, connects down to Wynyard Street. That's a glass element that also creates a new front door on Wynyard Street. And then that left us with the tower. And the strategy there, as Carl has talked a bit about, was to use a 25% vision glass to exterior wall ratio to provide the thermal performance. And what that meant was that we could get really good performance without the extra cost, but the extra embodied carbon and the extra weight of either a double facade system or external shading. Now, one critical aspect of that, even though it's 25% vision glass to wall ratio on the outside, by controlling the spandrels, we actually achieve 50% vision glass in the kind of outlook and daylight zone on the inside of the building. So on Simon Street, we have a new, very transparent facade, and we have visibility both into the new space, but also through that space. On Wynyard Street, it's also about transparency, but it's also about creating scale and connection to those, to the cultural precinct and the Whale Pacifica and the marae on Wynyard Street. And then with the tower facade, it was about not just physical weight, but also visual weight of that element. And so with the vertical stratification of the aluminium facade elements and the blue and white colour scheme, that facade becomes very recessive into the skyline rather than heavy and overbearing, as you saw with the original facade. So those were the kind of big issues.
Carl and Kent again. There's different ways of achieving a high performance facade, but can you tell us what influenced the early design decisions and fabrications and what innovations you developed?
Do you want to start this time?
Sure. So, I mean, I think,
Look at the thing going.
you know, as I've already alluded to, at a certain level, this building is not innovative at all. It just does some relatively simple things well. But I'm increasingly thinking that those simple things are actually really hard because people don't do them. And, you know, it actually takes a brave architect to resolve a solution, you know, that comes down to this sort of window to wall ratio. There's, you know, there's people in stakeholder groups, and I'm sure, you know, maybe even in the client organisation that said, oh, we've got to have more glass, we've got to have more glass. And so challenging some of that from a design point of view is actually really difficult, but it's really simple and it's necessary. You know, almost every piece of literature that I've read, some of which are probably over 40 years old, talks about, you know, these types of appropriate balancing of gains and losses and all that sort of stuff, and yet we continue to ignore them. But the most innovative thing the building did was buy into the idea that that we could chase a high air tightness performance. So you'll forgive me for just referring to in my notes. I just want to make sure I get the numbers right. But so early on in the conversation there, we said, well, what do you want to achieve, Mr. Services Engineer? What are you assuming in your model? So the normal assumption for them is a 20 meters cubed per hour per square meter at 50 pascals sort of number. And so what we really quickly did was start to benchmark similar sized buildings, similar sort of construction methodologies. What could we reasonably achieve? What could we target? And what could we kind of guarantee, if you like, that we were going to get? Because obviously with these things, if you're relying on that performance, you don't want to miss the mark, sorry, and have a services system that's under design. So that was quite a challenging conversation. You want to be aspirational, but you also want to have an achievable outcome. So we ended up with a basis of the mechanical design being a 10 meters cubed per hour at 50 pascals number, and our aspirational target was 5 basically, and that was benchmarked against some buildings in the region that have been tested. This is the first building of its size to be tested at the scale for whole building testing, and so the end outcome was about 6.5. So we're pretty close to our aspirational target there, and just to give you some idea, a really good building in the UK at the moment, who've been doing this stuff for much longer than we have, would probably be hitting about 3. So yeah, pretty good outcome. Innovative in the New Zealand context, but in a certain sense, maybe just doing some really simple things well, which is actually really hard.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. I just want to point out Carl's socks.
They are bright.
They are cool.
Bright.
They're branded. He's co-selling his services here this afternoon.
I didn't notice you doing any selling.
No. We need to get branded socks. I'll work on that.
Yours aren't branded.
No, I'll work on that, Jeff.
It's unusual.
back on topic for everybody else's benefit. Look, there's a couple of things you've mentioned there. One of the interesting things was about how the building actually performed. Independently, our facades were testing much, much lower, so there were a lot of other things that you actually look for air tightness when you're testing buildings. But we were testing buildings taking in account booth testage down at 0.14, much, much, much lower. That's sort of near zero air leakage once you take into account some of the other the booth leakage factors. And obviously, that is a major influencer. Many, facades to be performing that low is, it's phenomenal. One of the interesting things about your question, though, is about the innovation. And innovation is, it's disappointing in a way that we sort of talk that there wasn't much innovation. In actual fact, we innovate on every building that we work on, and it's a constant evolution of innovation. To take it back a step, one of the first unitised projects that we built in New Zealand was back in 1986. It was 191 Queen Street, and it was the very first version or iteration of our panel wall suites. So 39 years ago, you've got to look at how we've moved. We've gone to much higher performing. We've got near zero air leakage. We have high acoustics. We've gone double glazed. We've gone glass technology has changed. We've gone thermal. We've gone speed of construction has improved. Our prefabrication facilities have improved to ensure efficiency of supply on site to meet all the programs. Innovation about what we do as a business is absolutely integral, and it gets put onto every project. Chris mentioned, he was talking about the contextual differences, and what was mentioned that may not be relevant to many, relevant but not obvious, was that the white is actually an aluminium skinned product called thermoplank, and that obviously reduced the weight, but also because our aluminium is sourced in New Zealand and has one of the lowest embodied carbon rates in Australasia, and we've been told in the world, then it sort of talked to that whole carbon story for the project as well. And it's a very, very unique selling proposition that you can reduce weight, but also not then overload a project with carbon. The 201 project was a total clad, unitised, and in terms of what we're looking for there is a project that actually has minimal joints. It has, and it's obviously it's a very good starting point. But as David intimated in his speech, it also manages all the movement. So this is for the university a long-term resilient asset, and that's obviously of key. They're a long-term building owner, and they don't want to be spending money, replacing facades or repairing facades like we've heard a couple of stories of this morning. Look, we agree entirely with MacDonald's design process of the airtightness. We think it's a really, really critical aspect that needs to be put in, managing that leakage of inwards and outwards. And obviously that also relates back to then how you manage the air changes in projects like this, that, managing all the HVAC inside is good, good for, learning. You need to have a building that you can control, air conditioned well, but then have good learning space inside. So I think what we really enjoyed around this project specifically was great client, obviously a repeat client, great architectural team, great facade consult, great facade delivery team, and an incredibly low carbon design. I've got to congratulate you for getting such a high score rating on the 6-star. It's phenomenal. So well done. Great team.
Thank you. We need to speed it up, guys. I don't know what happens when this green dot disappears, but we might blow up. So Chris, given the emphasis on the carbon reduction and energy performance, how does this compare to your average Joe Bloggs building?
Amazingly well.
Excellent. Right.
So these are the measurements from the Green Star submission. So Becca actually modelled the same building as a new building built to code, which is the one on the left, and then B201 is on the right, and that shows that kind of dramatic reduction in both operational carbon and whole of life embodied carbon. But I guess even more significantly when you compare it to the very authoritative LETI targets, you can see that kind of critical upfront carbon, which carbon up in the atmosphere before you even move into the building, is even betters the LETI 2030 target, which is the kind of A target for buildings designed in 2030. Highly aspirational target as they describe it, very hard to actually achieve, whereas a typical new build, according to LETI, is about, it's more than 3 times that, it's about 4 times what we actually achieved. And that's kind of, I guess, the headlines that come out of that is compared to a typical new build, 50% of the embodied carbon, 70% of the operational carbon, cost savings, and that kind of critical 1 year of construction program saved.
Jeff, Tour 1 has shown that it is possible to create carbon reductions through innovation. What do you see the barriers and roadblocks to this being repeated?
Great question. With 8.5 minutes to go, I won't take too much time. But look, barriers, opportunities. I think what this one did present was there are many givens, the existing frame being one of those. In this sense, in this case, it made really good sense to reuse what was there. It had a purpose, which was to house education and social work coming in from Epsom, but also for the future for the university, a really core asset. So good reasons behind it, I think, Rebecca. In terms of impediments going forward, I think I'd encourage us all to approach projects sort of on the relative merits and conditions of that project. I don't think there's a necessary need to reuse everything because some things aren't actually that good to reuse. I say that carefully. I know we keep pushing out our boundaries and drive further and all the rest, but we need to live closer. We need to make better use of our existing infrastructure and buildings. But I would suggest that we encourage and we look at each project on its merit. I'll go here just because I want to, but National Stadium is a brand new stadium of X number of $1 billion of good use of energy. When you've got a pretty perfect sort of stadium that sits in a little bit of suburbia, but actually works pretty well. It's an existing asset. The idea of adaptive reuse of that, in that case, is probably maybe worth a look. I think we need to remember at all of this, and just going a little bit beyond a building at the moment, is around built form in cities. Look, we're 5 million people, or thereabouts, on 2 and a bit shaky islands. And I know we take the world on and I think we're world beaters in rugby and other things, which is great. We should always be aspirational, but I think we also just need to be a bit considered, particularly in these economic times, as to what we can actually do. So I think there will be a needs must that we will need to reuse things, and we need to look at those. But look, just look at every opportunity on its merits, reuse where we can, fix, make good for the future. But equally, if it doesn't make sense, don't be afraid.
Thank you. Chris, thermal performance is just one aspect of the facade, but it's a very important and significant cultural site. Can you explain how the facade reflects the cultural significance?
Yeah, if we look back to the site, the blue line there is the old shoreline of Te Tongaranga Bay, and that was where Ngāti Whātua pulled up their waka full of produce and traded with the fledgling city of Auckland. And so the Waipapa village it was a place of trade, it was a place of exchange of produce, but also language, ideas, culture. All ideas kind of very central to university. So working with Homie, cultural consultancy, cultural design consultancy, in Ngāti Whātua, the idea was developed of representing that idea of exchange through tuku, the woven panels, which are created by one person being either side of the panel and passing the thread through to each other in the process of exchange. But also, as you can see in this image, there's a huge amount of exchange goes on with the women who are actually kind of creating those panels as well. Within that tuku design, there were 2 designs that were gifted by Ngāti Whātua. The first, Pātiki, which is the flounder, being a food being representing welcome, and the second Aramoana, which talks of journeys both to New Zealand, to the university, but also the journey through the university and through life. So these designs permeate all aspects of the building, from the Aramoana form of the atrium roof on the left, through facade elements and into the atrium itself, where you can see the tuku design of that atrium. And then on Wynyard Street, through the simple device of tilting part of the sunscreen to capture the light, you can see quite clearly those Pataki and Aramoana designs, which really kind of set up a really nice relationship with the Whale Pacifica and the marae along that street as well. Also, with the white facade elements, that kind of very fibrous character that's created by those planks, they're also offset in a kind of loose weaving pattern to again kind of talk about that idea of weaving.
Appreciate we're almost out of time, so I've got one last question for Simon. I appreciate we're at a facade conference, so I risk offending half the audience by this next statement by saying the building is more than just a facade. It's a beacon for sustainable benefits of adaptive reuse. What do you think is the legacy this building has left for university?
So, the building's proved to be a huge success with staff and students. The atrium is full of people nearly all the year round. Academic spaces, study spaces are full of students and much loved. The offices may be a little bit underutilised at the moment, but on a par with the rest of the university, and that's something we need to work on. So although the atrium wasn't really designed for use for events all the time, it is now used almost every day for an event of one sort or another, from conferences to recruitment fairs to student activities, faculty functions, dinners. It's used for a wide array of events. And actually, the other thing to remember with the atrium is it's naturally ventilated, so it's not got any forced ventilation either. It isn't about awards, but in the final analysis, the project's won about 15 awards. And since completion, so that was during last year, including many for sustainability and for the overall building. I'd say the project's not only delivered a transformational building, but a transformation of Wynyard Street, and you can see in the comparison between the old building and the refurbished building in this image that it is a completely different place. We're going to carry on and develop the rest of Wynyard Street with the next project, which is out to tender at the moment, and we hope to deliver an equally good building with that. The project achieved 6 Green Star with the highest score awarded in New Zealand, and we targeted that deliberately. For us, it's also shown a clear statement of intent about where the university sits in terms of sustainability and our strategies, and that's something that this building and the facade has played a very significant role in achieving. And as the Letty scores show, there is a lot that can be achieved. A few final observations. When I suggested that we change our approach, everybody said to me it would be cheaper to remove B201 and construct a new building. I think we've proved that it isn't. It saved about $60 million in actual cost, in real cost, by not having to remove the building and then re-excavate, repile, create the new substructure, and also the superstructure. Another observation, which is really Kent's point, having an adaptive reuse like this means you're into facade really quickly. And that was something that I think, a lesson for another time is that you probably need to start even earlier on your facade design. COVID intervened, nobody's mentioned this so far, but we got containers of glass stuck in Long Beach for long periods of time. And that meant we actually Hawkins had to reprogram the project as well. So that was another thing that happened. And I think the main thing is that it's a great success. I think it's a project that we're all immensely proud of.
Thank you for listening.
We're going to break now for lunch. There's tables outside, the back of the room as well, and we are aiming to start back around 2 o'clock. It's time for the second half of our event, and we're going to kickstart that with a very exciting presentation. Vajini Pannila from Waramani, she's a principal there, and she is coming to present one of the museum projects she's worked on, and there is a lot of very interesting and exciting technologies in that. Stage is yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Vajini Pannila, an architect and principal of Waranmani Architects. I have 2 decades of experience working in the UK and New Zealand on a diverse range of typologies. One thing that is universal for an architect, I think, in the design process of any typology is striving for that moment when a design or building feels resolved. To me, it's when all of the facade systems have been selected and they click into place, and the design outcome feels cohesive with the vision. Good design and the impact it can make is something I'm very passionate about. So thank you to Zak for inviting me to share my ideas and speak today. Waranmani, for those of you who don't know us, is a Pacific design collective. We pride ourselves on design excellence through innovation and collaboration. My talk today is about creative resilience. I will share some ideas through the case study of just one project. It is a civic project currently under construction in Tauranga. It's called Te Manawataki o Te Papa. It is the creation of a museum for Tauranga's heritage collection, an exhibition space, an education space, and a civic whare, or town hall, which will be used for council meetings and traditional events. The area of the building is approximately 6,000 square meters, and the project team listed here was absolutely critical to the success of getting this project to where it is today. It is located in Tauranga in the newly developing civic precinct there. It is an anchor within the civic campus, sitting on a vibrant new public realm that flows down to Tauranga's waterfront. It is surrounded by the new community hub, the Bay Court Theatre, and the Tauranga Art Gallery, which is an existing cultural institution there that we're also working on. The influence of this precinct extends much further than this precinct to the wider city fabric, integrating with a wider network of cultural and civic amenity across the entire city. It's a very exciting moment for Tauranga as it's rapidly developing, and we're just really honored to be a part of that process. So, as designers, why do we need creative resilience? There have been lots of discussions in the talks before about risk and weather-proofing issues and lots of things facing our industry today. My talk's a little bit different. I'd like to zoom out and think of the risks facing our societies and the people that will inhabit our buildings and spaces that we design. We are in a time of rapid change, one where the effects of climate change, future pandemics, and technological advances will result in our societies living in a context very different to the one we know today. Within this landscape, priorities are shifting, yet we are designing with current or old information in the midst of this massive shift. How can we ensure our buildings will meet the emerging needs of our communities as we design today? I will talk through 3 recurring concepts that anchored our design process to ensure this. They actually echo some similarities with Kaare's talk earlier today, which is kind of exciting to think that as architects and designers, we're all thinking along the same lines. The first one is amplify through collaboration. The second is work your technology. The third, evoke the emotion of awe. This is the final one. And this one relies on one thing that is unlikely to change, and that is human nature. Our emotional reactions to a positive experience will always influence our behaviors. So that first idea, amplifying through collaboration. This involves keeping in focus. Who are we designing for, and who are we designing with? Every stakeholder, consultant, and supplier has the potential to sharpen the outcome. I'll talk a little bit about all of the suppliers and specialists that input into our process a little later. But the question really is, how do we harness the compounding effects of small, well-informed decisions that come out of these very successful collaborations? For us, the first influential collaboration we had on this project was the process of co-designing with Mana Whenua. It set an aspiration for a building that will symbolize reconciliation and mutual collaboration between Mana Whenua and Tauranga City Council. The cultural narratives that emerged include metaphors for weaving and binding. These are expressions of the deep-seated understanding in the Maori world of the power of cooperation, how the whole is vastly greater and more powerful than the sum of its parts. These metaphors guided the design strategies of the project. The building sits above a continuous flowing ground plane, which is an extension of the landscape flowing through the building, dissolving thresholds and boundaries. The volumes float above the landscape, referencing beautiful woven objects like baskets and waka containing precious belongings. A spine weaves and connects movement designed to provide clear navigation along a dynamic ground plane. The evolution of the form was an interesting one. The 3 vessels each contain a different use. So the one on the front contains history, and it is the museum. The one on the back is the exhibition space, and it contains art. And the third one, which is the civic whare, contains knowledge and cooperation. The museum and exhibition have tapering forms that taper towards the skies. Their geometry steps with the dramatic topography of the site. Each of these vessels, as we call them, have a different relationship with the ground. One floats above, one meets the ground, and one is submerged in the ground. The civic whare, which is the oval-shaped building in the center, it's designed to reflect harmony with the whenua through partially being submerged. It opens out to the water with a strong connection in views towards the moana. Its siting and orientation at the heart of the precinct conveys its significance to the entire precinct. 2 apertures in the roof represent connection with the sky and with water. So in designing the civic whare, we were given a very exciting brief. The design team was challenged to be bold and brave in reimagining what a whare could look like today. There was a real desire to be of its place and of its time. So we started with the traditional gable form and evolved it from there. The form and plan and elevation, as you can see, subtly reference waka forms. And you can see some of that in the way the elevation starts to kind of tilt up. The oculi reference ipu geometry, which are vessels, calabashes, and gourds. We looked back to the original waka form and the geometry, which has that simple repeated grid, and we overlaid that over what we're hoping is a simple curved roof form. The structural engineer might not agree with me on that. The museum and exhibition facades form a backdrop to the civic whare. There is an artia space, which is a very important outdoor space, which is at the heart of the precinct. And we saw the facades being a sort of a stage set for what happens on that artia. The facade articulation on each face of these volumes reference repetition, rhythm, depth, and they enhance the play of light. I'll show you some videos later about how the light plays on it. This texture continues to the undersides to heighten this tectonic expression and inspire the curved edges and patternings which continue on the ceilings. So once this vision was set, we started thinking about the role technology can play in developing the design. So this is a very important aspect that we need to consider as we work into these projects. We have access to so much technology today that there is a risk of us being driven by the constraints or lack of constraints of technology today. We seem to be in a time of needing to ask ourselves, just because we can, doesn't mean we should. For us, technology encompassed, on one hand, the materials and processes we could select. On the other hand, it represents the tools we have at our disposal to model and develop forms and articulation, and increasingly AI as well, which makes us feel that anything is possible. We used our vision and our sustainability goals to keep asking ourselves, what should we do as we use technology to develop the design? This project is a 6-star Green Star, and early on we had a very bold and ambitious client in Tauranga City Council who embedded the use of mass timber into the brief. They stayed brave, even as cost constraints faced us. We managed to hang on to it. Very early on, analysis showed that a hybrid structure would be best suited to the constraints of the site. So we've utilized the mass timber in the structure where the timber can bring the greatest value, which is for the structure and the roof of the vessels and the civic whare, as you can see in this diagram. The base that is nested into the slope is concrete and steel. For the materiality of the vessels, we've clad the civic whare in timber, and the base of the building is clad in brick. A kit of parts approach was applied to the geometry of the vessels. We've tried to have as much repetition as possible. And guided by the concepts of kaitiakitanga, protecting the environment, we aim to specify as many natural materials as we could. The outer cladding of the vessels, which are a series of rain-screen blades, started out as terracotta baguettes and progressed to be aluminium blades. Both materials had the potential to be extruded to create the curves on the corners and to create the woven effect of the outer skin that we were looking for. As we developed the design, we sought ways to increase its social and economic sustainability value. We worked really hard on that in the beginning. And then with that, we looked to reduce its environmental impact. To reduce the embodied carbon emissions of the project, we used a process of working on the highest impact levers first and worked our way down this pyramid. This is a diagram from the Warren and Mahoney Net Zero Carbon Guide, and the ones highlighted in pink were the ones we focused on. We started by reducing the building to its absolute minimum size. Unfortunately, we had to build new. That was not an option. And then you'll see how we sort of work into the next two items on that. As we moved into procurement discussions as a team, we evaluated the benefits of both a unitized and in situ construction system for a typical facade panel. After evaluating supply chain and access to labor in Tauranga, it emerged that a unitized facade would deliver the best outcome for program and quality. Okay, I'm going to show you a scary graph. It shows some carbon figures that we have through an R&D project carried out by Warren and Mahoney on the carbon emissions of typical facade build-ups. So I just want to highlight this is not specific to our project. It's just a standard build-up. But these high-level figures at a glance show that the rain screen blade elements in terracotta would have delivered a lower carbon solution. However, as supply chain and cost constraints directed us down the route of an aluminium solution, this is where we stopped to think about whether technology was driving us or whether we were actually in control. So we sought to use technology and data to work for us and to find solutions that catered to the specificities of this project. Thermosash was on board by then, and we moved to the next tier of the pyramid by aiming to use the best version of this product. The base model uses a carbon emission figure of 19 kilograms of CO2 per kg, which was a brand's published average. In our situation, we have the opportunity to use locally extruded aluminium with extremely high recycled content. I think Kent spoke about this earlier, which we were told has a figure of 1.31 kg CO2 per kg, resulting in figures more like this. So the pink shows the aluminium rain screen figures if that model input the figures that I just mentioned. So at times as designers, we may feel disheartened at the lack of options we have once market constraints take us down a certain route, and we may be quite attached to a certain outcome. However, I think it's important for us to always feel like we can influence the outcome through specific product selections and also through reduction of the use of the material itself through good design. For us, one of these options was to reduce the amount of material on the outer skin whilst keeping the design intent. We started the process of developing the blade profiles by having fixed blade shapes and altering their spacing. You can see that on this diagram. As we developed it, we found we could almost halve the number of blades whilst maintaining the overall cover and depth of the outer skin. We could do this by designing a bespoke profile and varying blade heights whilst maintaining a fixed gap. Now, this gap, we really obsessed over how this facade would be cleaned, and so we spent a lot of time thinking about the size of a person's hand, getting in there to clean the facades. This is a moment where I'm hoping technology will develop more rapidly than we know, and that drones would be able to do this so that we could have this problem disappear. Physical models and mock-ups supported all of this testing and gave us assurance on the effect of color and finish in enhancing visual impact whilst having few elements. This mock-up, it's a thermosash one. It's in the lobby, I think, if you want to have a look at it. The next thing we looked at was, as we reduced the material on the facades, was how to bring in some of those concepts of the original cultural narratives. And we brought in the subtle references to the concepts of weaving to create a higher pattern and order and guide us in how to reduce the number of those elements. We used 15-degree tilts in the blades to create the visual interest and enhance the play of light. Museum and exhibition spaces historically have always favored sealed black boxes for displaying artifacts, and there are lots of good reasons for that. However, we advocated for the benefit of having controlled natural light with the flexibility to open up these spaces to views, to connect the art and the artifacts with their context where they were being viewed. Alongside this, we proposed methods of how we would obscure those windows when required. This was a long process, and once we agreed with the museum team the placement of the apertures, we used parametric modeling to test the form of the apertures whilst maintaining the relationship of the blades on the outer skin. This process allowed us to iterate rapidly to arrive at the right solution for aperture and blade profiles, while different design considerations were being input. So we were getting lots of inputs throughout the process, and having that model with the flexibility to evolve really helped. But it was also another moment where we had to stop and ask ourselves, just because we can, is it something we should do? This is the resultant geometry, and it references the hinaki, which is a woven basket used by Maori for trapping eels in it. And the concept is about having this very simple slot opening and the basket weaving into that opening. And so we really looked to hold that idea and keep the simplicity of the opening. And then obviously we had the complexity of how do we communicate that, the geometry, and we used lots of different modes to communicate this with the team during tender, and just through the process of convincing the client that it was the right solution. The landscape concepts, which were by Studio Pacific, referenced water flowing down the whenua, connecting all of the buildings. This was a master plan-wide concept, and we wanted our building to really respond to the entire precinct. So our design of the base of the building continues this concept with terrace steps and curved seating, flowing through the lobby, connecting quite complex level changes within the building, and enabling this through site link through the building. The choreography of movement through multiple thresholds in the civic whare was a very important concept. So I'll just talk you through the journey of moving through this building. The journey begins to the right of the page in the external arteria. This is where acknowledgement and introductions happen, followed by te maha, which is outside but undercover, and the space is for welcoming. The space is focused on hepuna and celebrating the water. Moving into the Artea 2, which is the next space, this is a space for dialogue and debate, and this is where council meetings will be held. And there was this idea that it is a space that could hold heated conversations and high emotions, let's say. But then finally, the idea was that there is a space for retreating into, which is Te Atea Arongo, and that's for rest and relaxation, a space where voices will be calm and symbolically coming together will happen under the coming of the light. So as a connection to the sky is such an important gesture, these are given form by two oculi inserted into the CLT roof form. One has presence above the roof form, and one has presence below the roof form. The external oculus, which is created by 20 LVL ribs cut to two profiles and clad in metal, and it's open to the sky to allow rain to enter and hit the Mania stone below. The internal oculus is formed by stretched fabric, creating a ceiling that connects to the skylight above. This amplifies the effect of the coming of the light. Patterns of weaving are reflected in the ceiling of the RTR2, made of diamond-shaped panels of timber battens that follow the barrel shape of the ceiling. The geometry of the recesses subtly connect the structural grid with the curved outer elements in a net formation and allow the concealment of services within them. The specification of sustainably sourced native timber for wall paneling enhances the warmth and atmosphere of these spaces. So going through the journey of how we made things happen, I will circle back to why we designed these the way we did and why we persevered through the challenges we faced. And it is simply to evoke the emotion of awe, to understand the change we can make in society through these moments. As we design buildings and facades, we have the opportunity to communicate with the general public from the macro city scale down to the micro scale. When buildings are designed to give the experience of awe, they can change the relationship of the public with how they use not only the building, but the entire city and surrounding neighborhoods, increasing footfall and resulting in greater economic prosperity and revitalization of entire cities. We use the geometry of the building and articulation of the facade to elevate the experience of visiting or being a passerby. The everyday experiences that the public have can be positive and transformative or negative and indifferent. In a time of change and when facing the unknown, we need our public buildings to inspire confidence and resilience in our societies. Our communities should experience spaces that invite their presence and offer them respite in welcoming environments that dissolve the threshold between inside and outside. The influence of Te Ao Māori should have visibility, connecting buildings with the history of the land and traditions of the mana whenua that occupied these lands for centuries. We need to enable greater transparency to the processes of governance. These spaces should they should speak of our past. They should speak of our future and how we aspire to relate and connect. Our next generation should have opportunities to engage with these processes and see themselves in their elected officials. They should feel empowered to participate and be involved in shaping their own futures. Ka apiti hono, tatai hono. The concepts of weaving and binding are symbolic of how we all relate and collaborate. To be creatively resilient as designers, whilst enabling our future generations to be stronger within the rapidly changing world we are in. Thank you.
What a beautiful project and an exciting design. When I went to Zak Façades last year in France, I noticed that about 9 out of 10 of the presentations had sustainability in the title. And although we have touched on sustainability quite a lot in the presentations, it does feel that overseas sometimes it is a bigger item than it is here. So I think it's especially quite exciting to see the two next speakers, Marta Mazzilli and Eloise Blewden from Oregon, take on sustainability.
A better future is a world that works for all of humanity and the planet. As engineers, architects, designers, and advisors, we play a vital role in helping the communities and economies in which we operate transition to a net zero carbon future. facade design has significant opportunity to influence the sustainability of a building across its life cycle, from upfront resource use in operation and resilience consideration. Good afternoon. My name is Marta. I'm a lead facade engineer at Auckland.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Eloise, and I'm a sustainability consultant at Auckland in the buildings team. As Marta said, and has been discussed today, facade design has a significant opportunity to support sustainable outcomes in buildings. Today, we'll quickly talk about some key facade strategies for sustainable outcomes, focusing on carbon emissions, operational energy, and climate change resilience. We will then discuss key challenges during the design process when aiming for some of these outcomes, and look at a case study of Te Matapihi, Wellington Central Library, in addressing some of these challenges. So to begin with, I want to quickly touch on the context of climate change. Think about the why behind sustainability in the built environment, and demonstrate that as people sitting in this room, as designers, developers, and contributors to buildings, our influence over projects is critical. As we know, climate change is here, and our built environment has a huge impact on global carbon emissions. In New Zealand, our built environment contributes approximately 20% of our carbon footprint. As contributors of the built environment, the impact through our work is much more significant than our individual carbon footprints. In New Zealand, on average, the average household footprint of one person is 7.5 tonnes of carbon dioxide per year. On the other hand, a 900 square metre non-residential building is 450 tonnes of carbon emissions. Therefore, making a 40, 50, 60% reduction of carbon emissions, like we've seen on some projects today, we are having a much more significant impact than our individual lifestyle choices. So, if the built environment has such a large role to play, the next question I want to ask is, where do we want to get to with sustainability in buildings? What does it look like? We want our buildings to be low in carbon emissions, both from an embodied and operational perspective. So we want to think and apply life cycle thinking, considering that whole of life impact. It's often discussed that maybe the most sustainable building is one that already exists, or one that lasts for a very long time. So we want to make sure that our buildings are fit for purpose and enduring so that they survive the tests of time. Also, we want our buildings to be beautiful, and we've seen lots of those today, so that they are appreciated by people, used, valued, and therefore looked after. We also want to make sure our buildings are resilient to climate change. And at the end of the day, buildings are about people. So it is imperative that our buildings are healthy, comfortable, and efficient. So to achieve some of these outcomes, I'll pass on to Marta to talk about the role that facades play.
So I took some inspiration from a Power Skin conference paper that was presented in Munich a few years ago. The paper is discussing the outcome of a series of interviews that was carried out on different architectural firms about sustainability principle of facade design. And that was the result. So clearly the answer is not so obvious. In this paper, while some of the themes were recurrent, what struck me the most is that for some of the interviews, what was important for them was the permanence and timeless of the envelopes and buildings. That also led to stronger design, focus on aging, durability, and resilience. While for others, a sustainable envelope approach mainly revolves around using less raw material and the reuse and recycle potential of the building envelope element, which led to light structure, aiming for a total disassembling and a material recovery. So take a moment to think what a sustainable envelope design means for you. The point is that there isn't a right or wrong answer. We all have different opinions, driven by topics that resonate with us the most. The right answer is also very specific to each project, each location, and each design stage. As Eloise mentioned before, the envelope plays a crucial role in the building overall environmental performances, influencing energy efficiency, resource use, occupant comfort. It is also one of the most complex elements of the building, having to balance so many different and sometimes contradicting requirements. So, what makes an envelope design sustainable. Someone would say that glass box with pretty feature films achieving minimum compliance with H1 and a green star rating. However, what I think is a sustainable envelope design practice, and bear with me, I'm going to state some obvious concept, is design for energy efficiency. The envelope must be designed to improve the energy efficiency, to reduce the heating and cooling loads. This can be achieved with a balanced window-to-wall ratio that has been mentioned a few times early in this conference, and through the use of high-performance insulation, external insulation, eliminating thermal bridges, and using energy-efficient windows. It's also about applying passive solar design principle. Incorporating passive solar strategies in the envelope include design for solar shading, and when I mean design, I mean not just cute shape randomly placed on the building. And also properly think about the location and orientation of the windows. And basically try to balance the required shading and heat gains where they are really needed. These principles are also linked to a climate-based approach, designing the building's form and shape, and consequently the envelope to suit the specific site and climate conditions. As an example, considering the passive solar design approaches, as just mentioned before, or selecting light colors for the envelopes for hot climates. Have you ever seen a black building in Santorini? So it's easier said than done. I personally think that one of the major challenges is that abstractness of some of the sustainability approaches for facade design, and how to turn this into applicable strategies. I think we'll still have a relative lack of data available to track and measure sustainability goals. Does anyone know how many facade products come with APDs? Or which one envelope system we commonly specify for our project have the lowest embodied carbon? Our clients' logical focus on the building cost, on the upfront cost, and on the capex. There is the need to shift focus on the full process and the big picture, such as long-term energy saving or the fewer maintenance and replacement if most durable envelope products are to be chosen. Even the collaboration and communication with your clients, designer, and product supplier is still not where it should be. In conclusion, I also believe sustainability is not necessarily a technical choice. It's not a question of whether we can be sustainable, but whether we choose to be, and who sees the value in that. We, all of us, are accountable for the decision we make during the design process. And ultimately, our job is to assist our clients to make the right choices.
As Marta discussed, life cycle thinking on projects is important and critical to support decision making. Life cycle assessment is a tool that's used to consider the environmental impacts a building has across the whole of its life, right from the product manufacturing through construction, use, refurbishment or replacement, and then the end-of-life impacts. It helps us see and understand the impacts of our decisions and consider choices from a holistic perspective, not just an upfront one. However, one of the largest challenges we often face is the misalignment between these key points of influence in the design process, not being involved early enough, and the level of data available. At those early stages of the design, the ability to influence good, sustainable outcomes and decisions is the highest. And this has been discussed today. At those early design stages, there is the opportunity to optimize the design and envelopes and improve environmental outcomes. However, there's often limited project-specific data available to support this decision. For example, when we're trying to calculate carbon emissions, we might not be sure yet on where the aluminium is being sourced from. However, later down the process, where we might know the quantities of materials in our buildings, some more supplier information, it's often too late to implement change. And I think that's been spoken about today, the importance of engaging those contractors early and getting everyone involved in the process. So, I'm now going to talk about how some of these particular challenges played out on a project, Te Matapihi, throughout different stages of the process and how we address them to enable sustainable outcomes. So Te Matapihi is a significant refurbishment project of the Wellington Central Library. We're working with Atfield Architects and Alty McGuinness as the contractor. For those of you that are familiar with Wellington, you'll know that this is an iconic cultural building for Wellington's Te Ngako precinct. The project retains existing fabric and structure while also preserving cultural values, improving views, and adding top-lit circulation. We will firstly talk about operational energy outcomes. So in those early stages of design, there are so many factors to balance: time, money, constraints, aesthetics, performance. There might also be limited time and budget here to do lots of testing. However, this is when the greatest energy savings can be made through some of those strategies that Marta talked about: window-to-wall ratio, orientation, tight thermal envelope, starting that energy model up really early that's been talked about today. At the detailed design stage, we might need to start validating performance, for example, to meet H1 or to meet Green Star. For Te Matapihi, this was one of the key challenges, particularly with it being an existing building. At this stage, more information about the project might be available. However, there's less levers to pull at this stage. I'm going to pass on to Marta to talk about some of the key strategies.
So some of these key strategies that have been implemented for the library project involve, first of all, established to target H1 compliance. For an existing building, there was comprising of a mix of retained envelopes and new envelopes. Then was running models iteration to establish the correct window-to-wall ratio, to achieve the correct balance of heating and cooling loads and keep this within the target parameters. For example, this iteration led to some changes on level 3 and 4 facades, where a portion of the glazed facade then being replaced with opaque curtain walls with insulated panels. Another example was the specification of thermally broken systems for all the new glazing, and also the addition of insulation on existing precast wall and a new warm roof. A key strategy was also about collaboration and communication between the different consultants from the sustainability team, mechanical engineers, facade architects, and lastly, just because they came on board later, not because of order importance, the envelope contractor. Furthermore, at the early design stage, we didn't have sufficient information about which EU value could have been achieved with the new glazing. Consider it was a mix of a lot of different facade types with different modularity, different system, and different shapes, some with solar shade. So we didn't even know actually if we needed to use a thermally broken system for the project. It was only after many conversations with the sustainability team and learning how to understand each other's languages and working together to fine-tuning what EU values and glazing solar heat gain coefficient, were we able to arrive at the targeted parameters. For reducing the carbon emission, the challenges are really similar to the challenges Eloise just mentioned before. There are not enough information in early design stage where the important decisions are made. Then limited EPDs data available there. Then later design stage, detailed design and construction, when we can undertake the full life cycle assessment, sometimes it's too late to implement strategies, apart from last minute material swap out.
On Te Matapihi, the greatest outcome for life cycle thinking was the early on decision to refurbish over rebuild. This decision had the dual outcome of heritage and cultural preservation, coupled with minimizing emissions. Some of the life cycle thinking in a project like this includes considering the operational versus embodied carbon payoffs between retaining an existing facade. At detailed design, LCA can be used as a tool to start to validate some of this life cycle thinking. At this stage, we can also start to impact material selections, and the key challenges here is that lack of detailed product information about supply chains and carbon impacts, which does make comparison difficult. Therefore, as designers, we need to be pushing suppliers for environmental product declarations and details about the supply chains. As has been mentioned, aluminium that's sourced from New Zealand has a much lower impact than other aluminium. On Te Matapihi, we work closely with the contractor and they're doing a lot of product tracking to get some of this information. This will also start to drive the market and allow us to do those comparisons earlier on. We can also start to specify targets in our specifications for the emission targets for the facade. We're now going to chat a little bit about climate resilience. So the challenges associated with climate resilience and adaptation will always be site-specific, and the way that the building responds will also be building and program-specific. For Te Matapihi, the site is low-lying, near the ocean, so can be at risk of sea level rise or flooding. Urban heat island effect, increased wind, and susceptibility to ocean corrosion also needs to be taken into account. During those design stages, the real challenge lies in getting climate resilient strategies implemented in the design and being able to communicate the value of these strategies to design teams and clients.
So resilient strategy seems more complicated to adopt, yet some are very simple to achieve. Designing the envelope for extreme events such as higher wind loads or more resilient limit state design for earthquakes, the solution is actually in our building codes and standards, aka designed for a higher return period. This strategy has been implemented in the design of the new curtain walls without actually doing anything different or special. So the new curtain walls for the Themata P library has been specified to accommodate the so-called CALS, collapse avoidant limit state. This limit state is required to resist a level of demand above the ultimate limit state. Because of the building is base isolated, these collapsing story drift values that the new envelope have to accommodate were relatively low, around like 0.6%, so within the curtain wall capacity. Even regarding the wind load, the higher wind load normally occurred around the corners, the corner zone, and typically the curtain walls are designed for these values. That means that because this approach normally is more cost-effective. So instead of having to design the curtain walls for different wind loads based on the location on the building, we just design for a higher wind loads in the corner. That means that basically all the curtain walls not in the corner zone has been designed for a higher wind load and therefore can be considered resilient. Another example was selecting a coastal resilient cladding, aka designed for appropriate corrosivity zone. This strategy has been adopted for the project. The curtain walls and the cladding are made of glass, aluminium, so material that we know the inherent durability and therefore suitable for a coastal environment. Also, all the new ground floor curtain walls and windows of the Themata P library are built on raised nibs. And while this is primarily mitigating the risk of damaging the curtain walls during the normal use, it's also providing a greater protection from water ingress in case of extreme weather events, like such floods. A last example of a good use of resilience envelope design is minimizing the use of dark colors on the facade and roofs, and the Themata P roof is actually white.
Today, we've summarised some of the specific sustainability challenges and applied strategies on the Themata P project relating to life cycle carbon, operational energy, and climate resilience. This demonstrates that there's unique challenges when it comes to sustainability in facades, often specific to each project and also to each stage throughout the design process. It is important that we're able to take these high-level concepts, such as life cycle thinking, and ground them into practical, applicable outcomes that are suited to each design stage. Themata P is one example of great collaboration at those key points in the process with design teams such as mechanical engineers, facade engineers, architects, contractors, which is important for getting everyone involved and on board to understand the value of sustainability on that project. There are many more examples that we can speak to on Themata P that we're happy to chat about after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Eloise and Marta. So now that we're going strong, let's continue with Dyann Stewart from Technoform, who will talk about fenestration systems and more specifically about the upfront carbon analysis of these.
Good afternoon. I'm Dyann Stewart, as he said, a facade consultant with Technoform. Okay, and today I'm excited to share with you my 2023 research on upfront carbon analysis of fenestration systems. And my aim today is to give you ideas on how you can leverage construction sustainability. And I think the last two presenters are the big picture of what I'm now going to focus in on, which is the aluminium side of it. And it was actually mentioned in both presentations. So I'm excited to dig into the detail. Oh, there we go, it's working. So let's look. We've had a couple of looks at the product life cycle, and this chart illustrates how a product created from raw materials, transformed through a production process into a usable form, manufactured, installed, and then utilised in the building before either being recycled or discarded. And a couple of our other speakers talked about that process of, they talked about embodied carbon and they talked about operational carbon. And our current building code today requires, it tends to overlook carbon emissions from the raw material up front. And both of our speakers talked about, as I said, the embodied carbon and the operational carbon. And the bit that's circled, and I'm going to see if I can do that, this whole bit here and this whole end bit here is missing from our current building code, and only this use phase is currently in practice. And, you know, up until now, that actually might be okay because we were on a journey of learning about the sustainability process and what it means for our buildings. So, as I said, the building code mainly focuses on carbon emissions during a building's use phase, and specifically targeting this operational carbon relating to the heating and cooling. And look, it's important, it really is, but it's also crucial to consider maintenance needs and timelines for the repair and replacement of products when evaluating overall emissions. So, why should you care about carbon emissions and building code legislation? Well, if you're environmentally conscious, you probably know that New Zealand's first emissions reduction plan, released in 2020, aimed to decarbonise all sectors. However, as of 2024 and now in 2025, New Zealand is not on track to meet those targets and has not made significant progress. In 2024, New Zealand had to purchase 102 megatons equivalent of international carbon offsets, comparable to the emissions from burning 51 million metric tonnes of coal. This massive volume of offsets creates a risky precedent, as New Zealand is the only OECD country currently grappling with the instability of international carbon credit pricing. Now, if you aren't really into carbon emissions policies, then consider this: the government's 2024 plans to ease regulation on importing building products. This was looking to lower costs for builders by allowing products from trusted overseas jurisdictions. However, when has cheaper always meant quality and guarantee of that quality? And while products from countries with strict quality controls might be easier to import, it would open the door to products from, let's say, less scrupulous sources. And the construction industry has its fair share of transient suppliers, raising concerns and questions about the due diligence for both local and international products. And for New Zealand manufacturers, competing with international companies with lower costs and larger economies of scale, this poses a significant challenge. Compared to some countries, New Zealand businesses operate under stricter taxes, wage and health and safety regulations, which adds to our burden. Price competition is heating up in this recessionary climate, but we must always find ways to avoid this race to the bottom. So let's dive into that word that was used a couple of times in these previous presentations, and that was embodied carbon. And, you know, this is all about the greenhouse gas emissions tied to the entire life cycle of a product, right from raw materials, manufacturing, transportation, and the building, construction, and end of life. We've been through this a couple of times through a couple of different presentations. And it is often expressed as kgs of CO2 EQ, or kgs of CO2 equivalent. So think of it as a different way of combining different greenhouse gases like methane or nitrous oxide on a common scale by converting their emissions into the equivalent amount of CO2 based on their global warming potential over a specific period of time. Now, what makes New Zealand manufacturing stand out? It's the fact that our electricity grid is pretty green, with around 80% of electricity coming from renewable sources like hydro, geothermal, wind and solar, and the remaining 20% from fossil fuels. And this is electricity. While this helps reduce operational carbon emissions in buildings, using materials manufactured via fossil fuels can lead to high upfront carbon emissions, especially when considering the raw material extraction and production phases. So to effectively cut down emissions in the built environment, it's essential to adopt sustainable sourcing practices that mitigate high upfront carbon activities. And if you listen to all that blah, 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 and you thought, what? You're not alone. It's okay. But here's where it gets easier. Using a locally prepared environmental product declaration, and that was mentioned in the previous presentation as well, or an EPD, can simplify the complex world of carbon accounting. An EPD provides crucial data on a product's carbon footprint, including energy consumption and water usage, making environmental impacts clear and comparable. These documents are gold for architects, designers, builders, and facade engineers, as we heard just before, and they can help developers and those spending the money make informed decisions. And the rise of locally produced EPDs in New Zealand is promising. Offering detailed data on products like windows and doors, you can break down extensive EPDs, often into like a 30-page document. I tend to just flick through the pages until I find the kgs of CO2 EQ, because for me, that means something. And with New Zealand's green electricity grid, combined with locally manufactured fenestration systems, overall carbon emissions should be lower compared to international options. However, comparing EPDs can actually be tricky because not all EPDs are created equal. We've seen instances where one EPD combines data from multiple European UPVC window suppliers, which kind of raises accuracy concerns since these EPDs should actually reflect specific materials and processes from individual locations. Additionally, international EPDs often skip the emissions from packaging and transport of products to the island of New Zealand because they're usually produced for the countries with which they were manufactured in, not an imported country. Therefore, it's vital to engage with architects and designers to highlight the advantages of New Zealand-made products in EPD comparisons. This is because the lack of mandatory legislation means that importers may not prioritise essential factors outside of EPD norms, potentially misleading the industry. Therefore, advocating for New Zealand-specific EPDs can boost transparency. So, using all the blah blah I just talked about, our 2023 research kicked off with a focus on the front end of that life cycle analysis. As I said, upfront carbon. We asked the question, would window frame material choices differ if we considered the impact of upfront carbon from international transport and packaging requirements to this island of New Zealand? And this question is not tied to a specific product, my research was, but the outcomes and the learnings applies to anything manufactured locally versus sourced internationally. And this is an awesome chart. Can't you read it? Lots of fun. Too much data all at once. So the calculations required an extensive data analysis over many months. And this chart represents just one aspect of the report's findings. So please don't be overwhelmed by this chart, as it is packed with information which is impossible to get across in such a short period of time today. So if you want to dive deeper, I will have a QR code at the end of this presentation, and you can download it and get some light reading before bed if you need some sleep tonight. And so this very full chart displays the results from, we used a Brands Model House 1, which is just a single-storey, 4-bedroom standalone, and in all manufacturing zones and transport methods were analysed. And at the tall end, can I do this? Yep. At the tall end of the chart, no, because I'm clicking the wrong thing. At this tall end, we have aluminium house lots made in Guangzhou, China, and at the lower end, down the slide, we have aluminium house lots made in New Zealand. And in between, from the tall to the little, we have various types of UPVC and aluminium options, either manufactured and shipped glazed or shipped in long lengths and manufactured in New Zealand. So our research found that windows and doors made in New Zealand using locally smelted aluminium produced the lowest upfront carbon emissions. So, yay, this was a promising start. And then we wondered, what impact does shipping distance have on carbon emissions? And the study found that the distance, weight, and raw material production processes of imported house lots significantly alter the upfront carbon emissions, with results varying by country of origin. And for example, the one that's shown on the screen here, this is a house lot manufactured and shipped, fully made in Germany, from Hamburg, Germany. And it was shipped to Auckland, and it's a journey of nearly 25,000 kilometres, and it takes 42 days and is riskier now due to piracy along that route. Yippee. The total kgs of CO2 EQ for a house lot of this window and door shipped to Auckland is 5,310. That is a 25% increase in upfront carbon emissions compared to an Auckland manufactured Cedar house lot. And transport and packaging emissions for this UPVC lot included the steel and glass, represented 20% of the total emissions, or 1,062 kgs of CO2 EQ, which is the equivalent to burning 550 kgs of coal, just for one house lot. You will notice that the Hamburg chart is slightly fatter than the Auckland chart, and I'm trying to represent thickness and size of the amount of emissions and between Hamburg, Germany and Auckland. And now, if we look at the carbon emissions data of an aluminium house lot manufactured in Guangzhou, China, we found that the transit distance of 9,427 kilometres was not the main concern. While transport and packaging emissions were reduced, yay, the upfront carbon costs from the raw material extraction and manufacturing in China was significantly higher due to reliance on fossil fuels. And in the earlier presentation from Te Papa, we heard a number of 20 compared to the thermosash number of 1.21, and that's what is represented in these chart differences. So manufacturing aluminium house lots in China and shipping them to New Zealand resulted in an alarming 10,027 kgs of CO2 EQ of upfront carbon emissions. That is the equivalent to burning 5,052 kgs of coal, and that's just for one house lot of windows. This represented a 36% increase in emissions compared to house lots made in New Zealand using locally smelted aluminium. This data emphasises that upfront carbon emissions from distance doesn't... Chinese produced materials overshadow transportation emissions and dramatically increased overall upfront carbon emissions. So, what comes next? What does Technoform hope to achieve with this report and today's presentation? And simply put, we can do better. We must focus on the long-term sustainability of New Zealand's manufacturing by addressing carbon emissions from supply chains, either any supply chains internationally, whether that be a short distance but manufactured with fossil fuels, or long distance and manufactured with green technology. It doesn't matter which market, each one has a different issue. We can enhance support for New Zealand manufacturing by highlighting our unique selling proposition amidst carbon emission greenwashing. The building code's focus on only reducing operational carbon may lead to different frame material choices. However, with upfront carbon emissions data, clients can achieve more than just operational carbon reductions. By leveraging New Zealand's manufacturing strengths and green electricity grid, we can emphasise reduced upfront carbon, creating a unique selling point just beyond price. And as the construction industry evolves, architects and specifiers are expected to request local EPDs to improve transparency for energy efficient building materials and account for that shipping to New Zealand, because it's the missing bit. New Zealand's current laws do not mandate improved energy efficiency in buildings, placing the onus on the industry to make informed material sourcing decisions. Therefore, encouraging upfront carbon mandates to the Building for Climate Change program could help reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the construction sector. And if you're a manufacturer or distributor, start looking at local EPDs. If your supplier already has one, consider an addendum which looks for the international packaging and shipping for getting that product to New Zealand. So these steps will support local manufacturing and improve supply chain transparency. Today, I've talked about the carbon emissions from imported fenestration systems, including the impacts of transportation, packaging, and coal-fired power plants. You may be asking yourself, why bother, especially since New Zealand is a small and joinery is just one product among many needed to build a home. My response to the why bother question is that importing more fenestration systems could increase carbon emissions by 13.8 to 213 million kilograms of CO2 EQ, or 7,000 to 106,000 metric tonnes of coal burnt, compared to windows and doors made in New Zealand with locally sourced aluminium. This impact only accounts for windows and doors, not the entire house lot. New Zealand must stop relying on offshore carbon credits and focus on driving positive change for our resources. By maximising our capabilities and taking meaningful steps, we can improve the sustainability of our built environment. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Scan the QR code to win a prize.
Have is one of my favorites, in fact. Eggersley O'Callaghan. I went to Paris in June to see the UK director take on a presentation in French to a French public, which basically means that they are not scared of a challenge. Today we have Tom Donald here from Sydney, who is the director for Eggersley O'Callaghan in Australia. So yours, Tom.
Hi, everyone. So this is a presentation that I came up with after a bit of a frustration in the industry. We, as a company, work across structures and facades, and I think we often come across this term secondary structure. And there's a bit of a frustration there, and I think I just wanted to talk a little bit about how we look at this and how we interpret these types of briefs and what a possible solution to that could be. So we're primarily structural and facade engineers. That expands a little bit. We have technical teams looking into, we have an advanced materials team, we have digital design teams, sustainability teams, but we're primarily a twin discipline organization. We're 20 years old last year. And you can see we set up the Sydney studio in 2021. We work all over the world, so we have 10 offices, 11 offices now, and we kind of get taken all over the place. It makes for a really interesting day job. I look after the Australasian region from Sydney, and just going to go through these, but one thing that's really relevant here is this number. So we're pretty much 50-50. So we are as many facade engineers as we are structural engineers. And that has continued into the foundation of the Sydney office as well. We're here, so we've worked in Australia before, but we really set up an office in Sydney because of this project. So this is something we've been working on since 2018, 2019. For Atlassian, for their new headquarters in Sydney. So this is a highly sustainable project. It's got a relatively unconventional composite steel concrete structural system and a fairly interesting facade as well. It's now up to, in construction, it's up to about level 7. So we're up to about here in construction. Our office, incidentally, is just in the background of this render, so we're pretty close and we're watching it quite closely. We work across all scales. This is just a flick through, so we do work on pure structures projects. We're working on some private residential projects, even down to the very small homes. We get into modular a little bit. Again, with timber, we work a lot in CLT. We're working with Smart Design Studio here with, and the rest of this project as well. We aren't doing, don't know what happened there, but we work into multi-resi a fair bit, and that's a really interesting area in New South Wales right now because of the new legislation that's being rolled out. So we also get involved, this is another project, this is actually Sydney Office Project 01, which we won. This is the Sydney Harbour Bridge extensions. So we designed the structure, and we're the lead industrial designers for this project as well. So this is, it's not a facade project, but it's one that we designed in a very similar way to the way that we design facade projects. So it's kind of the componentry. It's a bridge that's designed down to the millimeter. So we're really looking at the integration of those cladding systems, the industrial design componentry, and the integration of all the components. So we are here to talk about secondary structure. My first Venn diagram of the day. So this bit in the middle, the talk really comes from doing a bid on a project where we got two scopes. We got the scope for structural engineering, we got the scope for facade engineering. Both of them had a line item saying, this excludes secondary structure. So we were like, well, who's going to do that? And so I presented this, similar presentation to this. I actually wrote a paper and presented this to the Australasian Structural Engineering Conference. And so I thought it was probably only fair that I also present it to the Facades Conference for balance. So just for those who are unfamiliar with secondary structure, I'm sure most of you are, but this is a project, this actually had a very similar brief to B201, actually. It's a university project in the UK, and adaptive reuse project, all the grey is existing. We had to add in an extra series of wings, circulation, rooftop structure, and the brief here was really kind of how do we add all this on? So the entire structural package was effectively secondary structure. Now, most facade engineers probably wouldn't be that into that, but I think the other thing that we added was we needed to hang this off the side. So most of it was circulation, most of it was new smoke extract, most of it was new roofs, it's increasing floor area. But the existing structure, which was this old waffle deck, couldn't take the loads of those even lightweight structural systems. So we used our carbon fiber knowledge to actually lace carbon fiber through the waffle deck and bring that structure up to spec that we could then hang additional facade systems off the side. So that allowed us to have, this is just a structure embodied carbon, but it's the only one of the day. I'm not doing a talk on that today. Others can do that. I do give a talk about embodied carbon, but ultimately the carbon fiber component is just this grey stripe here. And so that's effectively the primary structural engineering component of this project. Second Venn diagram. So how do we deal with secondary structure? Most of the time, we try and do this. We go, we'll do it. And that's quite rare, we've noticed, within the facade industry. I think it's uncommon for that. I mean, we've got another issue about structural or facade engineering scopes that we see, but what we try and do, and often we are putting together a return brief or a return scope for a client to work out how they want to utilize many of the benefits that we can add to a project. So most of the time, we're actually trying to do this. This is a project in Brisbane. We're doing with Henning Larsen right now. This is going into construction documentation this year. It's effectively a kind of premium tower, office tower. But then what happens is the form Henning Larsen created, it kind of breaks up into these gardens and these podium sections. And so, as you can probably tell, quite a lot of these bits are not primary structure. So these are bits of facade that need to project out. They're terraces, we've got a waterfall, we've got integrated planting. And so all of that was in this scope gap. And so what we did is consolidate that effectively into the facade package. You can see the kind of the spaces that this creates. It's part of this whole new greenway concept within downtown Brisbane. And I'm sure Henning Larsen will talk more eloquently about it, but it's a fascinating project. So how do we document that? So our documentation package for facade is effectively two big things. We do the reports and et cetera, but ultimately we're delivering a specification and detailed drawing. So our specification's fairly hierarchical. We quite like that format. We always have our kind of system breakdown, assembly, component, material, finish. All of them have their own codes, and that kind of gives it a structure to some extent. So when the secondary structure is supporting a single facade system, we think of it as an assembly of that system. So that goes into the system heading. When it's supporting multiple facade systems, it's a system of its own. And so then it forms a system of its own of which the facade systems fix into that. So we have this kind of secondary and primary structural system within the hierarchy of the way we specify. And again, it also means that we have to be dealing with occasionally pretty substantial bits of steelwork, and that's something that we draw from the way that we document our structural engineering projects into our facade documentation. So what are the benefits of this? So, well, of course, if we're fixing bits of facade to bits of steelwork, if that steelwork, as we've seen this morning, has got some unusual shapes, we need to get those tolerances pretty tight. The sequencing, often the facades are following the primary structure. We don't want to be dealing with holding up the primary structure if we need that if that needs to be released to top out. We can follow that with the secondary structure, and it forms part of that package. The coordination, and again, a lot of the bigger principal facade contractors are completely comfortable with coordinating secondary structure, the structure that they're going to be working on, but it gives them a little bit more agency, and we like to go along with them on that journey. And then system integration. Of course, if we're using that secondary structure to support planter boxes or GRC or other elements, we can double that up and get that efficiency. This is a project we're working on in Perth, so this is a dynamic shading system, but this requires a very close relationship of the supporting secondary structure and the facade system. Again, in Perth, we're looking at this university project with Grimshaw and Curtin University. Again, the big focus is on shading design. How do we make the shading design efficient? There's an entire talk I'm going to do, probably, about the environmental performance of these two projects and others, but that's for another day. But that's only really possible if you can look after the support of those additional shading elements as well. So that's what we're trying to do in those cases. So what are the current issues with this process? So the low resolution scoping. I see all kinds of scopes from all kinds of project managers and all sorts of clients asking for often a complete dog's breakfast of a response from a facade consultant. So we've got we try and return, we often try and work with clients very closely to develop those scopes. What should that include? The rigid consultant contracts, again, it's like, can you do this? And don't tell us that we've missed a whole bunch of stuff, just do it. Again, that's a little bit, it's not really like how we do things. The perceived risks and liability from the market. So are we fully fledged structural engineers? Can we deal with these types of things? Can we sign them off? Can we integrate these things? Can we do new stuff? Hopefully I'll show you that we can do some new stuff. And a lack of clear definition of a facade engineer. Now, I'm also the chair of the Society of Facade Engineering in New South Wales. This is a major issue right now. We're trying to define what that is. I know that's happening here as well. And so all of these things are issues. So what are the opportunities? Well, we get to play around with unusual structures. We can have hierarchy in our structures with a higher order. We can improve structural efficiency by not doubling stuff up. Improve carbon accounting, we take more control of that. And we can have opportunities to remove that secondary structure altogether if we deem it necessary. So third Venn diagram. What happens if we just integrate them all together? Let's think about it as a single system. So some people might know this work from our company. I always include this one because it's just scary as a load case. But this is a piece of glass that's also the facade, it's also the structure, it's also the roof. This is also the staircase. So it's already, we have a legacy, and this goes all the way back to 20 years ago when they founded the company, of thinking differently about structures, thinking about how those can double up. Apple's obviously a fantastic client. We developed these, we got into curved, we got into different shapes. Again, in this project, we started to get involved in carbon fiber. This is where the kind of carbon fiber research comes from that we get to leverage back into some of our primary structural adaptive reuse projects. Here, again, the carbon fiber effectively is the cladding. It is the structure. It's working very efficiently across these pizza slices of carbon fiber. There's a great video of them lifting this in all in one go. Sometimes include that. This is one of those pizza slices. So again, huge spans, huge efficiency, very low material weight. But it just comes down to kind of an understanding of the materials and an understanding of the tolerances between those materials particularly. This is the latest one. I was lucky enough to go here last year and have a look at it. Again, getting into spherical, it's actually not spherical. All of these are conical surfaces. They're developable surfaces. It just gives the illusion of being spherical. But what's really, this is the Death Star image, but what's really interesting about this one is it's effectively a composite system, or it's a hybrid system, I should say, where all of the bracing of the steel frame is by the glass. So that's the diaphragm action, even across the conical surfaces. But the steel structure itself is providing that dead load. So it's supported down via the steel structure, but the steel structure would buckle. It's way too thin to be a reasonable structure without being braced by the glass. So both of these are working in perfect unison together. I think I put in my notes that it's better to work together. That applies to materials as well. This is again another interesting one. This is a project in China that is just being finished, and it is clad, or it's kind of formed out of these GRC sweeps, and then it's got this kind of amazing lattice work of steel structure underneath. But again, this is a really good example where the size of panels, the scale of the span, it just wouldn't be possible without a incredibly tight integration between this steel structure, which is clearly quite detailed, but you can tell already that it's optimized for span. So it has smaller members where it needs smaller members, it has bigger members. So it's fully parametrically optimized, and then it works in unison with the UHPC cladding system. And it just looks really cool when you're underneath. So on site, I can't believe they're going to clad the soffit of this. I don't know about you guys, but I think it looks really good. Maybe that's an engineering aesthetic there. This is in Hong Kong, so this is the Henderson that recently opened. This is Zaha Hadid in glass. So we worked on this is the kind of banquet hall that sits at the very top. You can imagine hurricane, typhoon force winds, and at the very top, and the seismic, and how do you actually deal with that? So again, it's like you've got the curvature. They didn't want any mullions, classic. So what do you do? So again, it is a steel frame. So all the black is a kind of steel frame, but it's got the curvature, it's got the geometry. But all of the trimming beams, all of the subsections are all glass. And then all of the perimeter facades are top to bottom spanning structural glass. So again, this is an extreme example in terms of load cases. Wind load is enormous. But the aesthetic required that it was this minimal thing. And the main thing here that was important was maintaining the connection and the tolerance between the steel structure and the facade. In a slightly different geometry, again, we get into very unusual geometry sometimes. Often this is facilitating unusual geometry. This is a project in India. So here we did the full facade package, but the middle jar is helpfully a concave and convex surface at the same time. So it kind of curves in and out in plan and section. And so what we needed to do was, you can imagine cladding that with flat bits of glass is pretty difficult to get all the gasket alignments at the nodes to node out. So we knew already that we were going to be machining, we were going to be either 3D printing or machining nodes, so we could customize those. So in this case, we're isolating the complexity of all the geometry into the fewest number of components. We quite like that as a philosophy. It allowed all of the straight members to be standard and all of the gasket systems to be standard as well. So this was a geometry method statement that we do. We do that sometimes for architects or contractors, where we'll effectively map out how to build the geometry in detail, and then usually back that up with 3D models as well. This was some prototyping from the architects, so working with Make in this case. They love their 3D printing, and so they just 3D printed a whole bunch, and we tested it out in that way to get the client approval as well. It also occasionally facilitates unusual things like dynamics. So again, this project wouldn't be possible. This is with Thomas Heatherwick in the UK. It wouldn't be possible without very close integration between the structural frame and the glass. They all work together as one. So these petals of this flower, this is actually a lot bigger than it looks when someone walks past. It's kind of a person is only really up to about here. So you can imagine how big that is. But also what you can see here is we had to structurally analyze it for its kind of peak wind load if it shut down in any possible location. So the structural engineering of this was effectively parametric for any possible configuration. Imagine it stops at any point and then the wind blows at peak wind pressure. You need to be able to verify that that's okay. Finally, I'm just going to finish with this one. I know I'm a smidge over time, but this is a really great project that we've been working on globally for the last few years. I think Kaare mentioned it a little bit earlier, but this is a Beijing Central Library. So again, in this case, this is a very ambitious architectural aspiration. So we work closely, and we've worked closely before with North Glass, who I think are coming up after this. So again, the detailing is not overly complicated, but what's quite interesting here is how we're using the pleated geometry that was within the architecture to support the actual wind loading on the facade. So I've only included the top detail here. It's effectively a deflection head, but it's a customized one. So again, we need to take control over that. We take control over the secondary structure that's supporting that. And what that allows us to do is to get rid of all framing within the facade. So even up to 16 meters, there's no aluminium, there's no steel, there's no stainless steel. It's all the glass. And I think that's this is obviously an extreme case, but it's a really interesting case. Ultimately, it's a kind of methodology that we have that tries to integrate facade, integrate structure, and integrate environmental design, digital design as well, to create these types of projects. So hopefully that was interesting. And come find me afterwards. We can have a catch-up. Cheers.
Right, we're making great progress. Next up is Candice Zhao from North Glass. I think your company was on the screen already a few times, so yeah, we're very interested to see what you can offer.
Thanks, Zach. Yeah, I'm so excited to be here to share our experience on glass processing. My name is Candice from North Glass, which is a company in China. North Glass is a listed company in China. Actually, we started as a temporary machine builder from 1995. And right now, we are the #1 temporary machine supplier in the world. Our temporary machine has been sold to more than 6,000 to over the world, including to our competitor. In 1998, we have our first glass processing factory in Beijing to show our temporary machine capability. And after, in 2008, we cooperated with Apple. Until now, we have supplied glass to Apple Park and more than 100 Apple stores. For Apple Park, we buy a new factory in Tianjin because our Beijing factory is a little bit small for Apple Park project. So we move our factory from Beijing to Tianjin. And right now we have two major business, temporary machine builder and glass processing. It's a biggest difference between us and other temporary machine factories. We can always get full support from our temporary machine division. And actually, we don't only have a temporary machine company, but also a coating machine company and IGU machine and a grinding machine. Here's to show our processing capability. We are good at to produce a special glass. Our capability for flat glass is 24 meters, and for curved glass is 18 meters. Yes, we also have our coating line from ourselves. Is 24 meters. And we plan to build a new coating machine with 4 meters width because most of building, each floor is 4 meters. With this coating machine, we can produce 1 piece glass for 1 floor. It will be more beautiful. Yes, we also have digital printing machine with 18 meters. And a new IGU technology machine for 10 meters. So we can do 24 meters and 18 meters, also laminated glass, Hisok test, and IGU glass. We can also do 3D curved glass because we can produce temporary machine. We can upgrade our temporary machine to do some special glass. For 3D curved glass, we can do 12 meters, and the accuracy is 2.2 meters. I think it will be the biggest in the world. Curved glass, market has many requirements for curved glass. Architect always like curved glass to make some special design. Like big outlines, small radius, even 3D curved glass. Next, I want to share some curved glass project. This is a special design project in USA. All glass is concave glass. The glass is laminated and IGU glass with low coating. Here's a photo. It can clearly show the glass is concave. In this job, we made a control sample in our factory. During the production, the all glass should be compared with the control sample by client to make sure the appearance, the quality is same, is uniform. Yeah, this is a new performing arts center in Brisbane. You maybe already know from Snøhetta, because the architect is Snøhetta. The glass is larger size with concave and convex glass, laminated and IGU with low coating. The glass radius is only 1 meter, so actually it's a half circle glass. For such kind of small radius glass, the coverage of smoothing is very important. Here's the video and photo to show the glass quality. We can see the reflection. Actually, when we made the VMU, our machine can only do 4 meters high. For this project, we designed and built a new machine for bigger one. Finally, we did this. The glass height is 7.5 meters. Our machine is 8 meters at that time. This is a special design project, National Speed Skating Hall in Beijing for Winter Olympic Game. It has special design. We call it ice ribbon. It makes by a glass tube and LED inside. The glass tube is combined with 2 pieces of half circle glass. The glass has a very small radius, only 175 millimeter. It's a half circle glass. The glass height is 4 meters, 6 millimeter thickness. All glass is heat strengthened to avoid the thermal breakage. So special. It's another small radius project in China, Shanghai. The radius is also 175 millimeter. It's a half circle glass. Yes, all glass also heat strengthen. This project in Dubai is laminated and IGU glass with low coating. There are concave and convex glass. Special is Auckland is big. It's 4 meters. Actually, right now our capability for Auckland is 8 meters. It's also a big Auckland curved glass project. We can see the middle glass on the top one. The glass Auckland is 15 meters. Yes, the radius is 18 meters. Because of the big radius, we produce a glass with cold bending. Here is another project in USA. It's a luxury store. The glass is 3D curved glass. We can see the one edge is curved, convex or concave. Another edge is straight. Yes, the glass height is 7 meters. Accuracy is more than 500 millimeter. Here's a photo for the real glass. It's a mock-up. We can see the top edge is straight and the bottom is curved. And also has digital printing. It's granular digital printing on surface 1. So we use a special ink on surface 1 to avoid any damage from environmental, like sunshine, like windy, like something like this. It's another special design project in Shanghai, China. It looks like a bean, so we call it a red bean. The all glass is 3D curved glass. This is the front side. We can see the glass is convex, but it's 3D curved. This back side, there are concave and convex glass, but all glass is 3D curved. For curved glass, especially for 3D curved glass, the accuracy is very important because it will affect the visual, the appearance. This is a photo after installation. We can see the glass. Each glass can match very well. Here is the front side. Yes, 3D curved glass. It's another amazing project designed by Zaha. The quantity is more than 80,000 square meter in this project. And 3D curved glass more than 40,000 square meter. So it's a big project. It's a project in processing in our factory. This is glass in our factory. This project, the client will come to our factory to to inspect a glass. The glass is irregular glass. Everyone is different. It's 3D curve. Here is a mock-up for a Middle East project. It's a 3D curved glass. Accuracy is 1 meter. It's big. The digital printing and the coating on the same surface, on surface 2. We are good at jumbo glass, and jumbo glass is very popular in modern design. And now our capability is 24 meters. We have a real case with 23 meters in China. Here, the glass is 23 meters in Guangzhou. There is no glass fin in this project. All glass is structural glass. The glass build-up is 6 layers, 12 millimeter laminated glass. Yes, it's very heavy. This project will be finished installed this year. So at that time, I will upgrade my photo with a beautiful one. Tom said this is Beijing Library. Yes. In this project, there is no glass fin. All glass is structural glass. Maybe this project is the biggest structural glass project in the world. So the quantity is more than 10,000 square meter. The glass height is, actually the building is 20 meters. But at that time, our capability is 18 meters, only 18 meters. So we produce two pieces of glass. The bottom one is 15.5 meters. The top one is 5 meters. If we produce the glass now, we can produce one piece because we can do 24 meters. Yes, there is no glass thing in this project because every glass has bevel edge. So the glass can be supported by each other with a certain angle, like this. Yeah, this photo can show the bevel edge. This is Taikon Tower. The glass is 17 meters high. At that time, it's the biggest glass in the world. So the client takes the Guinness certification. Yes. The one-piece glass square meter is more than 50. It's IGU glass with low coating. The low coating is from us. Yeah. This is a private club in Beijing. To get a good view, we produce one piece of 17 meters long glass to install horizontally as a window. This building is located in a very good position. Here's a view from inside. We can see the Forbidden City. Yes, it's good, very good position. It's very transparent. It's a Lamty glass, maybe six layers, 12 millimeter Lamty glass. It's another jumbo size project in China. It's a concept design. It's very beautiful. The glass is 19 meters high. And the glass build-up is 7 layers or 6 layers laminated glass. It's very big. Yes, it's installation. It also has bevel edge in this glass, so they can support each other. This is Taikoo Place in Hong Kong. The glass is more than 17 meters. It's our first jumbo size glass project in Hong Kong. I remember to make sure the glass is safe, the client paid more than $10 million to do PMU glass to make sure the glass is safe. Yes. This is a project in Wellington, New Zealand. It's a laminated and IGU glass. We use a kind of metal mesh to make sure the glass is shining. During the sunshine and the cloud move on the glass color will be changed. Like Wellington's weather, it's always changed. Here's a photo from another angle in the evening. Yeah, we also supply glass to many famous buildings in the world. The first one is Taikoo Place. We supply glass to tower and the podium. The podium is also big glass. A tower is 3 by 3 meters square glass. We all know for square glass, it's very difficult to control the glass fairness because the height absorbing in the central area and the edge area is different. So we build a new machine for this project. Okay, the second one is a tourist building in Japan, and Canada, Middle East, another Japan project. These 3 are from Japan project. We can see the reflection is very good. We have something new. Yes, our new product, cast glass. Last year, we built a new company for this glass. We use high borosilicon to make the glass have strength, so it can be applied to facade. Now our capability for cast glass is 3 by 6 meters. we can customize different pattern, different thickness, and different color, depends on your design. Here's to show the color is different. Oh, so if you have any further questions, you can contact our partner, Glass in New Zealand. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Candice. Something tells me that the facade contractors on some of these projects would have aged quickly. Very beautiful pictures, though. We have one more presentation before the break, and that's going to be Jayrold Bautista. He's an Associate Technical Services and Development Scientist at Dow Corning, and he will be talking to us about carbon neutral silicons. All yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. I need something. I need my clicker, actually. I forgot. Sorry. I'm going to apologize in advance if I say aluminum, because I'm in the part of the world that we don't say it as aluminium, so please bear with me. But I'll try my best to say aluminium in this presentation, okay? Well, first off, thank you very much for still staying. I know we've been here the whole day, but I'm gonna present here about Dow's innovation. I know in the introduction it was said Dow Corning. We were Dow Corning, or at least that was what we were known for. But we're now fully integrated to Dow, and our products are called now Dow Seal instead of Dow Corning. But it's the same product name, and you'll probably some of those later. I'm presenting here, and I'm actually, we are here together with our partner here in New Zealand, Glass Corp. And I'm going to be presenting about our carbon neutral silicone sealants. I'm actually was a little bit worried that there were no presentations about sustainability, and I told Ahmed about that. So I was very happy about the panel discussion before we had lunch, because that was all about sustainability, and also some other presentations were there, and I'm just gonna piggyback on those, and probably piggyback on some of EOC's presentation and also Northglass's presentation. We have some of those projects as well, working with them. Everyone was showcasing their projects. You might just do it as well to us right now. The top 20 tallest tower in the world, 20 of those are Dow Seal projects. We're very proud of that. Just a testament of the durability and the longevity and just the trust on the brand and the performance of the product as well. Now, obviously, that's a trend that everyone was building tall. And then that list will change a bit in the next probably coming months. Merdeka 118 or KL 118, that's going to be the second tallest tower in the world. It's actually completed. They've just not yet opened that. Thankfully, it's a Dow Seal project as well. And this is another project, though. If you in Sydney, around Darling Harbour, you've been there, you'll not miss this project. It's the Crown Tower Sydney. Again, another trend that we are seeing. There's the cold bent facade. Just because of how weird some building geometries are, now there are some panels that has to be cold bent. If they don't want to do hot bent or curved glass, they will do cold bending. And obviously, there's a challenge in that in terms of the design of the aluminium and the glass, and obviously the permanent stresses on the sealant. So we we work with engineers and consultants to make sure that there's no worry on the sealant, and that we will provide our warranties even in those type of construction. So I saw one project a while ago shown by Candice about the OPPO glass, which is a 3D curved glass, hot bent. The bite check for that actually went through me. It's because that project is also using Dow Seal, so the contractor obviously wanted us to check the structural dimensioning of the sealant. It actually went through me. So if something happens to that sealant, please don't quote me on that, but it did pass through me. Just making sure that we're considering all of those calculations for those curved facade as well, and not just your typical square or rectangular flat glass. Now, trends, net zero, everyone's looking at that. Hopefully that's not your energy right now, but that's the net zero carbon emission targets that we're looking at by 2050. If you look at it, 2050 is not that far off. It's 2025 now, that's just 25 years from now. We really need to do something about this, and we really need to just be, just go, right? You've heard that we probably are not doing enough, but that's still there. And I think that's what's driving Dow as a company to, we have very aggressive net zero carbon emission targets as well as a company, but as a business as well in the different business units, that also trickles down to what we do. So what do? We know, you've probably seen this somewhere, globally, 39% of the emissions actually we are responsible for that, or the building industry is responsible for that. If you want to break it down, 28% is on the operational carbon side, 11% is on the embodied carbon side. Now, we've been doing a lot of work on the operational carbon side. I think at least we've done a good job. Probably we'll need to do more. There's not a lot that we've done there as of late, or at least, but we're seeing some change. We're seeing some rating systems we're in. There's a whole chapter now related to embodied carbon. I did not used to see that. I mean, like, it was all about, energy, thermal performance. Now some energy ratings systems, they have one full chapter just talking about carbon emissions and embodied carbon. So that's really good for the industry because we really need to act on that. So silicons have always been involved in this sustainability efforts. On the operational carbon side, silicons are very durable. They provide good weather tightness, not just for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 20 years, 30 years. And you'll see later, we have a logo, 50 years. Always ask, how long can sealant last? I say 50 years. Now, we have data to support that. We have actual projects to support that. So that's one thing that, we know that the product is durable. Aside from that, durable IGUs are possible because of the secondary sealant being silicon. Looking at the chemistry, obviously, there's always that need for low VOCs. Silicon sealants are low VOC. Now, we're going to look at these two things here. First off, the carbon neutral silicon sealants, and looking at the material efficiency that silicon and structural glazing technology offers. We have launched our carbon neutral silicon sealants back in 2022. It's a PAS 2060 certified carbon neutral claim. And how did we do that? Producing silicone. So one thing about Dow being unique as a silicone supplier is that we have access to the whole value chain, to the whole manufacturing process. Some may have just 2 parts of this, some may have just 1 part. We have all of this part. And that gives us more control on what happens to those different manufacturing processes. So if you look at that side, 66%, around 2/3 of carbon emission is related to the silicon metal production. So what do we do? Just to be efficient, let's lower our carbon emission on that part there wherein we're producing the silicon metal. Because by doing that, we've already basically have lowered a big chunk of that carbon emission related to silicon manufacturing. And that's what we did. We have renewable energy resources. We have audited wood chips, audited quartz that we use when we actually get our silicon metal. So silicone, right? Silicone with an E, that's the product. Silicon, that's the metal, or basically that's the element that you need to extract. Where do we get silicon? From sand. To get that, you basically have to expose that sand to temperatures more than 1,000 degrees Celsius. So you can just imagine the amount of energy that we need just to get the silicon metal out of sand. And then from there, all of these other processes are happening. So what happened there? For example, in 2 of our plants, we've reduced our carbon emission by 60%. In another one, around 85%. So this is just the silicon metal itself. Looking at the product, some of the products, integrating all of those other parts of the manufacturing process, we've reduced our carbon emission by 55 to 75%. Now, obviously, we have not yet like 0% in that emission, limitation of technology, limitation of some other things. So we are using our carbon insets to neutralize the remaining carbon emission related to that product. So the combination of these two, we get our carbon neutral silicone sealants. Now, you're just saying all of this, blah, blah, blah. Why should we believe you, right? So to make it more transparent for us, we actually have this. It's a PAS 2060 certified product. our carbon neutrality claim. PAS 2060 is a BSI standard, widely recognized for carbon neutrality claims. So we want to be transparent about that. That's why we want to do PAS 2060. The other aspect of that is we want it such that, because part of PAS 2060 is the continuous reduction of carbon emission. It's not a one-time activity. It's not a one-off thing. You have to yearly reduce your carbon emission and not rely on your carbon insets or your carbon offsets. These are the products that are available. So you're probably familiar with 983, 795, 791, and probably even 982, because that's what's typically used here in New Zealand. But all of our products globally, this carbon neutral silicone sealants are available, and we've already had projects that we've issued the certificate. So what are you going to get from us? Something like that. It's a certificate with a number, and it tells you how much carbon offset or carbon has been neutralized using the remaining, using the insets remaining on that product. So those are just some of the things that we've issued. Here's another more examples, and just more examples of the products or projects where we have issued this carbon neutral silicone sealants. And one thing about this, we want to make sure, because we have the certificate number over there, we're not reusing all those carbon insets. We are retiring them once we have issued these certificates. Yeah, and just looking at this, so going back to what the, silicons can do for you. So obviously, one of the things, durability, 50 years, 50 plus years. We're always asked, what's your design life? What's your durability? It's 50 years. Warranty is a different story, okay? We don't give 50 years warranty, but in terms of the durability of the product, 50 years. We have a project, so Dow Corning back then is basically started structural glazing, obviously with other partners. The first structurally glazed facade in the world was constructed back in 1971. So that building is still there. It's in Detroit, Michigan. And that building, we haven't reglazed at all. So we know that the sealant can last more than 50 years, because right now it's already, 53 years old? It's December. In December, it's going to be 54 years old. So whenever asked, how long can your sealant last? We say 50 plus years, because until now, that part is still there, and maybe it will only be, we'll only stop counting when that building is demolished or torn down. The other thing that we've been doing, so we've done some work in terms of just understanding, in terms of, for example, just using structural glazing technology, or that idea of bonding glass to the frame using structural silicone sealants. You can reduce your aluminum use by around 15%, okay, up to 15%, just because you don't need the capture outside. So for example, some of your seamless design, and I think that's intuitive on its own, so you have now 15% lesser weight, by volume, 15% possibly in terms of emission, carbon emissions related to your aluminum use when you're using structurally glazed facade. Aside from that, there's another project in relation to reuse. So those spandrel panels there, I think in terms of when they reevaluated that project, it's an old project. When they reevaluated it, they realized that the spandrel panels somehow do not comply to the safety standards or safety glass requirements. So instead of, disposing the glass, what we've done is, you can see from here, instead of throwing this glass away, we have silicones applied at the back of that glass together with this mesh for it to be able to comply with the safety glass requirement for that building. So again, reuse. Instead of throwing away that glass, we found ways to reuse it. This is a case study, the Citibank Tower. We work with Sheldebao, and basically looking at just what can we do? Can we refurb this curtain wall units here without, throwing, or let's save as much as we can in terms of the components of that material. So what we've done is, or in terms of what was done, 9 stories here, the first 9 stories here, They had a case study just to check whether they can save as much glass and aluminum components of that per wall unit. So they brought it back to the factory and then look at this here and they just check, okay, what can we do? Let's deglaze the glass, debond the silicone sealants and see what we can do there to actually, what can we stick there just to give it a new life, right? So there were some questions or there were some concerns around, okay, can your silicones debond? What are you gonna do with that? Is it gonna damage the aluminum components and the glass components? I think in this particular case study, we've learned that you can save the glass, you can save the aluminum without damaging it, and obviously it's just more of how you can efficiently do this in scale. So this debonding of the silicone sealant, they're using hot knife here. So those who have done some deglazes with sealant, you know that it's not that easy. But using this method here, one of the methods that we're exploring, you can actually do it much easier than your typical cutting of sealant. Lastly, recycling. There's always this thought that silicones cannot be recycled, but it can be recycled. There are just some challenges around that. Obviously, collection is one of them. The other thing is just making sure that the silicones that you collected are not contaminated, but we in Dow are continuously exploring and doing our research around the recycling of silicones so you can put it back into that chain so that there are lesser wastage related to it. So that completes the story of this circular sustainability here. So we have operational carbon, silicones contributing to that, low VOC chemistry, then we have the embodied carbon addressing that right even before construction is started. And of course, material efficiency, where you're just looking at using lesser material and also just reusing curtain wall panels using silicone sealants as well. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any question, Glasscorp has a booth over there, and we'll be happy. We're very happy to have your questions. Thank you.
Right, so we made it to the end of session 3. This is the moment we're going to do another coffee break. Hello, everybody. Ready to go again? Last little bit, we're getting closer to the beers now. So we have 3 more presentations, and especially the first one here is done by Mark Zubek, who is working in Mark Zubek Design and Engineering, and he will talk a little bit about do you know what you don't know. So that's very intriguing. Looking forward to this.
All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, it's very late in the afternoon, so I'll try to keep it nice and light. I know you can hear the beers clinking in the cooling vat there. As usual, the consultants and architects and everyone have taken up the program, so it's up to the subcontractor to bring this in on time, I suppose. I do apologise. I'm going to be flashing through some of these slides, so if anyone has a tendency for epilepsy, I'll just give you an warning. David asked me to do this presentation. My background, if anyone knows, I worked for Pearce for about 35 years. I was their group technical director, and we probably do about, or we did 2 million square metres a year across the globe. So we've seen a lot of different types of problems. So rather than give a presentation on accolades like great projects, I thought I'd just try and give you something about problems that I've seen on projects and things that I see drifting into the New Zealand market as well that are prevalent. So it's just a little bit of a heads up, what I've seen, what works, what doesn't work, and things to be careful of. The last presentation I gave a couple of years back was called You Don't Know What You Know. And this one here is I'm now querying, do you know what you do know? Because the last one was about procurement risks, self-procurement risks, which were evident. But this one here I'm talking about bloopers and the case for early contract involvement. As I saw with presentation today, they made a great point about trying to get early contract involvement to get the project over the road. So the first slide I come through, design's a holistic process. Okay, this is not my slide. It's something that design schools usually teach, and it's a iterative process of creation or collection, comprehending the problem, conceptualising, creating a solution. It all comes centralised to collaboration. But where does a facade contractor sit in this collaborative process? I've heard the term used earlier in the presentation, but where do you use the facade contractor? Is it straight after the project? Is it before the project? Is it during the tender process? And what are the risks if you don't? So the perception for architects, I think, is that you get the project, it goes along, there's this design and engineering happens, and all of a sudden it just flows downstream through all these processes in a linear way, and somehow it appears on site, and everything in between is just called logistics, and the contractor will handle that. But as Mike Tyson said, everyone has a great plan until you get punched in the face. And so usually when we start getting the actual project, if you see down the bottom there, at that design phase after the award, we don't go straight away to looking at the designs, because the designs we usually receive for us are just conceptual sketches. And there's a big difference between what we call drafting and design. Design is the end product of understanding the entire process with constraints. So for us, it starts with end in mind. You go to the end. How do you install it? How do you procure it, transport it? What are the constraints of the procurement, the supply chain cycle? And what are all the risks associated with that? Only then do we start putting pen to paper and doing a visual representation graphically of what we should be submitting. So really what it is, it's this hub type of a process where you've got your project manager and your project design manager at the centre, various disciplines which are associated in the actual project. And many of these people, the ring at the perimeter represents the overlapping appreciation and skill set that they have for other people's skills, so that you really get a collaborative design. And it's what I call sort of an acupuncturist type of approach. When you do something here, how does it affect things where you are or downstream in the process? Because for us, it's not good enough that we can just do a design, you pass it downstream, and then everyone else has to worry about what you've done. The person at the front takes responsibility right through. So design takes responsibility for everything. We cannot just think that it'll get to site, get sorted out. So I often hear that, why do you have to have an early contractor involvement? Because they say, I've got a facade consultant, I've got an expert. So I thought maybe I don't understand the word expert, but Merriam-Webster sort of says that someone's got a broad and deep understanding and competence in terms of knowledge, skill, and I've put in their industry, but experience through practice and education in the field. So what I was looking at here is I sort of thought education, like we're all over here, everyone's an engineer, an architect, and a member of this institution and that. Wonderful education background on how to do things correctly. But what I've done in my lifetime, I think David is smirking there at the same time as well, is that we have that experience and we've messed up. We know from experience when we try to tell people what should be done, it's because we've understood what you should not do wrong. So this is why I think you should lean back on your contractor for early contract involvement. Dunning-Kruger were two psychologists, and they put together this sort of concept in 1999 from Cornell University. And they talked about what they call the Dunning-Kruger effect. And basically it's this bias that people think that they might overestimate their abilities. They think what they know is everything that there is to know. So if you look on the vertical column, your confidence is a little bit of a hubris. So people are this overconfidence, and hubris, if anyone knows by definition, it's a great way to be able to express and sell in a way that you know everything. And this is a very sanitised curve, but usually when you get to the peak, you go to what they call Mount Stupid, and suddenly you go on this precipice where you think, wow, this is a lot more complicated than what I thought, and now I've got to carry some of this risk. And in our field here with this, as facade contractors, we've started to learn that we've got to have a lot more humility and rise up here and concentrate more on our competencies. And only then really can we have the confidence in what we're doing. But we never quite get back to that peak, because we always know it's a continuous learning process. And this is why I think you need to take advantage of the early contract involvement. I'm going to give you some examples now of projects where I've seen where we've had some problems, and I'll give you a brief reasoning why I show you these. This was a project where they used natural stone. The client wanted to self-procure the stone because some consultant had told him that it was cheaper and he was going to make all the margin on it. So they procured the stone, and then later on, despite the advice of the way you should fix the stone, they wanted to go to the cheapest solution, which was just drill a hole and put a pin in it with some epoxy. The consultant said, great, don't you worry, we've done the tests, we've got the experience. And what they neglected to do is when you drill in a stone, it's a brittle material, and the stone in itself, they didn't go and look at what the fracture toughness of the stone was. So what are the actual inherent sort of flaws that you would have? They used a percussion drilling process. Then they put in a resin, epoxy resin. The consultant had tested it, saying that, yes, we've tested it for linear expansion, it should be all right, but not realising it's not linear, it's volumetric expansion they should be looking for. So together, coupled with poor performing stone, if you look at its fracture toughness based on historical data, with a bad detail, we were finding that around this point here, I can't get the, we're finding around this point here, these micro cracks were propagating all over the place. So this is one of the things if with the early contractor involvement, this could have been avoided. Same thing, people will take heat strengthened glass under the belief you're not going to have problem with spontaneous breakage and nickel sulfide inclusion. But again, someone had specified, again, ASTM C1048, which basically says the heat strengthened glass should be produced like this. And if you know, the heat strengthened glass usually has a surface compression in it, somewhere around about 25 to 55 megapascal. And what they neglected to do, though, was they neglected to actually follow the process with the supplier and understand what do they do, what type of a supplier it is, because people always try and go for what is cheap. And I always said cheap costs you, but value is where you get your money out of it, or you get the advantages. So in this instance here, what was happening was, if you see this curve, you see there is a relationship between the size of the actual stone and the actual residual stress. And that asymptotic curve that comes over there, that represents the point of failure. So what was happening was when they were actually checking these projects with a number of these projects, they were looking at the statistical distribution of surface stresses. This was in Japan. What you could actually see, so rather than having a very small tail here, we were getting a very enlarged tail over this side here. So that meant there was a greater distribution where it was exceeding that surface stress. And that was only because with heat strengthening, what they do is they try to get the glass out as quick as possible. So they raise that temperature, cool it quicker. And what that inherently ended up doing is we ended up getting spontaneous breakage on heat strengthened glass. Whoever thought that would be possible? But once again, it was a misnomer on thinking that the specification takes care of everything. And don't worry, the contractor down the line will know about it. Another one here was double glazing. We had just had the silicon supplier here, and we all think that double glazing, when you put the edge seal on there, that the glass supplier does deglaze tests to check this. No, the glass supplier uses silicon as a product, but the manufacturer or the fabricator uses it as a technology. So they're under no obligation to do deglazes. So what happened was in this factory, they actually, if you get a glass and it's done, you may think it's all a one-stop shop. But generally, it can go out to someone who will do the edge deletion of the coating. Then someone else will supply the sealant. Someone else will actually then assemble the glass. And in this instance, what ended up happening, there was micro abrasions because they changed the wheel, the type of wheel. It had polymer binder deposits in it. And silicon, when it actually develops adhesion through the polymerization process, it will produce a byproduct. Okay, and if the surface is not smooth, that byproduct in itself needs to go to a free air surface and it condenses. And what ends up happening, you lose adhesion. So to a shock, when we came and we saw these bubbles and we touched the glass surface, these glass bubbles spread right down the line. This was a job that was going up. And it was a great shock because it was in a very prestigious city, very high. And so it created a lot of problems. Another one here is obviously the actual edge deletion. People sometimes will order the glass, comes with a standard deletion, but they don't understand sometimes with the wind pressure as it varies, you're going to have to vary this structural silicon bite here. If I don't get it here, sorry. This structural silicon bite up here. So you might only have a standard deletion, but this might have to be deleted further. And what ends up happening is you end up tending to have the coating migrates into the silicon. And you get all these sorts of effects with this, with these corrosion effects around the perimeter, okay? Usually because of inadequate edge deletion, but people order the glass. They order it standard. They don't want to pay the extra for deletion because they're not aware of it, one, and they don't want to pay the cost too, without understanding what the risks are. Laminated glass. I'm just going to go quickly through some of these features because this is a lesson in itself. Various types of defects. North Glass, sensational type of product producer. I think they're the world leaders in my opinion with laminated glass product. But no one's infallible. And you'll get these defects such as blushes, edges, finger-like patterns, fern-like patterns, and starbursts. Does anyone know what causes these ones? Would you know how to specify against them, what to look out for? No one, okay. So the first one, a pattern blush. That usually occurs, it's a whitish colour, it usually occurs from a detail where what ended up happening, what happens here is it's insufficient drainage underneath the setting block. So you'll get maybe these blocked, the silicons actually come in underneath here. So this is the intent of the design, but the design hasn't considered that the infallibility and the stupidity of people who may be installing this on site. I'm not saying site people are stupid, but it depends. You may not having correct quality control issues. This one here underneath here is a yellowish type of a bubble. That usually occurs due to inadequate ventilation at the edge. At the same time, it usually is a contamination because of water that's held in the place. Okay, so this one here was this one's the intent here of, this was the design, good block, this is what actually happens, and this is the actual redesign. But the consultants just signed it off without understanding what was the risk. Maybe you had to redesign it. So we had to maybe change it from this design up here, with this type of a block, to get something further up here, which would ensure that we didn't get that actual silicon migrating through. Edge blushes, these bubbles. Anyone? Chemical incompatibility, okay? You use gaskets, they call them compatible. But gaskets, what they are, they're polymers, they need to be polymerized and put into actually a salt bath to cure, and there's contamination from there. Same as these ones here, that's usually due to the design for inadequate ventilation. You actually see on the edge here, and you see that this, what should have been the design, and you should leave the glass edge in lamination clear, right? Leave it to ventilate and to dry. The water's not the killer, it's moisture. Okay. Again, this is due to stress. Usually you see this around fixings. This is usually a pattern starburst because of maybe clamping or because of roller wave indifferences. And this one here, anyone? Usually used because of the plasticizers in acoustic PVBs. Usually that comes from faulty lamination processes. The problem we usually have that maybe the PVB here should be stored at a right temperature and humidity. So check with your supplier where it is, and only your contractor is going to make sure that you're not going to have these problems. The cutting and the edge deletion is so important to understand how much you have to leave at the end. The other thing is the washing of the glass. To get good adhesion with the PVB, you have to make sure the deionized water that you rinse it with when you clean it has to have less than 30 micro Siemens, otherwise you're going to get very conductivity on the surface, you're going to get very bad adhesion, as well as having these alkalis in there. As soon as you start getting potassium and magnesium alkalis in there, the adhesion drops carefully. So that's another thing you need to check. Standards with ISO, everyone thinks, I have a bubble, my God. There are standards that show what is acceptable. It's not an infallible system. So be aware of what your client expectations are. I give you a case study to finish off. I've got 5 minutes. So this is a project. I've seen a project. I was asked a peer review project here where there was a blast enhanced issue. With the blast enhanced issue, the actual consultant had designed something. And well, this is not the one in New Zealand, but this was a project that is an example, because when I looked at the actual system, I said, this is anything but blast enhanced. And the reason was why, because I showed them an example here where a consultant specs something, and when we tested it, and these were both tested in the same arena, this is what was tested by the consultant. This is actually what happened when the ECI contractor, or the ECI contract, with ourselves, understood how the mechanism works. So with the blast, what it is, it should be a sacrificial element, and you should try and minimise fragmentation, because the idea is to preserve occupant safety and be able to enter the building quickly and recover assets. For a true balanced approach, everyone uses this static engineering approach of, if I design a stiff mullion and then I get the glass to resist and I get this to resist, it comes in statics, it's correct. But what I generally do is, in here, you've got to think of these as a series of mechanisms that work together, spring damper systems that will share and balance out the loads. So you will see that the frames, they're designed to be able to yield and form a plastic hinge. At the same time, the actual PVB will generally break. If it doesn't break, what you'll generally find is that even if the shockwave doesn't break it, you'll get debris ahead of the field, which will break it. And what happens from an inward load, suddenly you start getting these translational loads, which start splitting the actual mullion apart. And that's hence the reason why you see this disintegrates. As this shortens, as your plastic hinge, the actual facade mullions separate. So people aren't thinking of the componentry that should go into here. Now, for a consultant, we go through a verification process. So what we'll do is we'll design it, then we do a numerical verification. We've developed a blast facades software which can consider the multiple systems involved. But what you need to understand is that, I don't know why it's doing this, but what you need to understand on the lower left here, the materials are strain rate sensitive. So under very extreme short duration roads, they exhibit higher strengths. The silicons, particularly the polymers and such, and even glass. Glass is strain rate sensitive. So only by doing effective research can you actually get that data that you can feed into your model to solve the actual equation. Now, the basics of the equation, if anyone's seen this here, is, okay, if I look on the left, you'll see there's an inertial term, a damping term, and there's a stiffness term. We don't want it to just be completely stiff. We want it to be able to move and flex. So you're mobilising the mass, and the mass in moving also dissipates energy. That's why we need to balance it truly, instead of people think a balanced approach is a sequential approach of elements where it should be an integrated system analysis. And this is what I saw in this job that I was asked to evaluate. So all these type of things, I won't go into them, but you can actually see just on the top there, post-glass cracking behaviour. This is a water bag test. There's enormous capacity, post-breakage capacity in the PVB. But the PVB also acts bilinearly. So it goes up to a certain point, it plateaus out. So as it will keep stretching and moving, it doesn't actually transfer more energy. So we don't have to have these massive silicon seals. They can be set, and then the mullion can be narrower instead of going out to these bulk designs, which is obviously the mistake and the confusion that I usually see in this approach. This one here, I won't go into too much, but what we also did was, on top of this, we actually did a dissipative design where we said, what if we also had a bracket, like a crush sort of a system, that you could have a spring, but then it would crush like a vehicle would, like just in automobile sort of crash technology. So we developed a bracket here, which later on I patented. And then we were looking at this effect, and this is what I was saying. If it's rigid, the force keeps increasing. But if it's dissipative, you'll see that at a certain point, it'll reach a yield, and it'll actually then continually displace, mobilising that inertial effect, but not attract any more load to the structure. So you can imagine what it does to the structure in terms of keeping costs down and such. And I've done a project recently where they missed this, and they realised that the entire building, the roof and the actual slab, wouldn't actually be able to hold it. So this dissipative bracket, dissipative bracket, I've only got 2 slides. We actually transferred this same sort of crush technology into patch fitting systems. This is in World Trade Center 3 in the entrance in New York, if anyone's been there. So basically on the patch fitting system itself, you would have a crush element, so it would actually take some load and then it would dissipate that energy. But at the same time, down below here, we know that the cable carries enormous forces. So what you have to do is also create like a fuse with the crush technology. We did this, it was quite successful, we tested it, but one of the things we also did was we went to do the San Francisco, it's locked me out. Oh yeah, is that back? Okay, so we did a job on the San Francisco interchange, a 4 kilometre long station, steel structure, glass clad. And they had, obviously, it's a infrastructure building with a high risk, obviously, in today's geopolitical climate, maybe of extremism or terrorism type of threats. And what we actually did, we offered it there because they did the initial design. They worked out that every single joint on the steel structure had to be fully penetration welded and a high grade of steel. And to do full penetration welding, anyone knows, you have to have X-ray inspection on all of it. And your cost goes up from, say, $10 a weld to $110 a weld. So it was very, very expensive. When we dissipated that energy out, instead of being stressed to 250%, the reactions came down to 108%, which became acceptable. But the problem was you don't ever get rewarded for innovation because the client's next statement was, who else can make this? So they ask you for innovation, and by its very definition is you try to offer them something which is new and something which others have not done before. And that costs subcontractor time, money, and that is something we wish to offer because we've done it before. We can offer it in early contractor involvement. Unfortunately, they didn't go with it. They had this idea of scratching the glass so that it would break earlier and therefore not transfer much energy. But what ended up happening, thank you. So what ended up happening was I told them, you idiots, the glass doesn't deflect linearly, it deflects non-linearly, so the maximum stresses are in the centre of the glass, they're towards the corners. And they just didn't get it. So there was a project we didn't get, but it's another case for early contract involvement. The final slide here is when you consider these type of things and the mistakes that can happen, with early contract involvement, you can keep these mistakes at the base here. It was supposed to work, it doesn't work. Anyway, around here, a design issue, usually if it costs you 10, it becomes exponential. If you don't pick it up until procurement, it will cost you 100. If you get it into the manufacturing price, it costs you 1,000. If it gets to site, even for the smallest of components, like a gasket, silicon, incorrect installation and such, what could have been something that could have been picked up with good detailing and collaboration at an early contract phase, you're going to pay 10,000. Anyone who's had to deglaze something not done properly on a building, what could have been simply done by a glazier on the line compared to having to put people, hang down a building and such, and get people in a stage and take the glass out and reglaze it. It's a phenomenal cost. Anyway, thank you very much. Just to add, I think, is it Zaha, was he here? Ahmed, he's given an award out. I saw the awards at Zak that are going out. I would suggest maybe you should consider an award for facade subcontractors because, in the words of Winston Churchill, never has so many in the construction of engineer owed so much to so few facade contractors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Presentation now by Paresh Dave. Paresh works for sales or works in sales and specifications for Equiton, part of the ETEX group, and he will talk about designing ventilated facades.
If this works. Hello, my name is Paresh, as Stijn mentioned. Work for Equiton, and we've been doing this business at looking after the external cladding for Australia and New Zealand for almost 15 years. We will try and cover a little bit about Equiton today. Unlike some of the other presenters, I'll be focusing more on to what the material is and how we actually try and help the industry as such. So looking after the designing the ventilated facade for industry compliances, and in a nutshell, we'll try and cover. It's not a very long presentation, so just bear with me for a few more slides and I'll be out of your face. Introduction, of course, we will try and cover understanding a bit of building crisis that is currently happening, as Mark has actually covered it in his presentation just before me. There are flammable cladding issues. There's weatherproofing or waterproofing and condensation issues. energy efficiency benefits as well, and sustainability principles. That's the whole purpose of it. Of course, we will try and discover some inspirations as well. Starting with the introduction to Equiton. Equiton is a part of ETEX Group. Now, ETEX Group is one of the oldest manufacturer of fiber cement panels and other materials globally. Equiton is manufactured in 2 plants. One is Belgian, and the other one is a German plant. So we have manufacturing these 2 plants, but the ETEX brand is actually a global brand with about 110 years of experience. 40 years of experience actually manufacturing and supplying Equiton brand globally. In Australia and New Zealand, we've been here for almost 15 years. Fully established team of technical support. So if there are any design considerations or if there's an issue, please feel free to reach out to us. It's a small, pretty limited range of material that we try and give it out in the market. We always had through-colored fiber cement material. There's a painted version as well. We call it Pictura range. And the most recent one is the last part of it, which is called Inspira. Benefits of Equiton in a nutshell: through-colored, low maintenance, high density. It's not 60 colors. They are probably double that size. Sustainable. We have certification. We'll talk about it a little later. Pre-finished. That's the most important part. So there's no further finishing required once the material gets delivered to the site. There's no more painting. There's no more touch-ups. Anything required. Just if it needs to be cut up, it can be cut on site. Different textures. We have some interesting textures available to choose from, and designed by architects and designed for architects, as we call it. Unlike some of the other competition that we have in the market, these panels can be fixed either face fixed or concealed fixed. Whatever works with your design intent, we are very much available. We always had screws for the timber, but we have recently introduced uni-metal screw for the metal framing as well. So that is another option. The picture on your right shows, has a bit of two sort of fixings. The first one has a face fix, the other one is concealed fixing, but from a distance, it's impossible to see that sort of a fine detailing. Now we'll head to the industry crisis, as we call it. The first and the foremost being the list is probably endless, but we'll limit the conversation to flammable cladding, weather tightness and condensation issues, design and management of buildings, again, and material performance. As facade engineers, you would definitely look at the engineering, energy and resource efficiency, and the last bit being the recyclability. Starting with the flammable cladding, I'm sorry, the slide has got NCC reference because I'm based in Melbourne, and all these slides have been prepared by a marketing team in Australia. Of course, we have a certification for code mark certification for Australia as well as New Zealand. I'll cover that, and that is a compliance to local standards as well. But as you can see, Equiton facade material, I mean, locally, if you're looking at clause B1, B2, C3, or E2 of your NZBC, it is compliant, and as I said, it is confirming to those requirements. So in this slide, we're talking about the composite cladding now, which is, again, I'm reading off the slide, so 3 to 5 millimeter thick panel with the sort of a sandwich of the core material, which has got either polyethylene or a mineral-based material or a combination of both. And we have known that in past we have had a bit of issues or incidents happening there as well. And that's where, in comparison to that material, the fiber cement material takes all those requirements of fire performance for the external cladding and for any other area that you want to try and put it to. Weatherproofing and condensation, I think as Mark mentioned it's not the water but the moisture. So it's the water ingress and the moisture is important. And I think one of the study, as we mentioned it here, has found at least one defect, when the most common being either weatherproofing and the cladding are the two elements that needs to be looked after. Undue dampness and mold buildup, water ingress, moisture, or the use of incorrect membrane, in our case, is also important. Are the contributors to this. These as we say, another survey, as we mentioned, bullet point, conducted in August 2019. So the most recent survey, about 6 years ago now, shows homeowners have been hit by $10.5 billion building defects bill in last decade. So it's a massive sort of a cost outlay if it's not designed correctly, and it requires a bit of rectification. This is the real Kiwi sort of ingenuity 4D design principle that we have actually incorporated in our design system. Deflect the water, drain the water, let it dry, and of course, use the durable material. So all this is 4D principle that came in from the leaky building saga that started, and it has actually helped us try and focus on the areas that we can actually try and control to actually get weatherproofing and weathertight buildings, and reduce those incidents of actually having those condensation issues that affect the buildings. Talking about weatherproofing and condensation, again, we have tested our systems with two different membranes. This is being your pliable membrane, only 0.6 millimeter compliant. Again, same compliance in class 4, high tear resistance, and the best part is it gives you, I think it's about class 4, vapor permeable to class 4, high wind and water resistant, tested up to 3 kilopascals ULS pressure, which is really, I don't think there are many options in there. Rigid air barrier, or as we call it, Snøhetta is one of the other brands. So Etex Group has got various brands under it. One is the Snøhetta, the other brand is Promat. So Snøhetta, Promat, Innova are the other 3 brands that's part of the Etex Group. Of course, Equiton is as well. So we have tested our system using the Snøhetta weatherboard as well, rigid air barrier, 12.5 millimeter thick. Again, these can give you up to 100, as we mentioned it, 120 minutes together with the internal fire rating rated lining. But the best part is, with this particular rigid air barrier can give you up to a 12-month early start. With the rigid air barrier, you can start internal work of the building without waiting that long. How does the Equiton rain screen works? Now again, how to achieve the required level of building envelope air tightness, compliant windows and doors, suitable weather barriers, and the air seals that you would definitely need, and correct design and detailing. We work with the designers and architects at the earliest possible stage to ensure that the detailing part of it is taken care of. Good workmanship is at the manufacturing level that we can control. And ventilated facades actually provide the opportunity to eliminate the thermal bridging, as we show it in the last piece of that particular slide. So overall, structural benefits, there's thermal benefits, there are acoustic performance improvements, lower energy use, healthy homes, healthy cavities, and of course low maintenance are a couple of a few options or advantages of actually using a rain screen option for the buildings. Heading to the sustainability element of the material. Now, globally, we have seen that 33% of the water consumption is for the construction industry or the manufacturing process as well. 40% of the carbon emissions come from the construction and building industry. 50% of all the extracted material material actually contribute to that, and 35% of the waste generated as well. So all these things contribute to the sort of a global warming over a period of the life cycle of the material. In order to try and look at the sustainability side of it, we know that with the Equiton rain screen system, it prevents your thermal bridging, solar gains are dissipated, reduces the thermal movement of the actually structure, healthy cavities, low maintenance, and the second last bit is because it's a durable material, it's going to give you about 50 to 60 years service life without ever needing a, let's say, paint or a touch-up, because most of the panels are actually through colored. And even after the end of their service life, these panels can be repurposed. So you can remove those panels from this and you can actually repurpose it. And further during the slides, well, I'll show you a couple of, there's one example in Hanover in Germany where they've actually created a house with the repurposed panels. But it is a possibility. 100% recyclable panels. Production recycling is also a part of it. So why Equiton is a part of the solution? As you can see, boards are 100% recyclable. Research into less reliables because the sand and cement is, there's a finite supply of it globally, worldwide, so we are trying to work on that. Snøhetta is, as I mentioned, is a part of the other ETEX brand. Snøhetta collects and repurposes, so recycles the old plasterboards. We have started doing this sort of thing for fiber cement boards in Europe. We will be trialing that as well in Australia and New Zealand, where we will be collecting those panels eventually. Use of recycled water in Equiton production, so we call it zero tap water production. We never use any tap water. As I said, this is manufactured in Belgium, so Belgium has got canals and water comes, so canal water is used in manufacturing, and whatever, after the manufacturing process, the water is released back, and we have seen it, I've seen it. The water quality of the water that gets released back into the canal is much better than the one which goes into the manufacturing. So the recycling, not only the production, but the water that's returned is also a quality. Equiton production offcuts are recycled. So again, it's a production process. And again, many fixings is also recyclable. Code mark certificate, as I was mentioning earlier. Here the expiry or the renewal date is showing 2024, but look at the version C. The most recent version is version E, which is 2027. So sorry, as I said, this slide's not been correctly documented, but yeah, we have a current certificate. Cradle-to-cradle certification is also important. Now, these are the only two certifications I'm talking about, because apart from that, we have BREEAM as well, and we got LEED certification, and of course the Green Star as well. So these are a few of the important things. Now, we'll go to some of the interesting slides. This is the recycle house in Hanover in Germany, where the panels were taken off from the other projects and actually repurposed onto it. This is another interesting project, Hong Kong Museum of Art in Hong Kong. Flat panels giving you that sort of a fantastic look. This is the new range of material. I think I had an opportunity to speak to some of you. It's a printed fiber cement, but again, it's an application for specific sort of a project. If there's a need for a sort of a wood look or a stone or a rust, unlike rust staining in runoffs and whatnot, this material works better. Some of the local projects here, House for Five, Graylin, architect was RTA Studios. One more RTA Studio project, McKelvey Street. I'm sure you've seen it. The brief was to see RTA Studio to come up with sort of a look that would actually generate a better foot traffic, because that particular area did not have, the shops did not have enough foot traffic. And after this, there was a substantial change. Ormiston Town Centre, NH Architecture, and Jasmix, of course, University of Waikato Architectus project. University of Auckland, again, Warranamani project, and probably a couple more, just probably one more to go. This is your local, again, I'm sure you've seen it come over the bridge. This is an architect for MC2 Architects project. That's me. Thank you.
Right. So we have one more to go. It's a panel discussion. I would like to ask Carl if he can come up and introduce the people for it. I think a very simple message, but a very important one.
That's great. So a pretty simple discussion today. Sort of therapy session for me, really. And I've invited 3 friends along to help with that, therapists, if you like. So the first therapist is Dyann Stewart from Icon.
Okay, I've got to go up, don't I? Yeah, okay.
That's when you come up.
Yeah, okay.
And Brian Aitken, consultant architect and raconteur around town. And Andrew Vere Jones from MB.
Right.
guys. All right. We haven't got any flashy slides, but you've made it to the end, so that's good news, isn't it? And the only thing between beers and you is us. So we'll see what these guys do with that responsibility. But I was sort of thinking a little bit about what we might want to talk about with the Zak team, and I guess recently I've been searching or thinking a little bit about our industry, and was a little bit inspired by some things that I'm starting to see, and so I really wanted to have a little bit of a chat about simplicity. And we've already heard today about the fact that one of the best things we can do, certainly from a carbon point of view, potentially from a maintenance and expenditure point of view, is to keep things relatively simple and have them last a long time. And in that context, I was intrigued to have a bit of a conversation about whether we're kind of maturing in our decision making at all, wondering about whether or not long-term asset owners make better decisions. Are we seeing that with typologies like build to rent? And then really maybe a slightly provocative question about whether or not we're doing any better than our predecessors. So anyway, I'm hoping for a relatively free-ranging conversation. We are at the end, and these guys are all pretty wise, so they might be able to weave in some of the sort of themes and things that we've seen today. So we'll start with a little bit of reflection, I guess. And my focus here is really about this sort of common experience, and I'm sure there's people in this room who are similarly challenged. We seem to have some really amazing people in our industry, some pretty amazing skills. We've got access to some pretty amazing technologies and systems. We've seen some of those today. And despite all of that, we seem to make our lives pretty difficult most of the time. And we battle to find reasonable solutions that are delivered on time and on budget. So apart from some medieval historical fiction and some science fiction romantic novels over the holidays, I read some books, some sort of self-help books, like How Big Things Get Done and The Friction Project and Sludge. And they seem to have some pretty common themes about acknowledging sort of necessary and unnecessary complexity and trying to manage some of that, eliminate or reduce the unnecessary complexity. We seem to have an awful lot of unnecessary complexity, experiencing lots of enormous meetings that kind of lumber along at a sort of glacial pace. We've got bulbous reports and complex analyses that seem to take the long road to make the same decision that we used to make without fancy analysis, or to just justify doing something that we intuitively know is a bit dumb anyway. And then more and more regulatory processes that seem to be more and more just sort of performative box ticking. And finally, I'd be remiss to not mention the common practice of throwing what seems to be an inordinate number of different facade systems at relatively small buildings. So that's the introduction, and maybe I can ask Dyann for some commentary. Maybe the good and the bad, practices and approach to our work in the context of that kind of complexity, simplicity issue. And happy for you to give some feedback that might be facade specific, or even just a bit more broad in terms of the building process generally.
Okay, should we chuck world peace on there too? Look, for people that don't know me, I'm Dyann Stewart. I'm the Managing Director for Auckland, New Zealand. We're a large-scale vertical contractor. Australian originated, Japanese owned. That's the sort of context I'm coming from. I think also as a Kiwi, how I look at our market, how I look at our profession is, I wrote down here, a frustrated optimist. So, I think what I mean by that is that our industry, our profession has a tremendous capacity to solve the most complicated problems, whether it's something spanning from a deep technical problem due to an HR issue or a commercial issue. You experience all of that in the gamut of delivering a project. So I'm really impressed by what we can do. I also think that Kiwis are incredibly adaptive. I think we've got really broad skills. I think we travel well as professionals and have a good credibility internationally in the market. So I think we've certainly got the capability. And actually James Pearce, who you heard from this morning, he was the guy at architecture school that I was at that actually made it, so good on him. But he's a good example of that, of how Kiwis can go. The big but here is also our ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, I think, by getting bogged down in erroneous detail and not stepping back. And I feel like that's a function of leadership or ownership in the contemporary construction setting. As it relates to facades, though, our business's view, my view, generally aligns with this, is actually facades is not our problem at the moment. Actually, I think all is going well or a lot better than it used to. I moved back to New Zealand in 2014, 2015, and it was pretty wild. But if you look at, ever since Icon started here in mid-2017, we've now completed about $1.5 billion worth of work that's in, the warranty or post-completion phase. Of that, less than 2% of our call cards, so we've got a ticket system when there's an issue, less than 2% relate to facades. So clearly the products are enduring and they're performing well. I think the D&C model, as it relates to facade, has been really, or design and construct for those not used to the term, that model in facades has been fantastic and has really matured. I think we've got a capable supply chain in New Zealand that is actually, it is world class, and actually now we've got international people looking at us and are interested in mucking in too. So those are really powerful things to acknowledge. I think also the regulatory setting, I'm thinking more building consents, those sorts of things, that landscape has certainly reduced in its levels of uncertainty, which is pretty powerful. I don't think the same can be said for things like structure and other things. I think they've become more difficult. And I don't think we've got the settings right around H1, and that's frankly confusing whether it's heading in the right direction or not. But all of that stuff, actually, by way and large, you have to acknowledge is actually pretty bloody good. And I think we need to ease up on the stereotypical Kiwi self-flagellation and dial up the ambition a bit. So that's the way that I sort of look at it. In terms of my observations specifically in how are we performing, can we do better, I think that leadership and accountability, particularly at a main contractor level, I think there's a big vacuum. I think main contractors have spent a lot of time figuring out how to dump their obligations onto subcontractors and not sticking around for the hard stuff or supporting them, not understanding the basics to be accountable. Absolutely echo big dumb good. Our facades can be simple, they can be highly performing, but we should try keep it simple and robust. I think my experience coming back to New Zealand is certainly that we don't tend to contract well upstream and that there is a lot of confusion. I don't think our supply chain knows what our obligations are collectively upstream. There's too much VM baked in there. It's too complicated to unpack, hard for people to get on board with during a project. Would absolutely echo the commentary earlier in the day around early contractor involvement. Whether that's a formal ECI or whether it's actually just committing to your supply chain at hard dollar phase in your tender, we are definitely at a point of, in our tenders at the moment, we're awarding 70% of the contract downstream by value at the point of signing up with the client because we aren't running separate tender processes later. That's leading to a really good outcome. I had this horrible term, invest in the test, and the previous speaker, two speakers ago, made that really good point that we need to test design. That's what Eeden is all about. I don't think it's that cost prohibitive at the scale that we're looking at. We should do project-specific testing. It pays itself in volumes. And then the last bit was just circling back to, I think, certainly at a main contractor level, owning the outcome and being a leader in that space. I think it's very easy to shirk that the facade is someone else's problem or that it's an interfacing risk between two contractors. We're delivering best when our people are all over every part of the install and up to speed with the subbies and really partnering with them. Standing in a corner and crying when it doesn't work isn't solving anything. So I think it's really up to main contractors to do better and own that space. Brain dump.
I mean, interesting to hear you talk about leadership, and it's something that Brian and I actually talked about the first time we met. Met up. First time we met a while ago, didn't we, Brian? But when we caught up, and I tried to convince him to take an afternoon off golf and come and sit on a stage in front of a few hundred people. One of the things we did talk a little bit about was leadership and the changes that we've had in the industry around who's leading and who's seen to be leading. And one of the things I was really interested in was the leadership position that someone like Simplicity Living seems to be taking. Maybe a slightly different approach, certainly operating in the build-to-rent space. And one of the things I was wondering about was, as a really long-term asset owner, highly vertically integrated supply chain, quite a different access to capital set up there. And I'm grappling with whether those things are sort of correlation or causation, and how much of their type of approach and model, I suppose, could be applied to some other typologies. And then I look and I go, well, actually, it would be remiss for us to not observe that, Kāinga, broadly similar drivers, until recently access to a deep pool of capital, haven't managed to find their way to a solution at all. And by all accounts, quite the opposite. So maybe, Brian, I can ask you to kind of build on top of what Dyann was saying there and give us some thoughts.
Right, well, being quite an old architect now, may I make the first comment, and I'll just comment on what Carl said about Kāinga. I was approached by Kāinga's legal consultant, and I took one look at the contract, and I said, you've got clauses there that you can't cover by insurance. You are not going to get the consultants, in this case, responding to that. And they didn't believe me, and you've now seen some of the projects with Kāinga, some in Northcote, Gary Scarborough's company, put themselves into receivership, and I have done work with Gary, and I think he's a fairly shrewd operator. I hope we're allowed to say all this, Carl. Right.
There's no one here, it's just us talking.
Oh, right, just... Okay. I'm only giving him my comment, and remember, it's almost hard to touch me now. But Gary was shrewd, and I thought that what Gary anticipated was the contract was too one-sided and he should go into voluntary receivership. And that's why he did it. And because his losses were just going to increase all the time. And for a long time now, there are certain contracts that have been drawn up, and I'm going to predict for you that the pendulum has gone too far to the client side. It needs to be more collaborative, and I mean Dan most probably will support that. You cannot throw all of the responsibility onto the contractor, whether it be the main contractor or the subcontractor. You just can't delegate all that responsibility. And well, maybe I'll give you another example. I was asked for my opinion on some artwork after the fire in the conference centre. And I know Sarah Hughes, who did the artwork, and she, the trouble was there were lawyers in the room, and they asked me, will the main contractor take responsibility for the artwork? And I said, there is absolutely no chance of that. It's unfair on the subcontractor. It's been through a fire. We're not quite sure what the smoke damage has done to it. And they said to me, well, what do you think, Brian? I said, well, my personal view is it's not damaged. But you can't place that responsibility and ask the contractor or the subcontractor to take it. So I think that in the future contracts, you are going to see more of a, or I hope, more of a cooperative approach. And it most probably, and I was very interested in the university project that JASMAX did, where they were refurbishing the building but didn't know quite what they were going to do. And you had an example there where Jeff Horn, who was the project manager, and you had Simon, who was the property in charge, or he was in charge of the property for the university. They had to, if you like, with their team, decide what they were going to do. So you had this collaborative approach. And I think in the future, the most successful projects will be far more collaborative. If it's a refurbishment project, there's absolutely no doubt that you need early involvement, especially of the facade. And we had that on what is now Jarden House. And I can remember we looked at a prototype of the curtain wall and the glass, and we made the decision so the glass could be ordered, so that the facade wouldn't be delayed because the structure was already there. And the same thing, we've done projects where the facade contractor, subcontractor, was the first one appointed, and the main contractor had to accept the facade contractor. And that was in the COVID period because we were desperately worried about not being able to get the product from overseas. So it's it's horses for courses. Now, we wouldn't have been able to do that without the early contractor involvement. And so I think if I was a client and I was looking at a very large project, and obviously there are one or two large projects still around in Auckland, then you need very careful consideration for the conditions under which that project is done. And I don't know if there's any lawyers in the room. If there are, my advice to you is think very carefully about the conditions that you are putting in that the contractor has to, or the subcontractor has to comply with. Because the construction industry is built on people. And if you've got a good team around you, and the university project sounded as though they had a team that worked in together, then you will get a good result. Then you will get it finished on time in accordance with whatever the budget is, which is a living thing, has been set for the project. So I am involved in one project now where I'm going to recommend early contractor involvement because I think it's the only way to get a successful project. So, Carl, that's a bit of a long thing, and I hope I haven't hurt anyone's feelings out there.
I hope you have, but
And
it was great.
C'est la vie.
And as we said when we caught up, hopefully it didn't turn into a session where it was some old men sitting on the stage yelling at clouds, and I think we avoided that. But it's interesting that some of these things can be influenced by decisions that are made, potentially well before there's even a design team in a room. A client sitting there with a lawyer or an advisor or whatever, making some decisions about a sort of contractual approach. sets a particular pathway sometimes that's sometimes can be hard to reverse back out of. And it's kind of the same with the next sort of area of our conversation, the sort of regulatory piece. And I thought in the context of this discussion around simplicity and longevity, and that it would be remiss to not have someone like Andrew who might be able to comment a little bit about the regulatory environment, the regulatory settings, and how that can play into that side of things. And you can definitely use regulatory levers to change behaviours and improve outcomes, or shift the culture a little bit. But there is no doubt that you risk increased complexity with just adding regulation. So picking up on Brian's point around effective leadership in particular, and Dan's point around effective leadership, it's interesting, to observe the changes in the UK in particular. So following on from the Hackett report in 2022, I'm assuming most people know, but they've introduced the Building Safety Act and this role of the principal designer, a defined role, specific role. There was an attempt, a regulatory attempt to address the lack of leadership and fundamentally the lack of responsibility and accountability for the key outcomes on buildings projects that unfortunately and most acutely and really quite sadly were felt with the Grenfell fire outcome. And then across the Tasman, we've got in New South Wales, the introduction of the building commissioner there, and they seem to be focused on a kind of different regulatory play, I suppose, and one that seems very focused on an attempt to protect the consumer of apartment buildings, but nonetheless a pretty healthily funded state government funded office, 450 people, I think, if my Google searching is correct. Seems to be quite a kind of stick-based approach, but an organisation with some legislative teeth, some resources. Some of their recent campaigns I saw included anywhere, anytime inspections and a concrete safety blitz. I'm not sure what's involved with a concrete safety blitz, but it sounds exciting. But they've got some carrot activities too. They've got a library of common defects and good practice approaches that they've published, which actually appears pretty good. And a sort of a rating scheme that's intended, this iCert scheme that's intended to allow these consumers to make better decisions or more informed decisions about who to trust, what developers and contractors to trust. So I guess there's a lot to unpack in there, Andrew, and I know that you can't comment specifically about what's happening at the moment in terms of MB, but maybe just some thoughts from you around the New Zealand context and the risks and opportunities of adding, subtracting, or changing our regulatory settings in the context of my topic.
Yeah. So I'm Andrew Vere-Jones. I'm a senior architect at MB. Because we don't have any specific facade people at MB, the architects get to look after Clause E2, but I tend to tell people my job is dealing with those bits of the regulation that relate to the cladding and anything attached to the cladding, because struggle to separate building code clauses from one another when it comes to actually what makes the building work properly. So I'll give a few reflections. I'm going to try hard not to have a personal opinion because as a public servant, my personal opinions are supposed to stay quite personal. But if I say the minister said something, it probably means he's announced it at some point. If I say nothing about what he said, you can interpret that how you like.
As I said to Dan, there's no one here, it's just us.
So, I mean, first of all, regarding simplicity, the obvious thing is we have a performance-based building code. People can make their buildings as complex or as simple as they want, but one would presume that it's easier to prove a simple thing performs properly than a complex one, and the system is supposed to be able to essentially allow people to realise the benefits of aiming at the simple level. We don't provide a lot in the way of acceptable solutions relating to facade systems, but we, on domestic scale buildings, we certainly give a risk matrix which makes it quite clear that complicated things are more risky than simple things. It's probably fair to say that performance-based building code hasn't quite achieved the promise that it was expected to back in 1992, but I'm not sure it has anywhere else in the world, and there are very few countries going back the other way. From a regulatory point of view, the other big thing, of course, that affects what buildings' outside appearance and therefore its cladding system, facade system will look like is the district plan requirements. That doesn't fall under my ministry. All I would say is they're supposedly a reflection of society because the public get an input into them every time they're reviewed. And society may not fully understand the benefits of simple solutions. One interesting thing working in a government agency in what's essentially as a technical person in a policy area of government is that you get sent on courses to understand how policy people think. And there is definitely an understanding amongst the public, the policy wonks in the public service, that creating rules is not necessarily the best way to change people's behaviour. But if you write rules, you'll get a greater level of compliance if you can think of a way to encourage people to do what you want without necessarily holding a stick over them. And even if you do hold a stick over them, if they don't know why they have to do it and how to do it, you're never going to get great results. So that sort of background, my colleagues anyway, my policy colleagues, like to do that sort of analysis for potential regulatory changes. Some ministers like more analysis than others. But it's supposed to happen to the extent that those in government are prepared to participate. I mean, obviously, if they campaign on doing something and they believe they're elected on doing something, they're not really going to be interested in analysis of ways of doing it differently. As you mentioned, the UK, New South Wales, introducing new rules to deal with recent-ish events in their particular jurisdictions.
As we said when you spoke the other day, those are moves that are kind of pendulum swing responses to some major problems, right?
Yeah, and we perhaps haven't had major problems in the last few years, but look back a bit further, we had major earthquakes that taught us things needed to be improved in our seismic design requirements. We had a leaky building crisis that taught us that things need to be improved in how we clad particularly residential buildings. But this current government, you see plenty of things in the newspaper that indicate its appetite seems to be to simplify compliance burdens, to reduce rather than add rules, or it thinks it can make things more efficient, make the economy work better. They're very keen on economic growth. So we see simplification of minor variations. We see discussions about remote inspections, discussions about self-certification of some professionals, granny flat exemptions, and the government's willing to look at some quite complex issues like BCA reform as a potential option to try and improve consenting efficiency. So I'd say the government is happy to encourage an enable choice, but not really so keen on saying we're going to take away some choices. So
other than they have a particular view on how large the public service should be, and therefore how much work we might get done. The Minister is certainly not against adding new ways of doing things that give people an option of performing better, but they're not necessarily interested in forcing everyone to achieve a higher standard unless there's quite a strong reason to do so. Regarding accountability and responsibility, which some like New South Wales some teeth to try and catch people who aren't doing things right. In New Zealand, liability insurance seems to mostly be the reason why people behave in peculiar and often non-conservative ways. As an announcement about BCA reform, the Minister actually did say that he's willing to talk about liability settings. So he said it, I can tell you he said it. What it turns out to be is not yet known. But there are people working on some advice for him, and presumably, I know they are getting views from different parts of the sector. The Minister has said that regulations should place liability in the appropriate places. So my feeling is that it's in the context of BCA reform, maybe he thinks it's not in the right place when it all falls on the BCA, regardless of how much or how little work the BCA did. Where the appropriate place he thinks is probably yet to be determined. I would hazard a guess it's unlikely to be the homeowner. So I haven't heard anything, anything as wholesale as something like the principal designer role that the UK is trying to mandate, but it could yet fall out of someone trying to identify the appropriate place, but I haven't heard that there is such a discussion happening.
Well, my final question, and conscious of time, but it's probably the more therapy part of this session, and it's really this kind of question about whether or not my, as I'm getting old and grumpy, my sort of rose-tinted view of the past is, perhaps slightly accurate or has some truths. And it's this question of whether or not we're actually designing any better and building any better, documenting any better than our predecessors did. And I guess whether or not there's any forgotten practices or approaches or philosophies that we historically used that might be helpfully dusted off and kind of revisited, kind of step backwards to go forwards, I guess. And I think worthwhile discussing in this kind of simplicity context, and certainly in our practice recently we've been really trying really hard to think carefully about the number of drawings that we're producing from models. We can produce as many drawings as we like, but applying some critical thought to what's actually really important. Similarly, how long our specifications and reports are. We've kind of realised that almost no one reads some of these long-winded reports and specifications, so it's sort of a keep it simple, stupid play. And then I guess, I was lucky enough to start, or maybe unlucky enough to start in this industry when people did labour over some hand-drawn details for a while. Enjoyed some of Jamaica's beautiful drawings early on in my career with Brian, and I think the same thing with some of the different analysis tools, and you start to wonder about someone labouring over that type of drawing and analysis approach might have applied a little bit more critical thought to what they were doing, what they were producing at the end of the day. So it's really just a question to each of you about whether or not there's anything that you would look to from our recent or perhaps slightly further away past as things that we might remind ourselves of and take forward into the future. So maybe Dan, I'll start with you.
Definitely echo, with a reduction in documentation or superfluous documentation. Personal concern I have with, the types of conversations we're having with AI and that sort of stuff is getting another layer of something between the person using the documentation and interpreting it. So if you're producing a voluminous amount of drawings because you can, because it's easy to cut out of Revit, and then we have a spec that's huge, and then individual product specs, and then we have people using generative AI to coordinate the two things and go, right, okay, that's what I'm supposed to do. That scares me a lot because we're just getting the brain cells further and further apart from where you are as an expert versus what we're doing out on site. So I'm concerned about people getting caught in a bit of an echo chamber and detaching. And fundamentally, we need to get to a place where we're delivering things well in the field. And I feel like we're forgetting that. As much as I'm a huge fan of, here prefabrication and unitized curtain wall, it doesn't mean that we can't do other stick-built facade systems properly and to a high standard and at pace. Our issue is that we're not planning them well. And I think that is the thing that is worth investing in more and more is less 4D programs, more brain sweat on actually, think slow and in a diligent way and act fast because you've done the planning. And looking back to history, I think that is a lot of skill we've lost. Anyway, nice, right?
Yes, well, being old-fashioned, to me, I'm a little bit like Dan. I don't have great faith in the automatic, shall we say. If you have a BIM model, I still believe that you should actually get together with the service engineers or the structural engineer to actually coordinate the drawings. And
would have thought.
No. Well, I've seen what was supposed to be coordinated in BIM and it hasn't worked. So I don't think there's enough face-to-face contact currently between the other consultants and, if you like, or call it the principal designer or that sort of thing, to achieve the good result. So I appreciate that we've now got the programs to do that, or the software to do it, and but I'm just wondering, maybe Dan is as well, who is checking that it's right? So I suppose in my time, I would do the checking. And if that meant, Carl, going down to your office, going into your office, that's what I'd do.
That's what we did, yeah.
That's what I do.
Interesting. And Andrew, I'm pretty sure you're not going to say a return to a fully prescriptive building code, but let's see what you do say.
No, in fact, the thing that I would keep saying is the building code is not a design manual. It's a bunch of ways of prescribing minimums, fairly disparate and not too well coordinated in our case. But what should happen is designers, or the design team, should understand what makes buildings work well, what will be a good building for this particular brief and site and client needs and whatever, and then go to the building code and say, I'm pretty sure this complies because I think it will work well. Now I just need to prove it, and maybe there's a few tweaks because I didn't quite estimate something properly. But, we shouldn't be designing by codes and standards. We should be designing by our knowledge of what's good and then checking it using codes and standards.
And that's one of the challenges of how the performance code pulled itself apart into different areas. Is that, naturally you couldn't just have a performance code that says build a good building. You had to kind of break it up a little bit and go, don't have stuff fall off and don't have stuff leak too much. And
yeah, and the areas are very arbitrary. I mean, I was talking to someone today about how far into the building does external moisture have to go before it becomes internal moisture.
Yeah.
So we tell you to make it weather tight, but really you have to have a good cladding system that achieves multiple functions.
But just as we've dropped into some sort of siloed behaviour around, some of that design stuff, we've also dropped into some siloed behaviour around the response to some of those building code compliance things, right? So this person has to solve the E2 problem, that person's the B1 problem, that person's the, it's a bit nonsensical. And as I said this morning in the university panel, as soon as you get my greatest joy is when you get a group of people who are actually interested in designing a building and not, doing that bit and that bit and that bit and pulling it all together as some sort of Frankenstein.
Mate, the silo thing is huge. I feel like we're in this endless cycle of expert offs. Like everything gets broken down into more and more specialist engineering elements, which is great. It's good to have more technical people available and closer to the job. But the hard edges between where they stop and the next guy and trying to find a connection so that we get something holistic means that like so many of our really grunty, whether it's a regulatory thing through code interpretation or whether it's justifying a design or whatever it is, it's really hard because you have everyone in different corners of the room yelling at each other rather than someone owning the outcome. And, going back to Brian's point before of going down and seeing you and owning the outcome and pulling it together, that really feels like the leadership that we're missing. It's more entropy, it's more segregation of our workflows and expertise and a whole lot less of just get the result over the line. And yeah, I don't know if that's a challenge that you could solve through a regulatory lens, maybe it's a maturity thing or maybe it's a liability thing, I'm not sure, but it's our biggest challenge.
Yeah, but we can definitely do it and we're doing it. There's been some evidence today that it just needs to be applied more broadly, doesn't it, to more situations perhaps.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say something, not to disagree with Brian whatsoever. I wouldn't do that. But another lens I'd put to your reflection on, clients being mature, clients understanding, being more sensitive to how much the pendulum swing and the risk profile at a head contract level. I also think as builders, we've been lazy and we've been victims and let ourselves get bullied into shit contracts. Yep. And I think there's frankly a level, certainly in privately owned businesses, of just total nihilism of the contract's so obnoxious that I'll just wind up the company and it doesn't matter. And, certainly from businesses like ours that come into the market internationally, you kind of winding up, we're a listed business in Tokyo, we can't wind up the business like that over a bad contract. I think main contractors have a lot more to do in a leadership space around pushing back on contract terms that make sense, that also work for the supply chain as well. But yeah, a bit up on the clients too, yeah, that's good.
All right, well, I've got orange numbers, which is moderately bad, so I think we've had traversed some interesting material there, and I'll thank all three of you for contributing, and thank you all for attending, and leave it to Stijn to close. Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to thank all of you for attending today's event. A round of applause for our event host, Dyann. I think he did a great job. Thank you so much. As I mentioned this morning, we've recorded today's event, so you'll be receiving a YouTube link a week from now, where you can watch all the presentations which we have permission to be shared with you. And I hope you enjoyed today's event. We'd like to bring every edition with new content, with new topics. And until we meet next time in the next 2 years, thank you all once again. And the bar is now open. See you soon. Thank you.